the oldest swinger in town. You cheeky little monkey. Sheep. Shoop. Oh, there we go. What is the plural of sheep? It would be shoop, wouldn't it? But you don't say, like one individual. You don't say, look, there's a shoop over there. You say, there's a shoop.
Mobile is still 3 foxes.
And there's a plural of one. Oh, that's gone right over your two heads now. I might just as well been talking to these fish over it.
But whether it's shite, because you've got mouse and mice, see, bungalow, you change it about a bit and put an E on the end, do you? No, you don't. No, it doesn't make any difference at all. Mouse and mice, sheep and shite. Sheep and sheep. Sheepies. I don't know, boy. Did you see those sheep there?
I
You didn't go to school very often, did you?
I just turned the video on just to test it, really.
Yes, you would.
I haven't tested it in the truck yet, only from home.
But if there was one in the English language, in the theory of English language, it should be the plural is one, so it should be a shoop. But in this strange English language, it's not. It's still sheep. So if you see one sheep, it's the same as seeing many sheep. Oh my goodness, I would hate to come into this country from abroad. Won't go there anyway. And try and learn this language. That must be absolutely weird.
I think the worst one in this country is there. I'm only just starting to get my head around it. Dear, oh dear. Thereirer, or whatever. No, there. No, it's not, is it? Apostrophe on that one. Oh no, it's Dave. So it's a struggle anyway. But I haven't really got the grip of it after all. What was that thing I thought the other day? Oh, that was it. I'm trying to think. I'll be with you in a minute. You carry on. I'm trying to think what the thing was I saw. Only yesterday. God, I'm going to have to scratch my old brow a bit more, a bit harder.
I would say, look over there. There's 8 legs of mutton. I don't know who that was. And that wasn't very clear either. Good morning to you, anyway. The word there, Dave, yes. If I was a foreign person, I would start scratching my head too. Oh, pass me the knife. If I was a foreigner, I would read that as kniffy. Or knight. Or is it night? And then there's night. Oh dear.
What was that thing I said? Let's see if I can get this right. That might take a little bit here. Have we got it? So the school teacher says,
Our phone call, Chris, taking them home.
if you can put a sentence together with the word fascinate in it. And little Johnny puts his hand up and they ignore him. Teacher's been burnt by little Johnny a few times. So Sally puts her hand up and she said, we went to the Grand Canyon on holiday and I found that very fascinating. Teacher says, well done, Sally. But I wanted the word fascinate and not fascinating. can't get me, not with the word fascinate, it's not possible. Your name, little Johnny. He says, well, my Aunt Caroline, her knockers are so big that she's got 10 buttons down her front and she can only fascinate them.
Oh dear, bad Johnny.
Now, you try telling that joke whilst driving a hitch cutter and a tractor and trying to rack your brains of what that was actually written down as. Never mind. My memory's not good now, I'm near 50.
Yeah, we could tell you were struggling a bit, but you got there in the end. It made me chuckle a little bit.
One drop.
Bad Johnny, that's what I say. Oh dear. How's your new,
We used to pass the D4, D3 now, we got the Rembrandt. Rembrandt Hotel.
5 what?
No, some fucking holiday cottages out
Yeah, anyway, that was the question.
I haven't got it yet.
Manchester.
No.
16 cents.
eBay's taking a long time.
They've changed my name 3 times on me.
I didn't know whether
Oh, Kevin, he says, oh, you got a minute where you just about to leave us out 3 bits on the truck. Every day I'll come down and see
sing
you.
and dance and computer. Well, it doesn't actually sing and dance. Fortunately, it doesn't. Yeah. Oh, well, that's good.
Oh,
That's my fun day yesterday. I said, how we get
I don't think the, at the moment, I don't think the, how freaky is all that special, is it? Playing along. And,
4 hours 35 on
but that's the same in the commercial world.
Oh, you wanted to get 3 in? Is it 3 up there? Is it 3?
Radio waves go. That's just a little bit further than digital.
So just do 9.
They tend to cut out, don't they?
Still cancels that.
They get
11 hour
way
break,
down
doesn't it?
instead of little
When you do a 9
packets
hour.
rather than waves.
If you do a 3 hour break,
Blimey. That's technical, isn't it?
sorry about that. I thought the box, I've never used it. It doesn't work. I never used it.
Alright.
But I've started using it now.
You decided to get a computer instead of getting
So you do a 15
radio.
and I get something
Well,
else.
but that's why
Some fun
eBay
took
have
me
been
2
so
weeks.
long, really, because
So I think I'll
well, I haven't paid for one.
I look at my stock drawer, it's fucking clear.
I decided to get a live instead of getting a digital radio. I'm very happy with it.
That's why I was at 45-minute breaks.
Yeah. I've noticed that you're happy with it. Saw some pictures on your face Ago.
Is it? Pretty sure something wrong with back on that motor. To change from what I'm paying at £27. That's what my insurance.
Virtually took the camera. No, I've just been using my mobile phone on.
That's not bad. That's £27.38. She said plus administration and transfer fees.
A little cannon,
£47.38. So I
I got
said,
telephone
is
lens
that
with it.
cost that
She
I'm
took the
paying
camera,
because of
but
the
she didn't know where the telephone lens
accident?
was.
I said, yeah, same with the other company.
I'd already got pre-warned.
Wrong though, isn't it?
My boy said to me ages before.
I said, I'm not changing because...
Mum wants that camera. No, we
Fucking I've got it.
I left the camera in the bag.
The first day I wanted to too
I
bad.
hit the lenses
He
up.
didn't see it, didn't work at all.
Not gonna have everything.
But the next one, fucking woke up sitting my back really hurts.
One day
And then, not, did it?
broke into the house and such.
Yeah, it's bad now.
And
You know,
the camera was
I've
gone.
done
But
that.
she didn't leave the
I
bag.
didn't really have last
Strangely enough.
Thursday. I'd done
There we are.
all around the M4.
Next time I saw her, she said, I'll left you the bag and the telephone lens.
North Devon Coast.
Alright, thank you.
And then all the way down to...
And she said, while I'm here, she said, I'd like to have some of the memory sticks. She started rummaging in the bag and said, where's the telephone lens? And I thought, you've already removed, haven't you? That's the wrong thing, of course. You're the one that came into the house and took the camera.
And when I lay down in bed, it hurts. I want to go and... I'm trying to get... I went to hospital. Well, I don't know, 101 thing where you ring and you go see him.
Isn't that
I'm
Stephen?
not allowed to see the doctor
I
yet.
don't know.
Because it's only when I'm home and that time
Yeah,
I'm
they
ringing
tell
and
me
get
you've got a
paid.
small cannon.
That's the only problem.
Just saying.
I'm saying for it's like, you can only register at doctors in my closest one on a Tuesday.
What is it? It's a
Over it, right? It's registered.
450, I think.
It's
The 450 of us?
I have a monthly subscription. And the old set.
The other one was 500.
Oh, fucking metformin, diabetes, I've got no phone.
The other one just had a bigger screen on it.
The Broxy, that's
No,
what
it doesn't trick. Doesn't come out all that often there.
But then the Oscar,
Cannon there.
that's all the jobs, really.
Oh dear.
Except Bruce there, that's got a big lump there. No,
That doesn't mean too I'm so busy using the other thing.
No,
So so much use there.
Just
Incredible.
obviously from nothing.
There we are, generates a bit of heat.
Because you sit down all the time as well.
No, I think it's just...
I used to use the camera from time to time, but anyway, moving on, yes, all these blue pens, I don't use blue pens, but I've got lots of blue pens here. Would you like one?
Yeah, but when it's just happened, you've got to tell them, you don't feel anything, do you?
Blue pen.
Because they wanted to call me,
Yeah, that's very kind of you.
take me no, I said, what I think you mean my missus? It's only culture soft.
Am I missing something here?
No,
I signed an awful lot of stuff in lately, so I suppose it would be useful.
What made me laugh, though, the van that I was pushed into, they were complaining
But did I tell you, we actually own the house now?
They will do, they're going to go to work now.
Well, to be fair, I mean, if you saw him coming...
We're 50-50 owners now.
Yeah, no, they didn't.
Both on the deed, both own everything that we can see when we're at home. Everything in the house, everything in the shed, everything in the garden. What we do, Dom. Mortgage company owns a bit, and Joe and I own the rest. There we go.
But they don't do it too quick. I filled that fucking iCar up with them.
I think I own the house
50 quid.
in Debenham as well, but the other one's put her name on that one.
Oh, they are so well, though.
Ah, good.
And this one is probably old
Where there's all,
2.5 litre,
all sorts
4
of
wedge
boy.
fucking knackered
Yeah.
diesel engine.
Oh dear. I'm nodding my head here, mate, I really am.
It's got this thing, it's got like a thing there with these radar things on it, and it looks at the lines in the road.
Yeah, it's not haunted.
Yeah, like from
Yeah,
left to
go
right.
around that minicar on it, beep, 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 beep. What the fuck's
Dear, oh
that?
dear.
I thought these cameras on the front, but this morning it started warning me. The windscreen's too dark.
Yes, anyway, I sort of moved off of what I was saying. Yes, I totally blitzed this shack. It was, as I've told you before, it was like a dumping ground for everybody else in the house. And I was totally
What did she want for? 1 bit, 2 bits?
absolutely shitloads gone down to the recycle place.
They're still swapping you around the motors, then?
Electronic equipment, 2 cameras.
Hey, yeah,
2 cameras. Both Tommy. They went.
Problem is, if I turn around and say,
Someone will dig them out.
I only want to be on that.
Well, give it
Well,
that.
I'd be London after you say you
They went.
yeah, so you end up doing 10.
Loads of stuff.
But he's got, I've got
And
one
then
more
when you put the books, mate,
3-day month,
you say, any point you get over there, it's like a,
no
like
doubt
a
also
normal
plastic
bin.
Do you know what? When I started here, I done about 5 years or so, day runs, London, every single day. And the only reason I stopped in the end, I didn't mind doing it. I got to do 12 years
All
old.
nice and clean, ready for the next load of rubbish.
And I used to get back at about 1 o'clock, and I'd load my own truck.
You expecting a lot for Christmas, eh,
I was loading my own truck as well. So I was getting back, loading it one evening, unloading, doing nothing else. Fucking right.
Oh dear.
Now I get somewhere.
If you, I mean, if you go around
All your
things,
old magazines are gone.
Yeah, and like Thursday and Friday, I was like, I'm doing London 2 days a week. Because I won't get fucking there.
Damn us away, isn't it? Clear out all your rubbish.
That's it, it's so heavy.
We're certainly doing that.
Well, before I was working there, I was an agency, and one of the jobs.
You're lucky you got someone to clear out for you. Sorry. So what do you reckon on this Windows 10 then?
drains. They
I think
don't
it's
water it.
a little jump forward.
And then they
They
suck
got
the
rid of
drains
that
and do the sewers.
square looking,
Normally I was on one of the big
what they
ones.
call it. I can't remember what they call it now.
Yeah.
Slate,
And
whatever. Anyway,
I started, I was just going around one of the big tankers, right, and they had a guy with me, and we used to do the block sewers in there. And they said, you have one of the little ones for a couple of days, just doing the gullies, just gully thing. So just sitting in the motor. So we came down the road, every fucking gully was doing, and then he said, yeah, guys, stop. They said, oh no, back a bit, no, forward a bit.
Well, as you know, I use these photos. We are over. Where are the photos? You click on photos.
I'll tell you what, you're all going to be in London in this every day with Auto. This is fucking horrible. Just like, the most annoying thing when people go in the gaps, I don't want them in. I won't know them in. This is, you know, 2 in 1, I'll let one in, that's it. That's a fair way to do it. But in this, you go, I was coming over down the M.
Have you spoken to me, changed my life!
That's bad, isn't it?
You don't want to rise then, will he? 18 months. It's what, like, when we used to have meetings before, he was always trying to say, bigger truck, more money. No, not really.
Entire lifetime.
You drive little stuff, you do fucking vehicles. You know? I don't do it with this big fuck little stuff.
I got to work through there.
Back with him, you know. There's only 3 foot in it.
I bought my mum and dad a laptop for Christmas. And that's got Windows 10 on it as well. And I said, oh, by then I'll know how to use Windows 10.
You can see them double photos in my mobile, this thing. What's Whiskey UK was?
So, I've got to try and get it together.
I think it might be counted by
I've got a feeling Joe's son's coming over on Christmas Day as well. Perhaps he'll help us both out.
My mate was like, losing walls.
Yeah, I like the app of Windows 8, although I still didn't manage to get much on the internet.
You live in accommodation at the front, and you also get the back.
But still, I can just don't like these
I might help,
things at all. I just love the way the iPad operates. Touch that, and then before you get your finger off it, it's there.
An aluminium one.
It's just plain as obvious as a symbol.
Like the one that Les has
got. And then you fire at the computer and think, where's it going to be? Where's it likely to be? Well, I'm going to find it now.
Look at that fucker. Fucking hell, man. Yeah.
Mine seems to put a camera roll.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know how it does it. That must be synchronised with my phone.
But it would be nice, maybe.
Because it all goes up to my drive, you know, the cloud.
Line it with
I don't know how the hell I've done it, because I didn't set it up. I'm synchronised when I got the computer. I'm only guessing, because I'm not really computer literate anyway.
Oh, in the box.
Yeah.
It don't need to be so high, does it? No. All you've got to bear in mind, you've got to put like 2 inches on the floor, so you've got to take 4 inches out, right? Anyway, you know,
yes, I must be the only radio operator in an aquarium in here. Can you hear it?
You can line up a pallet and put a ball over the top so it's not
Water-driven.
Yes.
Anyway. Yes. It does take a little bit of getting used to this with
The roof would, you could drop the roof quite easily actually.
Yeah, I mean, you can actually bring that down.
So I was trying to think of what it was called now. Before XP, what was it called? Windows 95 or something?
The only problem is to join the cab onto the box for a walkthrough bit. Yeah, because it moves. They move separately. You just have one of them rubber things like on the buses.
Yeah, I don't know whether I'd actually bother with that.
Yeah, I couldn't get my head around the Mr. One. That one was a pain in the bum. No, never mind.
No, the missus, she's actually, she's sold her out. She's like, should we get a cake?
Must admit, I was on the phone the other day and I asked, did I tell you earlier? I might have. And I said, we've upgraded your mobile banking. Okay. So I clicked OK, and it suggested that I hit the upgrade. Oh, okay. So we go to the upgrade, we click that, and it then comes back we've upgraded
No,
your
no,
mobile
it wasn't
banking.
too bad. It was like 2.5, just as it's set. You know?
Right.
She's like,
Right, okay, so
yeah,
it
so
goes back to
you know, if you
the
go for
upgrade bit, so click upgrade, and it goes back
audio, you know,
to
the
we've upgraded your mobile banking.
Forks audio.
Oh, here we go again. I've got to remove mobile banking.
Fucking British
Remove it, and then hit the app
You know, I look at that.
to put it back on again because it's been upgraded. And I've got to start afresh and go through all your pin century thing and all these sort of rigmarole. And that was all well and good.
And then the other two are going to meet in the awning and all the rest of the
Halfway
shit.
through the upgrade,
She's not, I wouldn't have any
the
money.
new mobile banking, it said you haven't got enough storage for the new mobile banking.
Or we can just
And just shut down. Alright. How am I going to pay the old faggot the extra maintenance I've got to pay?
I've never used it. I've had it for 4 years now. But it comes out like that, and then they're off the ground, the double bed either side off the ground, and then the kitchen on the back in the fucking winter thing. I paid like 600 quid for it. All I've done with it, the second year I had it, I opened it all out, set it all up, and I bought there's a coating you can buy some
Although I don't do online banking, and then all this
There's a
stuff
mate
came up
of
at
mine
what
down in
happened
Cornwall,
to,
one
well,
on the
not
radio.
only talk, but other
He's involved with
other
this
phone companies as well. They've all been hacked.
like, club or whatever, and they
Talk
they've
got
got
a
a
lot of the
website where
attention.
for people who want campers, do your own.
They're still trying to do it right.
Yeah, and like,
Well,
Right,
so
well,
sorry,
14-year-old
there's
said,
a site where,
yeah, I don't do
there's a
that
kit
anymore.
for a Renault
I
Master.
just,
You can do your own,
I do it over the
you can
phone,
spec
actually,
it however you like, you know,
probably
and they
noticed
start
that
at
you
about
can
£2.5
phone
and go up to about 8.5, depending
when I
on
say
what you
phone,
want.
not mobile,
And it's
you know,
all made to
landline.
measure for a Renault Master van.
no, this is like a DIY, you know, where you get a whole fucking box van and modify it. He's got one little changes he's got, you know, but
Hanging around,
you know.
like a thing just blaze up.
Some
I
of
don't
them
know
like
where
the
it's coming
outside,
from.
Yeah,
fucking like
Fucking
the
inside.
inside.
fucking look like she'd size it a fucking Bedford Chroma, would you?
How I feel that.
It's old legends or in Colberts.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, they're really slow. You know, especially it's none like all the old boys. And they say, you've got a turbo on that set. You know, they got a few thousand there. You know, the old terrible. Oh, it's a Talbot. Here's some
Well, I suppose if they hack my bank account, they can
years ago, I used to have a demountable.
get a lot in there otherwise.
And legs, really old, big old full pickup truck, got the legs, and ratchet these things, drive the tractor, but it was alright, quite big in the back. It had this big freaking loop, double bed with it, full size cooker. But going down the road with it, you start saying like going on, and you go. And about 2 minutes later, we'll just be slowing down, you know.
They'll make me pay more money.
Right, yeah, just.
And
So one of them was going to the corner one day, little lamp post. It's just a big ladder up. It was only a like, single wheel base American truck on it.
Photos here when we went out
The height of them.
last weekend. You haven't got photos of the bill.
Yeah, I like them legs, you had them built up inside, and I'd put a lever, they'd come down,
I'm giving up at the moment.
and ratchet down a bit.
All the way up.
Drive the wagon up underneath it, it's like sat in the thing, the back of the pickup truck.
Even if they have been over, and even if the kids say they've been over, if she doesn't agree, then
A lot of money though.
they'll just charge me more money.
30, 40, 50 grand.
If I have them over and she agrees it, then that means I've had them one day per week staying over, and you pay less.
You probably said that then you need to have a 30 grand for the
So
amount
it's
of
got to
food.
agree, even if it's
Now 5 wheels
Wrong.
another 2.5 grand. Is that
doesn't mean lying, it just means, oh, I don't
It's
agree
only
with
got my
her.
scissors yet. He's got 2.5 grand.
When they'll believe her. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? So, yeah, she's trying to get
Well, I was looking for another pickup.
£7
I looked at the
per
4
child
grand
per night.
change or that.
Another 30 odd quid a month.
That's a cheap one. Fucking hell. You know, like 2006 for like 2 grand.
As soon as it starts up again,
Very cheap. It must
it
have
goes
been.
from
I don't know
February
what it is.
after.
All
Then
of
I've
them
got
around
to get the
4
kids to
grand.
sign the diary
Then I'll get on.
every single month.
I don't know if they
Who
rushed
was
or
in
not.
there, and then she won't have her leg to
No,
stand on.
Like the L200.
That'd be a nice thought.
And the Materials open.
you know, if it's thinking down the same lines, you know, never sign an in-book. I know you shouldn't have to do that. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Never sign an in-book. So there we go. Over here, they signed in on the 1st of January or something, or whatever, and they went on this date. No qualms then, it's all proof. And as for the photo bit, they're having a laugh. That is not, they wouldn't be able to pursue that anyway. They're pulling your leg. And it's not funny.
4 hours 54?
No.
You know.
I did wind her up and say, well, at least now you've done that, I haven't got to have the kids at any specific time or date or anything before every day, so I have them every other weekend to stay over. Friday night, Saturday night, both of them.
Yeah, do you know what?
Now, if I choose to go to a doctor one weekend, I'll just phone up, not having them this weekend. Oh, but what am I going to do? Tough.
Although it doesn't register when you're when you come back, it updates you where you've been. Right? And you got to check on your time sheet, it says, oh, well, you got there that time, you got there that, you know. You check what time I've got to Belgium and all that.
There's no point, unless you've been through. I don't sacrifice on the hours, you know.
Yeah, 15 minutes. Involved,
fair enough. He always never told the time I put my gear out and fucking, you know.
When I started here, you could put on 45 minutes an hour a day, and then we have one driver, Mark, and what he started doing is adding one day, just by chance, I happened to know that he'd only run 7 hours and gone home. They don't mind that. He had enough.
So if I'm an early day,
and then it fucked up everything.
it's just not
And then
goes
it
down to
started
that.
cracking down. To one point, he said, oh, we'll do
Yeah. No longer can we claim any money off of each other from now in the future, or...
Hey, look, my GPS has even said me 4.5 hours are up.
Pays are up, everything's literally set in stone, and you think, she can't claim any more money. And then, knock on the door, maintenance coming in. Well, it's not actually, they phone up, and I think, I recognise that to this number. I didn't like the look of this last time. Yeah. Let's talk about it with the kids, and the kids just sort of look tiny blank and sort of roll their eyes much as they, but that's what she's saying. I've got to have them 52 days a year stay over, and I bet you, as hard as I might try, I'll only manage 51 so that she can claim. Nights, I should say. That was going to absolutely trash things when I had the week off at half term to take them both on holiday. And all of a sudden, they couldn't go on holiday after we'd booked a 4-bedroom cottage in Wales. They weren't able to come with me for some reason or other. That's because that would send it up too high. I'll definitely get me 52 nights in.
Blimey, boy, it's a dizzy world, isn't it? Dizzy old world. What's this? Just going through. I'm still, I got rid of the bulk in the shack, and now I'm sorting out all the little tiny bits of paper that have got passwords on and reminders on. Oh my goodness, I don't know what about him. Anyway. Yes, indeed.
some really dark red colour. Now, I never really had much to do with decor, because I'd come home from work on a busy day and think, what the earth? Dark red wallpaper with dark red paint all round the bottom. In a lovely old quaint 100 what was that? I suppose it's about 175 years old now. Little old cottage with lots of features in it. My daughter's bedroom. I still haven't done that. I've warned her that that's not going to stay, but her bedroom's done out. It's through, got a beautiful old Victorian fireplace up there. Really, really lovely. And Victorian tiles, all in deep maroons and sort of creams and maroons, I suppose, the old Victorian tiles, sort of depicting some old flowers and bits and pieces. Anyway, and that's inlaid in the cast iron fireplace around, and it's a big old, lovely, lovely old thing. So
G327 Mobile, receiving Fox Whiskey report.
With the mirrors on the ceiling.
Yeah, still got them there. They come in handy. Well, I'm shaving. Oh, no. That was the wrong thing to say. What about antennas on the inside of the vehicle then? Does that come into effect as well, M3 PPK? There's a lot of Irish going on there. Dublin. What was that about antennas in the car? No, I wouldn't do that, Brian. That's not a very good idea, mate.
G327 9H1 US Mobile, do you copy this?
Antennas on the inside of the vehicle roof.
Yeah, 9H1 US from
Let's put it in.
G327 Mobile. Mobile Tiger, Antoine, give on a puzzle to over.
Is that you telling me that?
Hi, Ben. Good morning to you.
I was listening to you.
And good afternoon here. It's a fine, beautiful day today. Bill, we are okay, thank you. I am with Vanessa. We have a day off today because tomorrow it's a public holiday, as you know, here in Malta. And we had today as well off. And we went to Dwayra.
But we know that.
I think you know where it is, Dwayra. Yes, G327 9H1 US Mobile. Yeah, from G327 Toyota Antoine, and okay, yeah, okay, about Dwayra. I hear that it's about to collapse because there's a crack in it, and they're frightened of it falling into the sea. So I hope that doesn't happen, but you never know. It's been there a very, very long time. We're okay at the moment. The weather, we've got some very high clouds, but quite a bit of blue sky, and it's about 13 degrees at the moment. We've just walked up to the village and back to a bit of postage and shopping and things. So just going back home for lunch, 9H1 US, the G327 portable.
Very well, Chris, but obviously you didn't.
G327 portable 9H1 US Mobile. He has been fine copy. But we went to the Dwayra of Malta. Malta Dwayra, not Zozo. Near the Victoria lines. Yes, sir. From G327 Mobile. Okay, fine, yes, now I understand, okay. Yeah, and okay about your weather, yeah, we've had some really bad weather here, as you can appreciate. And we were up in Cumbria a couple of weeks ago, and good job we went when we did. And it's been raining constantly since we were there. So they've had rain for about 2 weeks, and then suddenly a lot more overnight. G327 Mobile.
Is that much a radio at the end of the day?
Yes, Bill, okay. That's fine. Here the weather, it's still warm, Bill. It's like summer, not like autumn and going into winter. It's like summer over here. I think today the temperature is about 22 degrees. It's quite warm in the sun. Okay, Bill. I will continue over here driving and hope to talk to you soon. And Vanessa sended her regards to you and to everyone. And regards to Maggie as well. Bill. She's 3 9H1 US for the finals. From G327 portable. Okay, fine. Yeah, we're just in the park at the moment, heading towards home. It's a nice walk. It's lovely today. Lots of people out with their dogs all over the place, where they go. Anyway, gracias, Hasna. And I hope you like the joke. I told Maggie this morning when we were walking up to this. She's just got the phone at the moment. A friend of mine just called, so she's answered the phone for me. So that's me. See you later. G327. Okay, Bill, 73 and Saha from Malta. H1 US going back to standby.
You've got more chance of meeting the Pope.
Church
hope, mate. TMR 446, yeah, get on them. It's better than that CMR rubbish they keep going on about. That's still my head at the moment. Jake made me laugh the other day. D1 white double F, Jake. He was on Echo Alpha and he was talking to Ian, Yappy Ian. He said, what are you doing on here on analog? Shouldn't you be on DMR? I thought, yeah, that's it. Can't wait them up. I thought, I've got to do this one, guys. You know what I mean? That DMR rubbish now. They can put that where the Pope don't go.
Well, he gets about a bit. You can actually get DMR walkie-talkies. Send them. Well, I don't know. It's not a bad idea, but it's not for me at the moment. I'll wait until everything's set up nicely and I'll just buy a set for, 20 quid or something. Yeah, a little bit expensive at the moment for me. And, well, I've got this new early Christmas present, i.e. a computer, so I shan't be getting one. Not until I saved up a bit of pocket money, which will probably take me about 3 or 4 or 10 years. And I'm quite content with analog, to be quite honest. Yes, indeed. But each to our own. It's all good. Progress, is it? Something like that. I mean, Echo Link used to be good, didn't it? Don't know if people use it anymore.
No, been there, done that. Read the book, get the fire and watch the DVD. It's a bit like wait for that Bob, that M0WD with his 10-metre repeater, still ongoing. Maybe you, Bob.
That's not still ongoing. The plug was pulled on that years ago. When I suggested it, the more important people of the repeater group said there's a lot of funding to create that. That's actually a lot. That's loads cheaper than the DMR setup would have been. But they said, how many people are actually going to use it? I suppose we've got reasonable fundings in the piggy bank and so on, and so they're moving forward. Somewhere I was gave all the information, so it was quite possible to get it going. The people don't use a 6-metre one, so I did agree with them. Well, that lovely 6-metre repeater sit there. How many people often use that then? Nobody.
Well, there is one or two that call out on the 6-metre box. Is that EF? Yeah, I think it's extra Foxtrot, Echo Foxtrot. But there are one or two people call out on there now and again, 4 metres. But that's like everything else, Bob. Put your hand in your pocket, don't you? Once a year. Even though I did for the first time last year. But what we're doing again next year. Put my hand in the pocket, get these boxes up and running. But yeah, horses for courses, mate. But that's like everything else. If they don't get used, we'll end up losing them, Bob. But I do often hear one or two people turn up on Echo Foxtrot. Very weak signal to me over here on the handy. Sorry, not the handy. The other black box that I use. But it's a bit like Stencilink. Is it DE? DE. It doesn't very often get used as well, but have a tendency to struggle to receive that one as well on the scan of their Bob collect.
Okay. Good signal out here. Very good. equipment, try out new things. So, as you say, once the price comes down, that's all set up, we'll think about it. I like my 8900 radio. I don't want to be faffed about with anything else.
Let's face it, Bob, you only use the radio just for company, don't you? Yeah, I mean, I think the digital idea is grand. I think it's a great idea. Move forward a bit. I think it'll be a long time before it replaces analog. It's got its downfalls, digital, but also it's got its good points as well. So those who are doing both, that's quite nice. I think also with the digital you can actually identify who is transmitting, can't you? Do you have an individual number or something? I may have just said something really stupid. I'm sure I overheard something like that. I mean, this repeater is very reliable. It's got a very good, what's the word, a footprint. That's good. I think they've got something up and running and collecting them, and they for the digital side of things. I think Millie's doing one, and I'm sure there's hundreds more. So I think eventually it will catch on. Whether it'll be short-lived, I don't know. They keep on changing it around. That's why I'm not going for it. It's a bit like, can you remember years ago when they had VHF and that other one, which I can't remember, and some people were buying one type and some people were buying the other. In the end, it all came out in the washing. Now we have VHF, don't we? VHS, sorry. What was that? Beta, wasn't it, or something? I can't remember now. But same sort of principle. I suppose one of the things will come up on top, and then the other ones will fade out. But when you've got 3 or 4 of them, different types, it can be confusing. You can buy the wrong radio. That's what I'm thinking anyway.
Betamax. But as you say, the radios are so darn expensive. So obviously there's been lots of brainwashing out there from the companies that are selling them so that they can earn a few quid. Also sell the repeaters. I don't know. I haven't had a go and heard the difference. I don't like 70 Sims because it doesn't have coverage that 2 meters does. And the antennas are pompous little things. I want something I can see that's on my cab roof. But you got to have progress. The Minis is up and running, I think, isn't it? It's repeater. When I say huge, I think he was the man that
know you don't get a picture on radio, and it's the same principle. As far as I can gather, anyway. This is 2E1 EBO. Well, just,
They don't do it as easy. They leave the awkward stuff till the end of the day.
You have a go, 350k. Might double them again. No, but answer to your question for DMR, Chris. DMR radios, you have to require an 8-digit code in numbers, Chris. So that's your identification. So do need to code before you go and buy the radio, Chris. You can also put your call sign on there as well, Chris. So I think I sorted that one out. Okay. GB7 Mike Kilo, I think that's the call sign of Mark Minnie's DMR radio, Chris. So GB7 Mike Kilo, I think is the official call sign, Chris, back to you.
Do they have to give out a Morse identification, like, with analog? They have to do that. I don't know why they still have to do that, but they do. Any station has to give out some kind of ID, don't they? Commercial stations have to. Although they do it in the form of they give it out as a radio identification and so on. I think that with the digital they have to do the same.
Come in here. Yeah, plus, is it? Your diesel plus. If you follow it all the way around, at the end, drive in, it's on the right.
Well, I try not to go quick.
Yeah. Right.
More identification. I don't hardly know that DMR. Something that deal with that with Mark or even Carl ATV. We're doing stuff particular at the moment, but yeah, not one forte, but not entirely sure that your point as to ask the question next time away. Hard counting group, Mark. I discovered something on my NHS there. I'm thinking of that. There's probably something like that. And I wonder what it's about to
Review just the
Yeah.
delivery time stated 45 to 60 minutes, but it was delivered in 25 minutes. This is a bit of an inconvenience, and I'm falling asleep in the wife at the top.
no comment. What's the other amateur radio station that's on full digital?
Hello, listening to frequency.
Good morning, John. HWC Mobile. Flashing on.
G011. Yeah, morning, Paul. How you doing? Not a bad morning. It's quite warm down here, to be honest with you. And, I take it you're on the move now. G011 mobile myself.
Oh God, nah. I'm still sat on the loading bay. Still got a bit more to come on, and 15 minutes and we'll be stopping for their half-hour lunch break. It's going to be a late one today. I've been on a break now for 5 hours and 27 minutes. bit of a joke, really, isn't it? But, yeah. But this is up last 5 this morning, John.
Jeez, alright. I thought you was early, and when I left, I thought, oh, Paul's still there. And, yeah, not good, is it, mate? It's good there. Here, I like that motor you like. Bit punchy, I think. But it'll do the job. And it's black, over.
That's not the actual one that I'm looking at buying, but it's one of them. And the one I'm looking at buying, same colour, though, but this one's got all the old bars on it and stuff. Slightly better than the one in the picture. It really depends on what the insurance company got up ready, doesn't it? Yes, it's pretty quiet on UK wide. I've been hearing out the truck and I'm very much going on there. You're at the airport, John. The sun's just come out down here. In Ipswich. Use their HWC mobile.
Jeez, hello. Yeah, okay, Paul. Yeah, I just got on there. I've been for an haircut this morning. I thought I'd chop some of me locks off. Yeah, I like it down short, and I missed it for a couple of days, so went in there this morning and had that done. And now the dog's had his run, and just parked up there and read the paper and watch the aircraft. But all good stuff. Geez, they're really yellow.
How's WR today down there? Yeah, that's all there. The organisers are going to be put up with a complaint about that using analogue clocks. They're whinging about the analogue guys are whinging about it being on fuser, and I think the fuser ones are whinging because the guys don't want analogue to be whinging. Not sounding too good, is it? I think they should just knock down the head and put it back to analogue and stick a fuser on beside it. Fuser HWC.
Jeez, hello. Yeah, I know what you mean. I keep out of it, but yeah, that would have been. See, it's a good analog for picture, you see, and the old guys, and you can't blame them really. They don't want to fork out dollars for a flaming rate. And but there you go. But yeah, the complaints have been rolling in there. It is back to normal now. It's back on the fusion side there now. But there you go. To be honest with you, I just like communication full stop. But I can see where those people who are moaning are coming from, because they do like WR, and a lot of the boys who've got it don't want to pay out, and not everybody like it, I mean, so it's not to everybody's personal wants, really. See, I'll go for anything, really, if it's out there in the airway. I'll log into it. But there you go. Anyway, it's nice to hear you up on here. This is the same repeater that I use for the D-Star there. I was on there yesterday. It was quite busy, the D-Star. Jeez, hello. The airport's busy down here, by the way.
Great, I won't keep you, John, to go on UK wide sign up the repeaters, so I'll catch you a little bit later, John. Have a good day at the airport. G08 HWC mobile in Ipswich.
Jeez, hello. Yeah, okay, mate. Take care. Speak to you soon. Have a good one. Jeez, hello. Now going back to mine. Cheers, Paul.
But there's so many people on the system now, so many receipts and everything covered with them.
all be in order at the same time. So, yeah, it's a bit confusing, but we're getting there, mate. It's trial and error, and it's a learning curve.
You done?
Everyone as well is the expert. Mark will explain all.
He's loaded.
I heard was that you have to get out the ID. I didn't hear the rest of it. So you had your call sign. Chris, when you register, what you have to do is use CMR radio. You have to register for an ID. Get an ID number. That number I found out is the same on Digital and on CMR. So they'll ask you for a little bit of information. Normally they want an electronic copy of your radio license, just to prove you are who you are. And then they give you a number, 7-digit number. First they started off with 235, and then it's 234, and then 4 digits that you need to use. Every time you see the radio, it transmits that ID. So you don't ever really need to give your call sign, because as you're transmitting, you're giving it all the time, the number. But I think there is a bit in the radio where you can program it to the more side if you want analog as well. So that's that bit. All the other questions I missed those. Well, I think that was the main question. But as far as the like line or agency or station that's up and to give out identification, and in our case, so I wonder whether that would count over digital things as well, but you kind of answered it because every time you shake hands with you or anybody else, from what I can make out from what's been there, that identifies itself anyway. It sounds not unlike echoing in a way. What echoing does is shake hands with your computer, but so I'm kind of like seeing the similarity between the two, but I might be going off on a different road system. I'm a little bit confused about the compatibility between like the DSR and everything else. You say, well, you still can put each other. I go, right, I'll go and get a radio. But as Bob pointed out, you might go and live somewhere where there's only like 400 or 500 quid DSR radio. You can't use it somewhere. Or maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. Yeah, okay, it's true. You could go in a site that doesn't have a repeater, which is why they're coming on. Now, in 2013, there was 4 in the UK. In 2014, there was 20. There's now 56. So that's how quickly it's growing. Obviously, there's the one coming on in Clapton. It's not going to be going through. It's just waiting for it. It's being held up because the frequency is within so many miles of London. So, or the distance of London, and then obviously, somebody is a secondary user. You have to go through the mainstream defensive first, then come back. That's taking me longer. That NAB was peaking before I took the going to 67MK yesterday. But they're getting there. And the more people that put funds in the pot, the more chance you've got of getting a second or a third repeater in the area. Roughly, you're talking £2 to put a repeater on the air. Is what it costs. Obviously, the way it's using an aerial and cable that was already there, using some bits that were already there. So it's literally just the box and a duplex and that's all that we bought. So we haven't spent £2. I'll just take a bit. Now the handshake is, the repeater doesn't handshake through your radio, but it doesn't give an ID. It doesn't give the ID. It does send this ID, but you never really see it. I've had to program it in, and usually trying to set for 14 minutes. I believe the law has been, the BR6 gate has changed. You don't have to give your call sign every 15 minutes, just as often as possible. I believe it is, or as often as you can. I'm not sure on that, but yeah, I know it's not. And the handshake is between the radio and the repeater. So you see the radio, like you're doing now, and you don't know if you're making it into PO well, or making it in. With the DMR radio,
You got that bit?
The AAZ are ridiculously high, and the ones over at Clapton are really high. Now, what I've decided to do on the DMR group side thing was leave the analog sites alone and not touch them. We could have put the IH onto DMR, but there's a few people out there that want the IH to be left alone, or at least stay there, so that is it. So we're looking at a separate site. At the moment, we're about 200 foot above sea level is where the antenna is, which isn't that high. Now, when you start talking about like the BT tower at Marsham, which we're hoping to put it on, that's sort of another 150 foot higher, which analog, UHF really is height. So we are looking for another site. If the BT one becomes available, we'll put it on there. If another site that's got height and got internet and got power, then we'll put it there. But at the moment it's at a residential house on the top of a chimney. M1 Housing Mobile.
2E1 EBA, yeah. Well, height's always important, isn't it? Why don't you have it over here at Bradfield on the Manningtree mast? You know how high that one is. Yeah? I don't know who it's owned by now. It's probably BT, I should imagine. There used to be a 65 line transmitter for TV at one time. It's got all kinds of things up on there now. There you go. Put it up there. BT probably charge you a fortune though.
Yeah, Chris, if you can go and ask the people that own it or get a number, that would be lovely. I believe they charge between 2 and 5 grand a year just to have the antenna on there. And then they want a commercial antenna, commercial brackets, and because it's so high, you want the cabling, which I think is £10 a metre. But yeah, if you can get hold of it, that'd be great. Bearing in mind that South Anglia Repeater Group funds that come in by donations, and on average are between £200 and £300 a year.
Yeah, there might be some surplus there. There's a tower within stone throw from me. I don't know who owns that. There used to be a nuclear bunker. There's a big tower there. Mind you, that's probably owned by BT as well.
M1 yeah, I don't know who owns them. That is the problem. There's a lot of towers, but they're owned by companies that know how to charge. So like I say, the South Anglia Repeater Group manage 7 repeaters now, and so we've managed to keep 7 repeaters on the air with the £200 to £300 funds a year. That's one of the reasons why the BT tower is such a good site, because it will go along with the same sort of payments that we do with the others. Other sites, you're going to pay for electric a lot more, and you're going to pay for that's the big thing, is the internet. Only 2 of the repeaters that we use or run, the group, have the internet. The DMR one and the D-Star one in Kesgrove. So that's the downside, is getting the internet there. A lot of people have gone, you can get a SIM card for £5 a month. £5 a month, 50 quid a year. That's a quarter or a third, or a quarter and eighth of the funds every year gone just on that SIM card.
Person who's snoring, you're going to buzz. You need to get that attended to. The IH could be used. That would be nice, actually. It would actually be used then, wouldn't it? Anyway, I'm sure you guys know what you're doing.
Hopefully, yeah, I'm learning as we go along. That's the thing with DMR. It's so new, everybody's learning. It's a real struggle. But I think the main difference that I know of between DMR and D-Star is D-Star has to be an Icon radio or a dongle, which the radios, I think the handhelds are £300 new. With DMR, we've managed to find radios for about £100, brand new in the box. So that's a pro for DMR. D-Star has been around a lot longer, so there's more repeaters out there. But DMR seems to be growing ridiculously quickly. I can't keep track of where repeaters are coming on. M1
NIZ mobile.
Right, okay, Mark. It's coming up to 12 o'clock. I think it's time for me to... I think I'll maybe have a bowl of soup and have a cup of tea. Nice to hear you, mate. Hope the family's well. Sure they are. I think you've got your youngster with you, haven't you? Could hear some noise going on there. Okay, mate, you take care. This is 2E1EBO.
Yeah, cheers, Chris. Yeah, we just finished the swimming lesson, and he's always buzzing afterwards of a lesson. Loves it. Confident? Yes. Good? Getting there. He can swim like a brick. Cheers, mate. Have fun. Yeah, I love answering questions about it. If I know the answer, I'll pass it on. I don't know. I must get 5 emails a day with, if not questions, with new people asking what do I need to do, what do I need to do like this. So it's getting there. Lots of people popping up that I didn't even know about. They've been listening, picked up a radio and started transmitting. So fun and games. 7 free. And I believe there's a way of listening for about £10. But yeah, I'm storing that. I'm looking into that. M1 NIZ mobile. 7 free.
Let us know how you get on with that. That'd be quite interesting just to have a listen. Maybe plug in your computer or something. Anyway, time for eats. Come on, roll.
Right, who's left? Sorry, I was watching with Chris. Yeah. M1 NIZ mobile. Tower Ramparts bus station. Is the bus station changing its name? I know the sail makers have changed, but is the bus station changing its name? Who knows?
Tell you what, Mark, I'm out here. G4ZDY.
Hello, Ray. Good to hear you out there. How are you doing? You sound stationary.
Yeah, don't tell the wife. I've been stationary for quite a long time, so I've been sitting down playing, making patch leads up, and just basically trying them out at the moment. I've been bunging signals into them and seeing if any sort of bounce back at me, but I think I've got away with it. Yeah, tell me, Mark, is this, I'm on a 706 at the moment. I've had problems before where the CTCSS tone seems to come through quite oppressively. Is it horrid, or is it livable? From G4ZDY.
It's not as loud as the guy that was coming up snoring, but there is a buzz behind you. Brian has a similar thing sometimes. Nothing you can't live with. You don't hear it, so it's not too bad. But it is there.
Okay, it's not overpowering or something. No, I'm sure it's a CTCSS tone, because if I take the tone off, obviously I don't get to repeat it, but if I do take the tone off, I can't hear it. I don't hear it simplex at all. So, yeah, the next question is, I wonder if I can find out how to adjust it. There must be an up and down in sort of injection control, I don't know. I might have to go on the internet for that one. Anyway, better get back to me soldering iron. Nice to hear you. And I should try down this part of the world. I assume it is up in Ipswich. Unlike the Lake District, I'll be planning to go up there in the next few months. But as soppy as the TV reports, I better take a canoe on the roof. From G4ZDY.
G4ZDY M1 NIZ mobile. Yeah, it's dry here. Bit of a shame. Patch leads. Yeah, I've done a few of those recently. What I have found is I've moved away from the standard type with the two-piece, the collar and the main bit that you screw on and solder, and I've gone to the compression fit ones. I'm really enjoying them. With the screw-on ones, there's always a chance to twist. So you never quite. I'm never quite happy, especially with mobile. There's movement and all that. But the compression ones, you can do them up, and the cable doesn't move in the plug. And I found that really nice. And a nice change, shall we say. So I'm happy with those. I'm recommending the third one, actually. Yeah, okay. Noise isn't too bad. Right, I'll let you get on. And I'm nearly home. Cook some dinner. Jack and potatoes. 7-3. M1.
M6EXT, 06 Echo X-Ray Tango, G4HFG.
idea being that I've got all the radios with like fly leads on them, with females on the end, and it means that theoretically I can't stuff a radio into another radio. That's the plan anyway. I'm sure it'll go wrong somewhere. Yeah, okay, enjoy food. I'll get this soldering iron cracking again and make one more up, I think, and that'll be dropped today. Cheers now, Mark. Nice to see you. T431.
Yeah, okay. I've got excited and started to use RG213 for patch leads. Makes it a bit tricky, but if you plan it right, it goes okay. I'm O2, 7-3. Enjoy soldering and make sure, as someone said to me, if it smells like chicken, you're holding the wrong end. Before you go, I missed who that was.
Yeah, so the text message I sent you about, or the email I sent you about the other system, what was that about then?
Yes, the email about the other stuff, I did get that. Not really looked into it too much, but go on.
Just wonder what it was about. I suppose that's basically the same sort of system, just you can use mobile phones from your radio as well.
Oh, no dear.
I've looked into it, keeps looking into it a bit more. I think it's something like an app that you put on your phone that you can use as a map. As a radio. It does sound like, because I looked on the internet and you can buy Bluetooth 860 microphones, which are meant to join up with them. So, yeah, it's not an alternative.
This is actually a radio system. It's digital, but you can actually use your mobile phone. You can use it as a mobile phone. That's the one I sent. That's what they were talking about, but there you go. Never mind. Anyway, we got the scanning work on the handheld, and also text messages as well on the instrument.
Yeah, I've tried to send a message, but it doesn't seem to work via the radio. It's the same radio as I sent. I would think a message on my list of from a gas station somewhere. It wasn't in the country, it was miles away, so it looks like it can be done via the whole Attention network, which does sound quite easy. Yeah, I'm not sure about it. I sent Carl a call, so basically it was an alarm to say I'm on here calling, officially, but not playing the message inside just yet. I might have to go in a bit when we've got some time and so on to speak to I can concentrate more. I'll be doing a thing, never face, and I'll send you an email if you haven't got it already. No problems, I'll put you on my email in case information and that. Yeah, the TY2 service, both playing radio obviously, so they work. We tried it in two places, they work, and we're trying to do it in the and they work as well. So, yeah, no problems. Alan tried it. We're doing it overnight. Okay, well, I'll let you go. I'm going to jump back to the police and speak to you a little bit later on.
Robin Nelson King says treats for the eyes and the ears. Oh yeah.
M0CPY, G8NDT, M0VMV. M0CPY, G8NDT, M0VMV.
Well, it's getting better. This is just UK wide now. Is this, what's this now? Is this UK wide? Yeah, this one's UK wide. I think 9 on that one, Isaac. which block is it in? It's the other one. Tell you what, are you both on FW or are you on GB? No, this one's on FW. This one's on FW, and I think Rod, I think he's on GB. I'm on FW. In that case, go to Regional 8. Regional, I don't know if you've got 8 in yours, I can't remember. It's probably got 8 in it. It's probably got position 8 as well, but we'll see if we can meet up there. Do you know where that is, Andy, on yours? What is it? Tell me what it is, what am I going to look for? Regional 8, I think that was it. Yeah. No, we'll go on there and give us both a call, we'll find you.
Well, I don't know how much I'm going to get done today getting away this day. How's the video looking? Is it any better, any worse than normal? I've got a good internet connection at the moment, it should be okay. I don't quite understand how YouTube works it all. Oh, I ain't started the APRS yet. Hold on, let me start that. I thought I did that earlier. Is the APRS on again? I mean, another couple of hours. I've done me 9 hours today. Bloody hell. Just get off the loading bay and park up for the night. To say that this video thing today is just an experiment really to see how well it works compared with Orn, and soon switch back. Not today though, not tomorrow.
Shipments to people which they get, and they've been on the ground themselves. I think they're also running lessons from 2009 and 13, 14, but about how quickly you have to get to people and how carefully you have to work with people, because it is the most traumatic, horrendous experience to go through this.
Thank you very much, Steve. Floods Minister Rory Stewart, who's also the Conservative MP for the area affected Penrith and the border, and is speaking to us from Carlisle. Thank you, Rory. John Chadwick, your home is in Carlisle, and it was flooded.
Yes, indeed. I was evacuated very quickly on Saturday evening. I'd gone to bed. A friend rang me and said, watch out. I looked out the window. The water wasn't quite up to the bedroom door, and then 5 minutes later there was 2 inches ingress into the house. The emergency services came and put me into a dinghy and rowed me out to safety. Thank goodness. I'm quite severely handicapped, and frankly if I had fallen asleep, I don't think we'd be having this conversation.
Well, that's great they got you. So they got you out in your wheelchair, did they?
Well, no, they moved me across the lounge in with a Zimmer frame, and then physically loaded me into a dinghy, sort of threw me off the step, basically.
And you're in a rented ground floor flat at the place where two rivers meet, which sounds like it must almost be the first property to be flooded in the whole area.
Yes. The ingress water to that area absolutely surged at about 11:15. The flood defences looked like a mini Niagara Falls. There was debris everywhere, and it was really very violent. All the ground floor flats here have completely flooded. The water's receded a little now. Hopefully someone will go and have a see what can be salvaged. But obviously, at the moment I'm homeless. I'm just
once I get out on the A12, I'll try some little adjustments, see if I can make it a bit better. I can't really do a lot while I'm on these windy lanes.
But they're inundated, so I don't really know what's going to happen.
Well, it's impressive to hear from the minister and also the reporter that actually instead of people going to these big converted schools and everything with blankets, that actually they've been taken in individually by concerned homeowners who haven't been affected. That's a wonderful thing to hear.
It is. People are very good. There's a limit to what they can do, of course. I mean, not everyone has a place where a disabled person can
Here we go
to the facilities they need and all that kind of
Pick and play the disability cards, eh? Bloody hell.
It's for people who are homeless in the first place, who may not have friends. I mean, what are they going to do?
And just one more for you, John. I know your flat is actually opposite the flood barrier, so you had eyes on this barrier. And we've heard people saying, what is the point of building a barrier if it doesn't work? But I gather
that is becoming commonplace, and this was just not anticipated in any shape or form. I mean, the barriers were laughable, really. I mean, there were feet of water gushing over at 11:15 at night, suddenly. I mean, it was hopeless.
But I've heard people say that you can't have bigger flood barriers because people complain that it spoils the view.
Well, we ought to take a view now, I think. It's pretty grim.
Thank you very much, Steve. John Chadwick, whose home in Carlisle, ground floor flat, was flooded on Saturday morning.
It's that time of year I treasure, the time for giving, the best part of living. Celebrate with friends we hold so dear. I can feel it in the air. Oh, I'm not head to toe to cultivate the best time of the year. Got my stocking, got my Christmas tree, got my loved ones next to me. Oh, you feel in my heart. Every holiday, every corner, street, street lights, people caroling for Christmas tree. I'm inside. me. Through around the world, child and on his way. But to hear those footsteps ringing up his head. I'm gonna wrap my arms around you tonight. I'm for December night. Boy, you give me my I know the big guy's on his way. Man, I'm too good to come soon. Oh, big things in you.
You are from Michael Bublé, Radio 2. Obviously, we're all concerned about events in Cumbria and Lancaster, parts of Scotland as well, with Storm Desmond. Tim Farron is the Liberal Democrat leader, MP for Westmoreland and Lonsdale, and you are in Kendal at the moment, Tim, right in the middle of it.
I am, yeah, by the River Kent, by one of our bridges here at Stramon Gate, and it all looks, I mean, the river's a lot lower than it was, but it's a reminder how quick things move up and down, and the devastation here is absolutely immense. I've seen nothing like it. I was on one of the estates in Kendal yesterday lunchtime, and it's an estate that's been built for 61 years, Sandylands. There's a couple on there who lived there the whole time the estate's been built. They've never been flooded before, and they are deluged. So this is utterly unprecedented and heartbreaking, frankly.
And we've joked before about how you apparently are the MP who knows the name of everyone in your constituency, but at times like this you must be glad to be in the constituency and able to help in whatever way.
Yeah, I mean it's undoubtedly the case that we are in in a situation where this is not about pointing the finger at anybody. It's about getting alongside one another and helping each other with the clear up. It's all the more poignant that we're less than 3 weeks from Christmas, and there are people who will not be back in their homes for Christmas, and some people with frankly no money whatsoever. Some people who a very difficult decision they will have made is not to insure because they thought they couldn't afford to, and they're in a desperate situation. So trying to find ways to help those people now is kind of my priority. And help with the clean-up, and that does mean banging on government's door to make sure they give us the money we need, and that we think very, very long and hard about how we mitigate against these kind of extreme events. Because yes, this is an extreme event, you don't point the finger at anybody, but we're getting extreme events more often, to the extent this isn't that extreme, it's almost regular in Cumbria, and we need to be prepared for this kind of stuff in future.
I was just looking at the rainfall, and it's 13.5 inches in one day. The average annual rainfall for London is 23.5 inches, so it gives you a sense of you're having 6 months of rain in London in one day. Now, did you feel you got warning of what was about to happen?
Not enough, if I'm honest with you, but I don't go. I mean, the reality is that 3 weeks ago we had a very similar but not quite so dreadful weather. The Environment Agency gave us plenty of warning. This time, not so much, but things change so very, very quickly. Well, one of the problems we have here, and it's a great delight as well, we've got a lot of water, and we have mountains, we have lakes, and the distance from the mountains where the rivers begin to the sea where they spill out is very, very short, which means it falls very quickly. So when the rain falls on the fells, then it can be into the towns in a matter of minutes. And I mean, I found it myself on Friday night when my car was deluged by a river that wasn't there a second earlier. and it's very scary. And so I think that it's not, for my money, a job of going around pointing the finger at people. It is about making sure that we stand together, learn the lessons, and help everybody who's in a desperate situation now.
And can you just describe the scene where you are now in Kendal, what you see around you?
I see people emptying shops of soggy carpets and of furniture and businesses that, are actually very, very keen to come and tell me they are going to be open for business. But it looks hard for them for the next day or so. I see families that are out of the homes almost certainly for Christmas, some without any kind of alternative place to go, and the council doing everything they can, doing a very good job actually of rehousing people. We have a shopping centre with a few empty units here which are helping businesses relocate. Any spare property we've got here, we've got a lot of second homeowners who have second homes in the Lake District who may be listening to this programme. If that's you, please volunteer your second home. We will use it to house a family over Christmas. So there's an awful lot going on here, but amongst the sort of camaraderie and people supporting each other and the community pulling together, which makes you very proud, there's also an awful lot of frankly human misery of people who the morning after, the night before, are finding themselves in a position where they can't see any light at the end of the tunnel, and having got out of their houses, saved themselves, they then look forward and wonder what they can do next. So it's very, very important we stand alongside those people, put our money where our mouths are.
Thanks very much for your time today on a busy day. Tim Farron, Liberal Democrat leader, MP for Westmoreland and Lonsdale, speaking live from the High Street in Kendal. And in the studio with me now is Philip Stott, Emeritus Professor of Biogeography at the University of London. Give us a bit of context here, Philip. Are we dealing with global warming? Is that what it is?
You can't say that any one event like this is related to global warming. Cumbria is a unique area, and Tim caught it very, very well there. It's a kind of a dome, and it has rivers radially coming down it, very short rivers often, carrying water very quickly. So if you get a great storm from the Atlantic, which dumps all its water, and as you pointed out, it's a fantastic amount of water this time, over 300 millimetres all in a day, then inevitably it runs at enormous speed toward the sea down this dome. I see it like an upturned Christmas pudding, if I can put it that way, Jeremy. If you pour all your brandy butter or your rum sauce over your Christmas pudding on one day, that's fine, but if you do 30 days worth, your tablecloth is going to be completely flooded with brandy butter. Yeah. It's a unique situation, and it's immensely difficult to predict because it depends exactly where that water lands. And this time it went down the River Greta, down the River Kent, which Tim mentioned, for example. And the systems that were there, including those drains that Fernando mentioned, it wasn't just the rivers, they just could not cope with the sheer speed and weight of water.
So we're wasting our money on flood defences, are we?
No, you've got to think very carefully about them. This is the problem. If you put flood defences in one place, remember what you're doing, you cannot compress water, Jeremy. It will speed up. So it's going to go somewhere. Now, if that's not protected, you may create a problem in a different position. What is more, your height sometimes of your defences would have to be so high to cover over time because of every little act we're doing at the moment. Every garden that's concreted over, every allotment that's lost, every little bit of soil that's taken away reduces that infiltration capacity, and that applies to the whole country. So we're increasingly creating situations where, in fact, a large amount of water simply cannot be coped with, even as well as it was coped with 20 to 30 years ago.
Is there, okay, so you're down there as a homeowner to it's every person for themselves. And then the question is, if you build your own flood defence around your house, does that work?
Well, again, it depends, because they have to be technically perfect, of course. Water is the most brilliant thing at getting through anything that isn't perfect. What we need is an integrated system, as well as possible, acknowledging that, of course, there will be failures in that system, with a proper compensation system dealing, as you rightly questioned, Jeremy, on insurance issues. We are not going to be able to defend everywhere all the time, particularly if there are increasingly freak events like this. But timing is important, and one point is crucial about defence is not to knock them too much. They do give people some time to evacuate often, even if they fail ultimately. And that can be very, very important, particularly as we had with John, somebody, for example, who's in a disabled position.
Thank you very much, Steve. Philip Stott, Professor of Biogeography at the University of London. Maggie Lambert is in Keswick in Cumbria, and you want to give us a very important message, Maggie?
Yes, I do, Jeremy. Good morning.
Good afternoon.
One of the things I would say to you is that one of the points that your previous caller spoke about was the defences would look unsightly. Well, we have defences that are clear glass and they do not look unsightly. Unfortunately, they didn't work. But there is ways around it. But I'm a homeowner in Keswick and my house has been flooded. But I also own a business and that was fine. And one of the things I would really like to tell the public out there, Keswick is coming back. Most of the shops are open. The supermarkets will be open very soon. And take care, but please come and see us. We need you.
What about the comment by Tim Farron that all of these people, and there are many, who own second homes in the Lake District, have got a duty to open them up to people?
Well, I live in a street of 17 bungalows, and 7 of them are holiday homes.
Wow. Are they flooded?
In fact, out of 17 homes, 2 are not flooded, but all the holiday homes are flooded as well. So that's not going to work.
I see. All right. Yeah, good point.
But one of the houses that didn't flood was demolished after the last flood and rebuilt higher. That didn't.
Okay, so that might be have them on stilts or something. Thank you very much, mate. Paul Yates in Lancaster says, I was cut off here with no power or phones from Saturday night until this morning. But thankfully, we were above the floodwater, which was 7 metres. The emergency services have done a superb job. They deserve a huge pat on the back for their efforts. Sounds like that side of it really worked.
Frosty the Snowman was a jolly happy soul. With a good hot river, no plenty was made out of coal. Frosty the Snowman is a fairy tale, they say. He was made of snow, but the children know how it came to life one day. But there is some magic in that old little family ground. When they placed it on his head, he began to dance around. Frosty the Snowman was alive and he could keep. And the children say he could laugh and play the same as you and me.
Blimey. So this YouTube thing ain't all it's cute, sort of cracked up to be then, is it? Zero, OAB, 0, WC mobile.
G0 mobile M0 OAB. At least you got it back working. Good afternoon.
Yeah, it looks like it won't allow it to be viewed in other countries though. Oh, Sven, he's in where is he? Where he is now? Somewhere in Europe anyway, he's on the other side of the world. In Europe. He's saying you can't get it on the German. You can't get it on this German IP.
Yeah, I see that was spent right there, yeah. It's a bit weird, isn't it? It's definitely not as good as the other format. More pixelated when you're moving. Image is lovely when you're not moving, but I don't know. It is a bandwidth thing, isn't it, really? And you can't afford to run more bandwidth than you already do. So your limitations are, you're on the maximum of your limitations. It's working. Have to figure something out a bit better than this, I reckon. Then they even come to the idea that I think we should run our own server.
I haven't even looked into that. I don't know. Start going about that. Well, the thing is, I'm using the same amount of data I normally do. now. All I've done, I've left all the settings identical, just changed the password and log on. Obviously, this format is a bit whack compared with the other format. The other format obviously works a lot better. Unless it's their server, I don't know. What did it back? If there's going to be IP problems and stuff like that. I can't really do nothing now until Tuesday night to change it all back. So I'll have to be play with this for a few days.
Okay, yeah. Experimenting, that's what we're doing. We're experimenting, you know, it's what Pam's doing, and that results in what it is. Yeah. I don't know what to do, really. Can't increase the bandwidth. I mean, it don't look too bad. I'm saying worse, but it's definitely better on the other format than TP6, so we'll fiddle with it. That's all we can do with it. Just fiddle with it. F0, OAV.
But what I did, I turned it off and I set it on the other format, you know, the VP6, whatever it was. You wouldn't have that. Underneath the, you know, to the, whatever it is, this format, it's 6.2 or 2.6. There's some settings you can do in there with buffering and all that. I haven't done a clue what they're all about, so it's not going to be like a twiddle with them. There's 3 different things to twiddle with. I'm guessing they've already set optimum. Shame, really. It's always there, but running like this for a couple of days, it will change, and then when I get back home on Tuesday, all the pages back to board again.
Okay, mate. Yeah. Yeah, it's a shame. It's just too bandwidth hungry. H264 is just too bandwidth hungry. That's what we do. I'll shoot YouTube an email to get them to include the VP6 format in their abilities. Having one format is very narrow-minded and restrictive. I didn't expect that to be the case with YouTube, but it is. Kind of stupid, isn't it, really, for something so big? You think they would accept multiple different formats like they do with you uploading a video. But then it is still beta, so they may come up with new entries just yet. Watch this space on both, so F0 OAV. Gonna go and put the kettle on.
Okay, no sugar for me. I'm just going to look at me run anyway at work. I know I've got to win so many customers. I just want to make sure it's not only me first for you.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Big cup or little cup?
Regular mug. Must be a big regular mug.
Okay, I'll leave it on the side here. The mug, right. Well, I doubled with that station. Go again. F0 OAV.
I think you're hearing things, aren't you? Didn't hear anyone?
Okay, I might be. I've got 4 radios on the go here, so it's confusing. Now tell me I'm hearing things.
That's someone with a boat tank. £4.50 boat tank. I've got to make some photos. I'll be back in a bit.
Catch you in a bit. That's alright, I think.
Various religions in rotation, how would it work?
Well, I think it would be all religions and all ethical traditions as well. You know, we want children, our pupils, to think in a broader sense. We live in this global society where 80-odd% of the world are religious, but how much do we know about our neighbours? How much do we know about other religions? How much do we know about ethical traditions? And the answer is not enough.
When people say that this is a Christian country, how do you respond?
It is a Christian country, and what's changed is that the numbers of other faith communities is about 10%. That didn't happen. That wasn't the case 50 years ago. The church itself has changed with the growth of the evangelical churches, black Pentecostal churches, and of course, you have significant numbers of people who are not religious. They
Hi, is that Mike?
Okay.
Hi Mike, it's Paul, the driver from the bed company.
Hello, Mike.
Alright. Just to let you know that I should be with you in about 35-40 minutes.
Okay, mate, I'm not there. I'll let my wife know, mate. Someone's in, so I'll let them know, no problem at all.
Great, thank you very much. Cheers. Thank
Cheers,
you.
mate. All the best. Thank you.
Cheers,
Bye-bye.
They said, well, what are you going to do? And I said, I'm going to read Jackie. And they said, you can't do that. And I said, I think you better check the 1944 Education Act. And they did.
Oh,
and
wow.
that's right.
So you discovered that not only can you pull yourself out of assembly, you can then read whatever you want.
Absolutely. That's what I did.
But looking back on that rather strong-minded 13-year-old, do you regret what you did?
No, not at all. What I regret is that schools are not plural, because the right not to have a faith is just as important as the right to have a faith. And I felt as if I was being forced to remove myself from the main school simply because I didn't actually want to have this worship imposed on me.
Did you find that the worship was very Christian in character, or was it All Things Bright and Beautiful, which is just basically motherhood and apple pie?
There was always singing a hymn, which I didn't mind. They tended to be a sort of little Christian homily, and I get very argumentative when I'm faced with any kind of religious arguments, and there wasn't any opportunity to put your hand up and say, hang on a minute, I'd like to point out the opposite, you know. And so
was the homily about, was it fire and brimstone, or what?
No, I mean, I suppose it's Anglican, since I've never ever been to church, I don't really know what it was, but it was just, yes, it was about, you know, about what Jesus would have done, that kind of thing. And I always want to argue with that. But I think there is a larger point, which is that you shouldn't have to remove yourself because you don't believe in this. You know, it's unimaginative. I think school assemblies are a really, really good idea because kids tend to mix with their own class and their own year, so it brings you together with the rest of the children in the school. But, you know, there's lots of things you could do. Why not have poetry? Why not have other kinds of music? Why not have, you know, people talking about things from a lot of different faith backgrounds and not faith backgrounds?
Might it not help small children to be told by an adult that God exists?
No, because you see, I don't think there is such a thing as a Muslim child or a Christian child. There are Muslim, Christian, Hindu, whatever parents, but I don't think a child of 5 is actually making up his or her own mind. What they're doing is reflecting their parents' background. And I think school is not about doing that. It's about exposing children to a wide range of views so that as they grow up, they can make their own minds up.
Thank you very much, Joan Smith, novelist, who took herself out of school assemblies when she was 13, about whether they should remain legally required Christian assemblies in schools.
I went to a garden party, reminisced with my old friends, a chance to share old memories, play a song again. When I got to the garden party, they all knew my name, no one recognized me. Didn't look the same, but it's alright now. I learned my lesson well. See, you can't please everyone, so you got to please yourself. People came miles around, every everyone was there. Yoko brought a walrus, there was magic in the air. Over in the corner, much to my surprise, Mr. Hughes in Dylan's shoes, wearing his disguise. But it's alright now, learned my lesson well. Singing can't please everyone, so you got to please yourself. Made them all the old songs, thought that's why they came. No one heard the music, we didn't look the same. I said hello to Mary Lou, she belonged to me. Sang a song about all the time, it was time to leave. But it's alright now, learned my lesson well. Secret can't please everyone, so you got to please yourself.
Hello.
Hi. It's Paul, the driver from the bed company, reference a delivery at Eton Mews North.
Yes.
It's looking at the moment like it's going to be tomorrow morning.
Okay, that's really good of you to let me know.
I couldn't let you know before. I've only just left the factory. So, you're quite way down the run. So, if it's going to be any different from that, I'll keep you updated. But it's looking to be tomorrow morning.
Okay, and could you possibly call me half an hour before?
Yeah, okay, we'll do.
Because I'll have to get somebody.
Sorry? Hello? Hello? 30 minutes.
Your daughter's coming into the teenage years. And also Tyson Fury has some controversial opinions. Should that rule him out of being sports personality of the year? He's a boxer after all. Meanwhile, we are discussing whether schools should be forced by law to have Christian assemblies. If you're saying no, bear in mind they are at the moment. I think a lot of them just pay no attention. Siobhan Moore has been in touch and says, I had no choice but to go to our Christian assembly, but I didn't join in with the prayers. Did you opt out in some way? Derek Butler is in Abergavenny, and Derek says, when I was in the RAF, we would all fall into parade, and an officer would shout, fall out, Roman Catholics and Jews. Then they would give the Church of England men a religious service. Bizarre. Surely they could do a similar thing in schools where children who weren't Christians could be excused to study their own faiths and cultures? Or would they just be larking around and speak with sound Jedi Knight? John Haywood in Ivy Bridge in Devon, you are a former deputy head, so do you think we should lose Christian assemblies?
I think we've got to be very careful. I agree wholeheartedly with your first speaker. I think I've taught in Catholic schools, and you do an assembly based on the Catholic faith, and your biggest worry is that you can get a good thought across to the boys and girls, and something that they will remember. You can inspire them, and depending on your position, inspire the staff. If you're in a non-Catholic school, and I was, I've taught in non-Catholic schools, I think you're trying to do something similar. Rather then be told you've got to do a Christian assembly, and then some schools, unfortunately, maybe not doing anything. I think that's pretty hopeless. I think you've got to do something, and if you spoke about the Muslim faith one day, or you spoke about Hinduism or Buddhism, or people who had doubts, who are agnostic, atheist, etc., I think that's good. I think that there's a place in school for the spiritual, and I would say moral development of children.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Nigel in Somerset says that rather the opposite. This is supposed to be a Christian country. The Queen has one obligation, which is to uphold the Christian faith. She's failed. The downfall of this country is imminent because it is such a godless place. Okay, let's see. Susie Vincent in Southwell. I know. Is it Southwell or Southwell? You tell me, Susie. Is it? I think you get asked that a lot.
Yes.
Okay. What would you like to say?
The last chat that was talking actually makes a lot of sense. It's a moral thing, I think, and I've always brought my son up with morals rather than, saying God this or Jesus that.
Where do you get your morals from? What's your authority for them?
I don't know. I'm not particularly religious myself, but I'm not an atheist. However, my son has kind of developed his own opinion, and he is an emphatic atheist.
Really? How is he? And have you tried to say? Actually, first of all, tell me how old your son is. Let's get the picture here.
He's 15. He's in his first GCSE mock today. Triple science. Tomorrow's RE.
And have you challenged his atheism, or do you think this is actually great?
No, I wouldn't challenge him because I haven't brought him up to believe, to tell him how he should think in this department, because I don't have a say and opinion, shall we say. Yeah. So he's certainly been brought up to believe in what he wants to believe in. He's a scientist, so he's got a scientific look upon things. However, he is very atheist. He goes to a very Christian school. It's the middle school in Southwell, which is a cathedral school. And his RE teacher loves him.
Well, he probably pays attention, that's why.
He gives a different aspect to things. He challenges, everything that's thrown at him, but in a very educated way. He has an educated argument against things, and it ends up as quite a good debate.
Excellent.
And his RE teachers loved him, but it was our choice, I guess, to go to the local comp. I mean, it is a local comp. At the end of the day, I suppose if it was foisted on him to do certain things, I might, if he didn't want to go, we would have found somewhere else.
Okay, Susie, good luck to him for his mocks as well today. That's right, that's the most important thing. Cheers, bye. Bye. John Jack Dasho in Poole, Dorset, says, I'm from Belgium. I was brought up in Catholic schools. Schools should not promote religion at all. It should only be taught at home. I am an atheist. Okay. Adrian Stillwell says, by phone, religion like this has no place in education. Faith schools should be closed down or converted to secular schools, and I guess for all religions. So a lot of people thinking, just not good idea to have any sort of God in school. Andy is near Sevenoaks. But you might want to call out in if you disagree with this. He says, religion in schools is totally unacceptable. It should be illegal to preach any religion in school. People should be left to find religion if they want it when they're old enough to make an informed decision. And let's have one more call quickly. Yvonne de la Bretonnière in Camerton. You agree with all that, Yvonne?
I do agree. Oh, hello, Jeremy. Great program as usual. I do agree. I mean, I didn't have a choice. I had to go to the local schools, which are all Christian faith, and I'm not bothered about that so much, but I think you can say England is a Christian country, but there are also lots of people who are not of any faith.
Isn't it the most fun thing in the world to be confronted by something you disagree with?
Well, I remember my son came home and he said, well, the priest was coming into school, he said, we have to think of God, we must think of God. And he said to me, well, what is God? And why do I have to think of him? And who is him? And he said, well, I'd rather think of my grandfather or grandmother. I said, well, you do that. You don't have to think at all like that, So, I mean, in the end of the day, I took him out of all the assemblies because he didn't want to be told what to think. And I think that's the difference. These children's minds are still quite vulnerable. They have to discover these things for themselves. So I've pulled him out. I'm homeschooling him now. He's, of course, now a little bit more older. And he is informing himself. And I think religion should be taken out of school altogether, but teach it as a faith, teach it as different kinds of religions in this world, teach that is fair enough. But to say England is a Christian country, I think probably more than half the population is not Christian
Thank you
anymore.
very much, Yvonne. Take care.
Okay, thanks, Daddy.
Bye. In the next hour, we discuss anorexia and Tyson Fury. In the news at 1, we'll have the latest on the flooding in Cumbria and Lancaster and parts of Scotland, just to keep you up to date. You really never tell it straight. Don't even know where to begin. But baby, I got one thing I want you to know. Wherever you go, tell me 'cause I'm gonna go. Without your love, so don't fight it. I've been through all the roads, but just gotta ride it. I need you, so stop fighting. I'm loving a mystery, step inside it. You really got me flying tonight. Hey sugar, you almost got me pushed in a fight. Baby, you know one thing I got. Wherever you go, tell me 'cause I'm gonna show. Without your love, so don't fight it. I've been through all the coaster, just gotta ride it. I need you, so stop fighting. I'm loving the mystery, let's get inside it. Can't you feel my heart? Can't you feel my heart? Can't you take my heart? I'm your love, so don't fight it. And speaking of roller coasters,
The FA Cup on the BBC. Anything could happen.
This is a tough one. I will never, ever forget. The FA Cup has provided it yet again.
All the excitement of the FA Cup across the BBC.
There it is. The full-time whistle has blown, and that is a quite stunning result.
Continues with the FA Cup third round draw tonight at 7 on BBC Two.
we have Dr. Sarah Jarvis joining us after the news to discuss how anorexia works in the body and the mind. And also, we talk about the opinions of the boxer Tyson Fury. Do stay with us. BBC Radio 2 online, on digital radio, and on 88 to 91 FM.
With the BBC News at 1 o'clock, this is Jason Kent. Police searching for a man reported to have fallen into floodwaters in Cumbria have found a body. An inquiry into the Glasgow bin lorry crash has found that the tragedy might have been avoided if the driver had told the truth about his history of blackouts. The man's appeared in court, charged with attempted murder in relation to a knife attack at a London Underground station. David Cameron is preparing to visit some of the areas worst affected by the weekend's flooding in Cumbria and Lancashire. A body's been found in the River Kent near Kendal, where an elderly man is reported to have fallen in. Thousands of homes are still without power, schools are closed, and hospitals have had to cancel some operations. The leader of Cumbria County Council has demanded an investigation into the county's flood defences amid claims that they failed to protect people. But Lisa Pinney of the Environment Agency insists they have played an important role.
We've seen record rainfall, record river levels. The fences did a really good job. They bought time for us to be able to warn people, for people to make good decisions and get out safely. That really made a difference. Obviously, in light of this, there'll be a review. Our focus right now is to get the water out of people's homes to make sure those defences are in good shape for any weather that might be coming.
The Prime Minister's spokesman said the government was preparing to offer to help flood-hit communities get back on their feet, details of which will be set out this afternoon in the Commons. As our assistant political editor Norman Smith explains.
The level of the rivers seems to be increasing massively, and that does raise question marks about whether the existing strategy for dealing with flood defences are adequate, not just in Cumbria, but UK-wide. So I expect you will hear from the announcement that the government is going to try and look again at whether the flood defences UK-wide are actually adequate. So it may be actually a much broader announcement than what specifically focused on the situation in Cumbria.
The Glasgow bin congratulations to luck with your new antenna. Harry Clark, who's 58, was unconscious at the wheel when the vehicle veered out of control. From Glasgow, Colin Blaine reports.
Sheriff John Beckett said Harry Clark, the bin lorry driver, had deliberately misled doctors about his fitness to drive, even after an incident where he'd passed out at the wheel of a bus. He'd lied repeatedly in order to gain and retain jobs and licenses. Whether doctors should have greater freedom to report patients' lack of fitness to drive. He also suggested increasing penalties for those failing to disclose a medical condition which might affect their driving ability.
A man's appeared in court charged with attempted murder in connection with a knife attack on the London Underground. The 29-year-old has been remanded in custody. Jane Francis Kelly reports from Westminster Magistrates Court.
Muhyiddin Mire, wearing a grey T-shirt and tracksuit bottoms, confirmed his name, date of birth and address. District Judge Quentin Purdy asked that his handcuffs be removed. He was told he faced a single charge of attempted murder. A 56-year-old man is in a stable condition in hospital following an alleged attack at Leytonstone Tube Station on Saturday evening. The second man received minor injuries. The judge told the defendant his case would be sent to the Old Bailey for a hearing this Friday. He said to Muhyiddin Mire there were substantial grounds for remanding him in custody.
At least 3 Syrian government soldiers have been killed in what the government there says was an airstrike by the US-led coalition. Damascus has condemned the attack and called on the UN Security Council to prevent it happening again. But the American-led coalition has denied that its planes hit a Syrian army position. Johnny Depp's wife, the actress Amber Heard, said that she'll fight charges that she smuggled their 2 dogs into Australia. She was charged in July for failing to declare their Yorkshire Terriers, Pistol and Boo, to the authorities on their arrival in Brisbane in April. Penalties range from a hefty fine to more than 10 years in prison. The transgender actor Holly Woodlawn, who was immortalised in Lou Reed's song Walk on the Wild Side, has died. She was 69 and had been suffering from cancer. David Sillito looks back at a life she once described as fabulous.
Born Geraldo Dan Hagel, Holly Woodlawn's life story became in 1972 the Lou Reed rock classic.
Holly came from Miami, FLA. Hitchhiked away across USA. Plucked her eyebrows on the way, shaved her legs, and then he was a she.
The two didn't really get to know one another until after the song was released. The star of Andy Warhol's film Trash, Holly Woodlawn's moment was brief, but she said the fame, the drugs, the parties, it was fabulous.
In the city a short time ago, the 100 share index was up 30 points at 6,268. And the weather, some heavy showers in northern and western parts and windy in the west, drier and brighter in the south and east. Highs at 13 Celsius in London, 12 in Cardiff and Belfast, and 11 in Edinburgh. And that's the BBC News. It's 1:05.
Shine on, shine the light on me. And all of my life is so that much more I see. Like a little bride, I saw you walking on the earth. Then all I read over.
Simple Minds and Glittering Prize. You enjoyed that, didn't you, Sarah Jarvis? Our song.
My era.
Totally. Now, on an Italian beach, age 16, Tina McGuff was enjoying the sun when one moment changed her life. A rude comment about her bum made her run back to the hotel and force herself to be sick. She thought she was fat as a result. And this moment was the beginning of her battle with anorexia. Her weight dropped to an alarming 4 stone. She had to be force-fed, and in her own words, she wanted to die. An eating disorder involves an abnormal attitude towards food, causing a person to alter their eating habits and behaviour. The main 3 are, as you know, anorexia, bulimia, and binge eating. Or more likely to suffer women for female. In fact, 1 in 250 women will develop anorexia at some point, compared to 1 in 2,000 men. So let us speak to Tina McGuff herself, who I mentioned at the start there. She's Dundee, and Dr. Sarah Jarvis, as you heard, is here too. Good afternoon, Tina.
Good afternoon, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. And it sounds like the beach comment, whatever was said, we're not really sure, but it did something to you.
Yes, I still don't know to this day if I actually imagined this comment or seen it happen for real, or was part of the psychosis that's often associated with mental health issues around anorexia. But yeah, I thought I saw this lady indicate my backside was a little bit large, and it just something physically snapped in my brain, and I ran back to the apartment, and that was it. That was the beginning. I had no idea of anorexia at that moment, and I've never heard of it. I didn't know anything about it, and that's when it started, that very moment on that beach.
And you've written a book about it called Seconds to Snap, which is really, really detailed about your own mind as you go into this thing. And you describe how you run back to the hotel and you look in the mirror and you say, my goodness, I look like an elephant. Look at the thunder thighs.
Yes. And
the fat bum and the arms. So you've almost, your view of your own body at that point just explodes. Is that right?
Yeah, I changed from being what I thought was a normal teenager to suddenly seeing myself in a horrific way through my eyes from my brain. So clearly something had happened in my head, but I didn't understand it at the time. Obviously now I do, but yeah, it was horrendous.
And you then went into this whole anorexia, and then it past it. I was really interested. It was very, very heavy duty physical training. So you would do push-ups and sit-ups and press-ups and star jumps every single day. You get up early to do them, actually.
Yeah.
I'd get up at 4 or 5 in the morning sometime, or most of the time, as long as I physically could, and just thousands a day, as much as I could. In fact, I passed out at the local swimming pool in the toilets one day, and the lady who was sweeping up the water had to pull me out from under the toilet door because I was unconscious because I hadn't eaten and I was so physically exhausted.
So you put your body really right to the extreme, didn't you?
Yes, absolutely, all the time. Because everything counted towards losing weight, every second.
And I know there were moments where either your parents or friend or boyfriend said, wait, you are too thin now, but you never really heard that.
No, because you don't care what they're saying, because once you're in that particular way of thinking, nothing can get through that, and you're in denial anyway. So it's an addiction. It's like every other kind of addiction. You're addicted to this way of thinking, and nothing can get through to that.
I was really interested when your father just said, hey Tina, you've lost a lot of weight, which you think might help you. You actually felt exhilarated by that and thought, next time he sees me, I need to have lost even more.
Yeah, because it's like almost a goal. If someone sees something and you're thinking, well, I've achieved something, so I can make an even bigger achievement and the world notice. But it's funnily enough, you actually don't want them to notice at the same time because you don't want them to get in the way.
And how low did you go?
Yeah, I got really low. I was down to 4 stone. It was horrific. That point in my life, I just wanted to shrivel up and die, and I literally was doing that. And if it wasn't for the intervention of being sectioned and forced to be fed, I would have died.
But in the hospital where they took on your care, they were trying to do a kind of reward system and so on for you. And it sounds like you felt that was really degrading.
Well, awful in the sense that when you went to the toilet, now you think about, as a young woman anyway, you're ashamed of your body, well I was, and you're very conscious of things, but when you're anorexic, you're hiding everything about yourself, and I had to get taken to the showers with a nurse, or into the bath, into the toilet, so I didn't want to do anything with them standing in front of me, so I felt awful about these things, but to be honest, if they hadn't done that, I wouldn't be here today.
And 4 stone is on the edge of death, isn't it, really?
Yeah, everything had kind of packed up. I had nothing left in my body. There was nothing coming out apart from like a mucus, and any urine that attempted to come out through the catheter they forced in was bright red. I mean, there was nothing. Well, it was very dark red. It was just blood from getting it in. It was just horrific. There was nothing of me.
So what was the turning point?
There was a few things, but one of the things was I hadn't seen my family for a while because I wasn't allowed to see them either due to this regime I was on, and I hadn't seen Dad. I assumed that everybody had just forgotten about me, but bear in mind my brain wasn't functioning correctly due to malnourishment, and I happened to look over at the nurse's station from my bed, and I saw my dad looking over to me, and he was demanding to see me, and the look on his face was something no father should look at their child like. It was horrendous. It was horror, pain, anguish, and he put his hand to his mouth and he got ushered out very quickly, and that was one of the moments that really got through to my brain.
Because you suddenly realised what you were, in a way.
Yeah, I saw the horror in his eyes, and I didn't want him to look at me like that, and then I also realised that he did care, and somebody did care, because, as I say, they did obviously care, but in my mind it wasn't working. I thought no one cared.
Your book is called Seconds to Snap, but let me bring in Sarah Jarvis. What a story!
It's an extraordinary story. Tragically, it's not that uncommon. In 25 years of my practice, unfortunately, I've seen many young women go through either what Tina's gone through, some cases very often not quite as bad as what she's done, and unfortunately they haven't always survived.
And Tina had the moment of realising the pain she was causing her dad, which turned the corner for her, but not everybody has that moment.
Absolutely not. One of the big issues with anorexia is that you believe that you are fat. In fact, some people who have anorexia and are absolutely stick thin, they're like little birds, believe that they are morbidly obese. That's part of the sort of classic features of anorexia that you do not see what anybody else does, and therefore when somebody, Tina can look back now and she paints this beautiful picture of saying, you know, actually I look back now and I realise they saved my life, but at the time I hated them for it. And that is so common with anorexia. Your child, because it usually, but not always, is young people. It's usually, but not always, girls/women rather than men/boys. They will fight you every single step of the way. They will do whatever they can. And interestingly, people who have anorexia are very, very often extremely clever. They are extremely good at hiding the fact they're not eating. They may be obsessed with making everybody else in the house eat. They'll be cooking all the time. And funny enough, when you sit down to eat, they've always just had so much time to eat themselves.
Tina, you're in your 40s now, I understand, so you're really looking back at this book, and I was just struck by the back of it. It says Tina McGuff's life was perfect, or so she thought, and it goes through your happy family situation. I just sometimes wonder whether perfection is what causes it in some way. You want to keep it perfect.
I think what happened with me is because I thought I had this great family life, and then it was rocked to the core by a divorce, and I felt I wasn't able to protect my little sisters, and I think the strain of that was what caused mine ultimately. I felt like I was failing them, so I was a failure as a young person, even though I wasn't, but at the time you don't understand what's going on. And yet I also tried to regress a little bit back to being cared for and wishing that my life was back to the way it used to be. So often, yeah, it is partly that, yes.
And can you offer any advice to, let's say, a mum who is listening now whose daughter is, you know, on the edge of this thing?
I spend a lot of my time now going around meeting people and doing talks, and I have lots of communications from parents right now who are suffering, you know, going through this. And to me now as a parent, it's just devastating, you know. And they've obviously read the book, hence the reason they've been in touch. And they're going for help. They're trying to access as much help as they can. But I keep saying to them, you know, just give as much as you can, love, be there to support them. They can't change it directly. They can just be there to love and support their children, obviously make sure they're getting the best help they can.
Do you see it as a...
There's a clinician that said to a parent that I was speaking to recently, just take your daughter home, force food in her mouth. And it's just ridiculous. And someone had said to another father I speak to, she's called Iona, and they said, why don't you just take her and get her some McDonald's or something? I'm sure she'll just eat that. You know, sometimes it's just horrendous, and it's about educating people into how complicated this illness is, and you really need a lot of help to get out of it.
Thank you very much, Steve. Tina McGuff suffered anorexia. Book is called Seconds to Snap. Talking to us from Dundee. Sarah Jarvis is here, and we'll play some music and then talk about this further with you if you want to call us. 0500 288 291.
Are we going insane? Do we need to explain? I feel like we know it. Am I doing it right? 'Cause when you show me that candlelight, I don't wanna blow it. Coming in, let me know if you like it. Show me you like it. Show me excited. I can lose it all, it won't be nothing. Somehow I don't think I'd ever care. 'Cause every time I'm with you, I feel warm.
KZT. Listen through on UK 235 for any calls.
Seal on Radio 2 with Dr. Sarah Jarvis. We're talking about anorexia. I always want you to tell us what you think we should talk about now, Sarah.
Well, it's anorexia. Don't forget it's not the only eating disorder. And one of the big issues is that while anorexia has a very physical, obvious symptom, which is that you are grossly underweight, we mustn't underestimate the issues that people have with things like compulsive overeating or binge eating and bulimia, because people who have bulimia are clearly often normal weight or sometimes overweight. People who have compulsive overeating are often very, very overweight. Now, I know that there's all sorts of stuff out there about obesity, and I do know that the majority of people who have obesity do not have an underlying eating disorder, but we need to be very, very aware. This awful thing in the media recently about people being fat shamed, I just think it was tragic, because if you've got somebody,
on the tube,
if you've got somebody who's got an underlying eating disorder, there is an eating disorders group called BEAT who are absolutely fantastic, and they look at the underlying psychological causes and try and provide support for that. Can you imagine what it would do to you? You know, Tina mentioned when she was talking about what triggered her problems that she saw somebody she thinks who said, "You're fat." That in her case, I think she was very, very vulnerable anyway, as she says in her book, but it was enough to trigger that sort of eating disorder behaviour. If you've got bulimia or if you've got compulsive overeating or binge eating, then people are not going to know there's anything wrong with you. And tragically, of course, on the one hand, we have the media, which even today is telling models that they need to thin to the bone, that being super skinny is not skinny enough. On the other hand, we've got all the problems with obesity, and quite rightly, statistically, even though anorexia has one of the highest death rates of any psychiatric illness, the fact is, statistically, you are much more likely to die from being overweight than you are from being underweight.
If you are the parent of girls, and they are, you know, they're going to be teenagers at some point, obviously you stressed about this, and the main overarching health message is don't eat rubbish and get fat. That seems to be what all you guys are saying.
Yeah.
But you're actually, as the father, you're thinking, no, I'm not worried about that, because we can sort that out with exercise in due course. I'm worried that suddenly something that is said loops my child into anorexia and you just never get out.
Well, it won't
because you don't
happen.
Obesity doesn't kill teenage girls.
No, obesity doesn't kill
Anorexia does.
Teenage girls. However, we have now reached the stage where, you know, in the East End of London, they have an adolescent type 2 diabetes clinic for under 20s who are so overweight that their pancreas basically can't cope anymore. Type 1, type 2 diabetes, completely different conditions in terms of cause. Type 2 is largely to do with being overweight, and we have got an epidemic. And unfortunately, patterns in teenagehood, you very rarely get out of them.
Okay, Sarah, not your real name, in Frodsham. Now, you got anorexia at the age of 12, Sarah.
Yes, that's right, Jeremy. Good afternoon.
And you're now in your 30s, are you?
I'm 41.
What, so you've had it all that time?
Yes, yeah. I was obviously quite poorly before I was 12 years old as well, but I think it was probably identified by other doctors that I was seeing at the time for other problems that I was starting to lose weight. And then when I was a couple of months away from my 15th birthday, I was admitted to a psychiatric ward, specifically for children. And I was in there for 2 years.
Oh.
So yeah, it was a long time, especially at a period of your life. And I really could resonate with Tina, with the treatment that she had about you had to eat in front of people, you had to toilet in front of people. I was on complete bed rest for 4 months. And that included, I couldn't dangle my feet over the edge of the bed. I couldn't sit up in bed. I had to be completely stationary. And at the time you just think these people are saying they want to make me better, but actually I feel like hanging myself. And
why did you have to be stationary the whole time?
Because they don't want you to they don't want you to use any energy up at all.
Oh, I see.
While you're on this bed rest, so they don't want you sort of jigging around in a bed. They want you, and you're completely monitored the whole time, 24/7.
And now that you're 41, you can see it much more rationally, and you're describing it rationally now. So can you not get out of it in a rational way?
It's very tricky, actually, because, yes, I am talking about it rationally. I am still on antidepressants. I still talk to a counsellor on every 3-week basis, a private counsellor. But I'm an adult. I've now got a child of my own, a daughter who's 5.5, and I'm well. I'm 9 stone. I do exercise a lot. So yes, when I was in the very acute stages, which have happened quite a few times in my life after very serious events like bereavements as well have happened, and then I've been poorly afterwards, you're not in a clear thinking, and you don't know you're not in a clear thinking period of your life. But as since I hit my 30s, I've met a wonderful man. We married, and he loves me for everything that I am, and he has helped me find out who I am and how to get the counselling and treatment that I've needed since. And I've been well. I would say probably for the last 12 months.
Well, that's really good. Sarah Jarvis, your thoughts?
What would you say is your relationship with food now, Sarah? I'm guessing you've come a very long way, but what's your relationship with food now?
It's okay, and I'd probably say it's okay. So, if girlfriends ask me to go out for a meal and drinks, I'll go. But I'm the kind of person that I probably won't eat a lot. A lot of women probably don't do that. But interestingly, you were talking about people who binge eat as well. But I feel I do swing into that path as well now I'm older.
And what do you feel about your weight? Do you think your weight's just about right?
No. I don't think I'll ever be happy. I hate my body. I still hate my body. My husband's on the phone now. He'd say, she shows it all the time. Obviously, I don't say it in front of my daughter. But I would prefer to be a hell of a lot lighter than what I am now.
That's interesting. And that's at the heart of all of it, Sarah.
And I think tragically that is. It's a real shame. Sarah's come a long way. It's really good to hear that she's battled some of her demons. I only hope she can find the strength not to pass on any of her anxieties to her daughter, because that's the key.
Dr. Sarah Jarvis, and Sarah as well, thank you very much for talking to us about eating disorders on Radio 2.
It's the most significant state for American music.
This music that we celebrate, when you draw it on a map, there's this one very glaring thing right in the middle of all of it. It's where we live, where we work, and it's called Mississippi.
And its capital city is home to an independent record company that's outlasted all of its more famous rivals.
Shauna Scotbury presents the story of Malaco Records.
When you have a big hit record, it's just like the sun has come out again. You have cash flow and income, and you get a lot of people that want to come with on.
Malaco Records, the last soul company.
Wednesday night from 10 on BBC Radio 2.
We're going to talk very soon about whether Tyson Fury should be ruled out of the shortlist for BBC Sports Personality of the Year. And before that, we have Bobby Pryor here. Hi.
Jeremy, thank you. Of course, Storm Desert has left so much flooding and also considerations if you're heading out on public transport. So Just going to flag up for you. BBC Local Radio, of course, has a full list in your area, but just to bring you up to date, things that are still ongoing because there's flooding in Perth, Lockerbie, Kelso, also Carlisle, Kendal and Lancaster. Between the M6 and Junction 43, Carlisle and Brampton, the A69 is closed and it's flooded. So many routes there. Police are saying, please don't travel if you absolutely have to. I know that's a very difficult decision. Between Coppermouth and Carlisle, the A595 is flooded. There's also M6 northbound, 17 to 18, up towards Holmes Chapel. There was an accident earlier. It has cleared the accident, but there's very long delays. Also on the M62 eastbound, there's an accident 21 to 22. Don't wish for more. They've reopened all the lanes, but you've still got some slow traffic through there. The A14 westbound has to fix this.
Oh, that went nice and easy. And I've got a £10 tip. Blimey, everyone's feeling Christmassy. £10 tip for every delivery between now and Christmas, blimey. That'd be good, wouldn't it? So,
hitchhiked away across USA, plucked her eyebrows on the way, shaved her legs, and then he was a she says, hey babe, take a walk on the wild side. Said, hey honey, take a walk on the wild side. Andy came from out on the island, and the neighbor, she was everybody's darling, but she never lost her head, even when she was given head. She says, hey babe, take a walk on the wild side. Said, hey babe, take a walk on the wild side. And the colored girls go do 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 Little Joe never once gave it away. Everybody had to pay and pay. A hustle here and a hustle there. New York City is the place where they said, hey babe, take a walk on the wild side. I said, hey Joe, take a walk on the wild side. Sugar Plum Fairy came and hit the streets, looking for soul food and a place to eat. Went to the Apollo, should have seen him go. I said, hey sugar, take a walk on the wild side. I said, hey babe, take a walk on the wild side. Alright. Jackie is just speeding away. Thought she was James Dean for a day. Then I guess she had to crash. Valley of wood felt that fish. Said, hey babe, take a walk on the wild side. He said, hey my man, Take a walk on the wild side and the cold girls say
The woman who inspired that record has died. Lou Reed, Walk on the Wild Side, BBC Radio 2. Now, last week, the BBC announced their shortlist for the 2015 Sports Personality of the Year award. And one of the nominees has attracted a lot of attention and criticism for his views on homosexuality and women. Before winning the World Boxing Heavyweight Championship, British boxer Tyson Fury compared homosexuals to paedophiles in an interview with the Mail on Sunday. And he surprised many in the sport and won the championship crown. So he went on the BBC Awards shortlist, but an online petition was started calling on him to be removed. Been signed by 70,000 people now. They're calling Tyson homophobic and say his comments are a bad influence on young people in sport. He responded that the petition was signed by, I quote, 50,000 wankers. At the weekend, Tyson added fuel to the fire in an online interview by saying this.
Stand up for me, please. My wife's there. Her job's cooking and cleaning, looking after these kids, that's it. Nova. But she does get to make some decisions. What she's going to cook me for tea and Nick when I get home.
Yes, his wife's job is cooking and cleaning. Do you think he should be removed as a contender for the Sports Personality of the Year award because of these comments? We actually, funny enough, Tyson heard that we were doing this item and he got in touch and he's on the line. Tyson Fury, welcome.
Good afternoon, BBC Radio 2 listeners.
Good afternoon. And firstly, the key thing, many congratulations on becoming the undisputed champion of the world. That's very important.
Thank you very much.
So, what sort of message do you think would it send out if you won Sports Personality of the Year?
Listen, I believe I should be winning Sports Personality of the Year because if it's about sporting achievements and it's about personality, then I'm a winner hands down. But if we want to go on people's opinions and views, then I have split opinions and views. So if that's going to hamper my performance on winning or losing, then it's clearly not a fair contest, is it?
I know that you've said that it's not doesn't require any personality to drive a car around a track 100 times or hit a tennis ball.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
But it does to win the World Boxing Championship.
Well, most definitely. I would say, and a lot of people will agree with me on this, that I'm the biggest sports personality in this country. Nobody's got a bigger personality than me. But clearly, if it's about personalities, then I should win this hands down. If it's about sporting achievements, I should win it hands down. Because there's been no other heavyweight in a long time, or boxer from England who's been to a super champion's backyard, the reigning heavyweight champion of the world for 11 years, who's going down in history as one of the greatest heavyweight fighters of all time, in people's opinions. And I've been to Germany in his own back garden, dethroned him, and I've represented Great Britain and Ireland. There's never ever been that before. So that's an achievement that will never ever be done again.
Well, no questioning the achievement there, but the criticism is about the comments afterwards. For example, saying Jessica Ennis-Hill slaps up good, looks good in a dress, and a woman's best place is in the kitchen and on her back.
Well, yeah, I did say that. So, and can you just rephrase the first statement you made? Jessica Ennis slaps up good. Do you really know what that means? It means she looks good when she's got makeup on.
Yeah.
That was my opinion on that.
Oh, no, I know that, yeah.
Yeah, and I do think she looks good in a dress. I believe all women look good in dresses. I'll say that again. I'll say that again. I think all women do look good in dresses, and is that a crime if I think a woman looks good in a dress?
I think the objection is maybe that the comment is on how Jessica looks rather than on her achievements.
Well, I wasn't asked on her achievements. I was asked a question about Jessica Ennis, and I do think she looks really thick in a dress. That's just my opinion. If there's people out there who think she looks ugly, well, they should keep their opinions to themselves.
And then just the other one I wanted to ask you about, Tyson, was this thing that the...
Please keep them coming.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of people out there who want to hear what we're going on about.
Sure. You say that there are three things that need to be accomplished before the devil comes home, meaning I think the devil takes charge of everything, and one of them is homosexuality being legal.
Homosexuality, abortion, and paedophilia.
Right. And then...
them three things need to be accomplished before the world finishes. Now, that's what the Bible tells me, right? So, it may take a while before them three things have to be accomplished, but make no mistake, them three things must be accomplished before the world finishes. Whether it takes 1,000 years, 2,000, 10,000 years, 2 days, who knows how long it's going to take, but them three things need to be accomplished. Now, that ain't what I am taught through my scriptures.
Okay, the Bible doesn't...
say I hate... Hold on a minute, I'm talking.
Yeah, go on.
I didn't say I hate homosexuals. I didn't say I hate lesbians or gay people or whoever. I didn't say I hate them. I just said that them three things need to be accomplished before the world ends.
All right. The Bible doesn't mention abortion, but as a detail.
Well, it's all a part of this, what I'm talking about. It's all in there somewhere.
Is it?
So, you want to go and have a look? Go and have a look.
All right. What would you say, Tyson, to somebody who's a big fan of yours, and they're gay, and they when you win your championship, they're celebrating until the moment when they hear you say that if homosexuality is legal, the devil is going to take possession of the entire world.
Hold on a minute. You're trying to put words in my mouth and trying to make me out to be an evil person. I don't hate anybody. Let's make this one clear, loud and clear on Radio BBC 2. I don't hate anybody. My Lord and my Saviour, Jesus Christ, does not hate anybody. All he teaches is love. Love your neighbour. Love your fellow human being. He didn't come here to persecute homosexuals and everybody else and all the sinners in the world and everybody and myself and you and everybody else. He came here to teach us love. And if we repent of our sins, we may be forgiven and enter the kingdom of God. That's what he preached. So let's not try and make me out to be some evil person and I hate gays and this and that, because I don't hate anybody.
All right.
I can actually say I don't hate anybody. The only thing I have for people is love. And that's what the world needs to realise. Tyson Fury loves his fellow human being. He doesn't hate anybody. What a man does in his own home and with his own people is his own problems. It's his own life. I have no say on anybody else's life. Who am I to judge?
Tyson, hold on there.
I can't turn a grey hair brown. So I have no authority to judge anybody on their actions. And it also tells me, whoever hasn't sinned, persecute that person first and throw the first stone. I'm a sinner. I'm a natural born sinner. We all are. We all need to repent of our sins. So I'm no special person, and I don't have any hate for anybody. So you've heard it from a nutshell, haven't you?
We've heard it. We've heard it. Stay right there. Peter Tatchell is a human rights campaigner listening to that, and we've had a good long explanation from Tyson there, Peter, about why you shouldn't have signed that petition.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank Tyson very much for coming on the programme and expressing his point of view. I'm really glad he did that. I'd also like to pay tribute to a stunning victory. That was a really absolute world-class victory. My only sorrow is that it has been somewhat overshadowed and tarnished by these comments about homosexuality and about women's place in society. That's my sorrow, because you deserve every accolade, Tyson, you can get.
Perfect.
And I'm just
saddened to what you're trying to say and these allegations against me. I have no disrespect for women. I love my women, my wife, my mother, my sister-in-laws, my cousins, everybody. And that, what I said goes to my wife alone. She knows her place, I know her place. That's our culture of people. That has nothing to do with the world or anybody else. And if I was a normal person, I wasn't in the spotlight, no one would be making a scene about what I say to my wife.
But can't you
see,
see, Tyson?
I am in the spotlight, and people are making a scene of it.
But can't you see, Tyson, that, sadly, historically, sport has had a lot of prejudice against women, prejudice against black people, prejudice against gays and lesbians. And we're trying to create a level playing field in sport where everybody can feel equal and included. And if you come out, or other people come out with negative comments about women or gay people, it diminishes that principle that sport should be open to everyone.
What negative comments have I said about women or gay people?
Well, those comments you said about your wife's place, and by implication, the place of all women should be in the kitchen.
No. the thing, if you look at the interview, people take parts out of the interview that they want to make a big issue out of it. But if you actually go and look at the interview, they asked me, what do I think about women in sports? And I think it's brilliant that women are in sports. If anybody's talented enough and good enough to do anything in sports or anything in life, who is anybody to say you can't do that because you're white, you're black, you're a woman, you're gay, you're not gay, you're disabled? Look, we have disabled athletes who win gold medals for countries. Should we say you can't do that because you're disabled? I have no issue with anybody winning or doing stuff for their country or for their own self. Or for the family, whatever reason they're going to do it for, I have no issues with that.
All right. Thank you very much. Stay with us, Tyson. We've got the guy who started the petition to remove you from the Sports Personality of the Year shortlist on the line, ready to speak to you.
Elevate your sight to rest my eyes in shades of green under dreaming skies to each compartment of did you do that? I got high. Did you feel that? When I cried, why did you say? Tell you why? It's all too beautiful. It's all too beautiful. It's all too beautiful. It's all too beautiful. You inclined to blow my mind, and takes me apart. They all come out to feel my heart. The eyes that come and say. Tell you what I'll do. I'll do for you. I'd like to go now. You can miss our school. What's that? Why go to learn the world of me? We'll get high. We touch it. Up to the sky. She said, I'll tell you why. It's all too beautiful. It's all too beautiful. It's all too beautiful. It's all too beautiful. You inclined to blow my mind. Some people taste like love. You inclined to blow my heart. The eyes that have this way. It's all too beautiful. 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 It's all too beautiful.
Small faces, we are joined by the champion boxer, heavyweight boxer of the world, Tyson Fury, and let's see, we have actually got on the line the gentleman who started this petition to remove Tyson from the Sports Personality of the Year Awards shortlist in Edinburgh, Scott Cuthbertson. Hi, Scott.
Good afternoon, Jeremy.
And Tyson is listening. Why don't you want him to win? Because you can tell he's got a lot of personality, that's for sure.
He just explained how he loves everybody, and yet he's repeatedly made degrading, insulting, homophobic and sexist remarks. He's been fined for it by the boxing authorities in the past, and as recently as yesterday, he tweeted conflating homosexuality with paedophilia.
Go on, Tyson.
Yeah, I only tweeted what the BBC wrote an article. So if you've got a problem with it, go and speak to the BBC because they wrote the article.
But you said it was right.
The newspaper was The Guardian.
You said you were right to conflate homophobia, homosexuality with paedophilia. You said that you were right to do that.
And why did I say I was right to do it?
Well, I don't know. You tell me.
I said here's how I associate paedophilia with homosexuality. The BBC wrote an article. You can go and check it out. If you don't believe it, it's there for your eyes to see. You've read the article, well, you understand then where I'm coming from, don't you?
No, not at all. I mean, if you read to the end of that article, the BBC disassociate paedophilia with homosexuality.
We're not here to associate or dissociate. my religious beliefs have nothing to do with daily routine life. And all you're trying to do is make me out to be some evil person that I hate people and all that. And everybody can clearly hear that I have no hate for nobody. And if anybody wants to do anything in life, then it's a free world to go and do it, isn't it? And achieve it. Who is anybody to say you can't do this and you can't do that?
Scott, what he said was, he says there are 3 things that need to be accomplished before the devil comes home. One of them is homosexual being legal, one of them is abortion, and the other one is paedophilia. So that was the original comment. Now,
yeah, that was the comment.
Right. So, Scott, it's maybe you could say, in Tyson's defence, it's a bit of a stretch to say that is comparing being gay to being a paedophile.
Oh, no, he did actually do that yesterday on his tweet. Well, I mean, what I'm saying, Tyson is fully entitled to his views, and he's got a lot of them, and we're hearing a lot about them all over the media. He's fully entitled to those views. But this is about the BBC then putting Tyson up as a role model to our young people. Now,
I'm a role model to young people. Very big role model as well. 6'9" version of a role model.
He sounds a bit of a knob, really, doesn't he? Back in a bit.
And I've made it to be the #1 fighter on the planet, the heavyweight champion of the world. If that's not a role model to kids, I don't know what is.
All right, let me bring in Lewis.
Anybody can do it.
Okay,
anybody
point
can
taken.
come from anywhere and become a champion or do something positive with their life. If that ain't a role model, I don't know what is.
Scott Cuthbertson,
thank
you.
Back a little bit.
Hang on, Tyson, just a sec. We haven't got that much time. Let me just bring in Lewis Nichols, who's listening in Penzance. So you're listening. Is this reassured you, Lewis?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, with Tyson, he reminds me a lot when I interviewed the Westboro Baptist Church. He has that kind of thing about him. He just goes on and on and on. My point wasn't, I've read the comments, I know what he said, but he's a role model for people. He's one of the greatest boxers of our time, and people do look up to him.
He's
so I think
listening now, you can say,
they're just rude and they're not needed, and people look up to this guy, and it's totally not right.
Okay,
then hold on, let me have my say then, shall I?
Okay,
Let me just say, I don't think that homosexuals and paedophiles are alike. Of course I can tell the difference. 2 adults consenting to have sex with each other. It's nothing like an adult messing with a child, is it? So let's not make any mistakes. I don't think gay people are like homosexuals. That is not what I said.
Paedophiles, yeah.
I like paedophiles, sorry.
Right.
Yeah,
so,
because obviously 2 adults consenting to love each other is a different matter to an adult messing with a child.
And
everybody knows that. Everybody who's got a brain knows that.
So what is the problem, Lewis? What's the problem then?
The problem with what I have with Tyson is the fact he reminds you of the Katie Hopkins type person. He has a view.
So I remind you of somebody. What's the problem?
And what is actually
your problem?
The problem is you influence people with what you say. I mean, like you did say the 3 things. You're putting homosexuality like it's a sin, and it's not a sin.
I'm man enough to say anything in the beginning. I'm man enough to back it up. That's what I said.
You're making out as if homosexuality is a sin, and you're making it sound like it's something very bad, and that's not fair.
Excuse me. There's lots of things in this life that are sins. And whoever hasn't sinned can throw the first stone at me and kill me with it. Because we're all sinners. Now, sin can go from A to Z. Now, if you don't believe in God and you don't believe in any of the scriptures, then you don't believe in sins. So then there's no point in me having this debate with you, is there?
Okay,
because
thank you.
We're totally different on a different page.
Thank you very much, Tyson Fury, who is the undisputed heavyweight champion in boxing of the world. And I hope none of what's just been said detracted from that incredible sporting achievement. And then various others like Peter Tatchell and Lewis Nichols we heard there. And Scott Cuthbertson, who started the petition to remove him from the shortlist for BBC Sports Personality of the Year. And whatever the last half hour proved, it's given you a better idea of who Tyson is, I'm sure. glad we gave you chapter and verse on exactly what he said there, because it's so important in these situations that you hear the actual quote. Bert is in Leighton and says it would certainly be offensive if a gay boxer said something hateful about Tyson Fury's ethnic background. It seems we don't take action against homophobia the same way we do against racism. Denise in Birmingham says Tyson gets my vote. He has got a personality, that's for sure. How many nominees or past winners have vile views which Tyson appears not to have, but keep them quiet for the sake of political correctness? Question. Steve Wright in the afternoon on his way. Sir Trevor McDonald is on with Steve and the etiquette expert William Hanson. And also, we've got the Royal Blackburn Hospital in Lancashire picking the non-stop oldies, which sounds great. Thank you for your company. And I hope to see you tomorrow as well. I think Eggheads is on tonight, BBC 2, 6 o'clock. Don't want to forget about that. BBC Radio 2, 88 to 91 FM. Cheerio.
BBC News at 2 o'clock. This is Nikki Cardwell. The government has said it's preparing to offer extra support to help communities get back on their feet in the wake of the flooding in Cumbria and Lancashire. Thousands of properties are still without power, many schools remain closed, and some people are still being rescued from their homes in dinghies. The leader of Cumbria County Council wants an investigation into why flood defences didn't hold. But the Environment Agency says the defences did buy people time to get out. David Cameron, who's due to visit the worst-hit areas, said lessons would be learned.
What we must do now is to make sure everything is done to help in this phase of dealing with the floods. Then there's the vital recovery phase. And of course, as part of that, we should sit down again with the Environment Agency, look at the flood schemes that have been built, look at the level of rainfall and the level of flooding that there was, and ask what more can we do? You know, why were some of these schemes overtopped?
The BBC has learned that a decision on whether to build a new runway at Heathrow or Gatwick looks likely to be delayed for at least 6 months. It's understood more time is needed to allow environmental reviews to be carried out. An inquiry into the Glasgow bin lorry crash has found that the tragedy could have been avoided if the driver had not lied about his history of blackouts. Harry Clark, who's 58, was unconscious at the wheel when the vehicle veered out of control 3 days before Christmas last year, killing 6 people. Sheriff John Beckett found that reasonable precautions could have prevented the crash. David Wilson is a lawyer for one of the victims.
Sheriff Beckett has recognised that there are things that can be done to ensure that drivers are encouraged to report their medical conditions. What must be remembered is that Harry Clark is not unique. There are probably uncountable number of other drivers who are driving and putting not only themselves at risk but members of the public every time they go behind the wheel.
A man from East London has appeared at Westminster Magistrates Court charged with attempting to murder a London Underground passenger on Saturday. Mahedi Mira, who's 29, was remanded in custody. Beijing has issued its highest alert for air pollution for the first time. A warning's been issued saying the Chinese capital would be blanketed in heavy smog from Tuesday until Thursday. The actor Nicholas Smith, best known for playing Mr. Rumbold in the BBC comedy Are You Being Served, has died. He was 81.
Oh dear, this is most unfortunate. I shall have to deliver the news personally. Fortunately, though, tact and sensitivity are two of my strongest points.
Oh, before you go, Jeff, who's this for?
What?
With regard to your eyes, the answer is no.
Oh, yes, I forgot. It's for you.
Nicholas Smith played the role of a floor manager at the fictitious department store Grace Brothers up until the sitcom's end in 1985 and was the last surviving member of the cast. BBC News at 3 minutes past 2 and next at 3.
Thanks very much, Nikki. Thank you, Jeremy. 6 p.m. tonight, Egghead, 6 p.m. 6 p.m. Just saying. Monday, 7th of December 2015, live till 5. It's the big show. It's Steve Wright in the afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Steve Wright in the afternoon. Now playing everywhere.
Ray-Bans on and I'm feeling hella cool tonight. Yeah, everybody's proud, but don't nobody try to fight. Yeah, cheers to the freaking weekend. Drink to that, yeah. Oh, that's a gem on top of it. Drink to that, yeah. Don't let the get the time. There's a party at the bar, everybody put your glasses on. Got my Ray-Bans on and I'm feeling hella cool tonight. Yeah, everybody's vibing, but don't nobody try to fight. Yeah, cheers to the freaking weekend. Drink to that, yeah. Oh, let the demo come drink. Drink to that, yeah.
Morning. Yeah.
Yeah, just up in the courtyard.
Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's supposed to get up there. Well, that chicken didn't half run quick. Bloody hell, I've got to get out of here now, haven't I? Ain't going to be easy. Look at that posters on the corner. What a stupid place to put it. Should have bloody carried them from down there, really. Okay, there's no bloody aerial left on here. Jesus Christ.
Joe's here. Ride my seesaw. You can email us right through the afternoon. Love to hear from you. You know that. Steve.wright@bbc.co.uk. Tell us what you're up to. Text 88291 and tweet us at BBC Radio 2. Thank you. Good afternoon. This is Steve Wright in the afternoon. Heavy rain affecting the north and west of the UK now, with flood warnings in place for many parts of Scotland and yellow weather warnings still in effect for Northern Ireland. Winds turning to gales on western coast, but further south and east it's going to be brighter and drier, feeling milder than of late, thank goodness. High of 15 in Pershore. Tonight, heavy rain spreading in from the west overnight with windy situation almost everywhere. Lights on, sunset this afternoon in Falkirk, 3:42. In Manchester, 3:51. And in Bournemouth at 4:03. Playing everywhere. Every time I look into your loving eyes, I see love and money just can't buy. Humble from you, I drift away, afraid that you are here to stay. Anything you got it. Anything you need, you got it. You got it. Every time I hold you, I begin to understand. Everything about you tells me I'm your man. I live my life to be with you. No one can do the thing you do. Anything you want, you got it. Anything you need, you got it. Anything at all, you got it. You got it.
This is where you just go backwards slowly with your hazard lights on and hope that someone's going to stop. Can't hear anyone coming.
Susan.
Right, there's a guy on a motorbike there with no crash helmet. Must be a kid, he's trying to wheelie it. Not doing too good either. Well, now he's going back again. That old boy on the bike was indicating that he's a bit of a lunatic, that fella. Yeah, don't know, yeah, Brian, your mate lives down here, didn't he? On this housing estate on the left. Chigwell Charlie.
The ladies do Catholic, but yeah, a little bit. Let's go in general, just get surprised, and the chance full on same building of just the Christmas objects, so it's not brilliant, and back from nice one, well done, Frank. I'll go away on zero account. Only, I felt we're in the cabin. So yeah. Looking through audio on the radio you're using. Nice audio there. So, no possible, so nothing. Just I'm going to say mobile. Very strong in the background. That's working well. I did curse myself the other way because I did say that's it. I'm struggling again this side of Greece. Straight that's it. You get 3 jobs on the 3 jobs on the top down there. Yes, I should say. Right now, listen to every time what you have around there.
Some nice houses round here, that's for sure. 61, nearly there. Do you know what? I think I come here when they were still building this place. I'm bloody sure I did. It's still a building site last time I come here. They got another bloody monstrous bed to deliver.
Tango Kilo. This is Flight 6 November, Bravo Zulu, course it don't be repeated. Receiving over.
Nigel, you got it spot on. Very good signal.
I'm putting out some balloons and lighting some candles here. Really pleased I managed to sort this one out. Quick question if I may. My signal strength from Danbury is going way past the 9, right up to the plus 40 decibels. Really, really strong signal. Anything I can do about that my end to reduce the signal other than turn down the IS gain? Flight 6 November, Bravo Zulu.
Do you mean the signal strength when you key up, or the signal strength from the repeaters, Nigel?
The signal strength on the repeater. When I get when you're speaking, my signal strength goes way past S9, right up to about plus 40 decibels.
Fine. No, don't worry about it. You're right on top of the repeater. You're very near it. I'm quite a way over in Kent. No, that's fine. I've checked you on the input, and you're the same strength as you were on the simplex frequency. I've got the input and the output frequency. I just pushed the button here. You're giving me a S6 on the input, and you're coming out to me through the repeater at 60 over.
Yep, that's good to hear. Where are you in Kent? Because as I'm telling you, I'm just making a record of all the contacts I'm making, so I begin to get a picture of how far I'm going and in what direction.
Okay, if you look to the map of the M2 in Kent, I'm about 11 miles from the coast of Medway. 11 miles, so I'm due south of you, I would say. Let me think. Slightly to the east of south, over in Kent, and I'm on a high spot near Junction 3 of the M2, which is the Chatham-Maidstone turn-off. I'm 450 feet above sea level.
Yeah, received. I know the area well. I used to do a lot of family tree research down in Maidstone. I've been all around there numerous times, looking at graveyards and things like that. The height above sea level is an interesting statistic. I shall have to work out what mine is here, if I might get asked that.
There is a GPS program or something, somebody said. Some technophobe will be able to help you out, Nigel. You probably would be able to get in the repeaters on 5 watts from where you are. I'm getting in to Danbury on 5. Has anybody told you about, not that you've got a problem with your audio, but if you get people coming in they're on 25 kilohertz spacing, then their audio is going to be too strong. I've got a desk mic, but I'm not shouting into it. I'm well away from it, so I'll go on narrow just to show you the difference when my audio level will go down slightly. But if I was causing the repeater to cut out, which it can do, if you're too wide, you need to go on the narrow setting, what they call NFM, narrow FM. But you haven't got that problem, but I was just mentioning it. I'm going to go on to narrow, see what you think.
Excellent. I've just reduced my power to 5 watts and my mic gain to 30. I'm not quite sure what difference that'll make. I don't know if it's affecting my signal strength, but it's now on 5 watts. Although, as the output is in Danbury, I suppose you will get some of the difference because the output is on the direct to my radio. That's right.
Just thinking, you can hear the difference before I come back.
Yep, just keep on talking and then I can see if I can pick it up again.
This is on narrow FM. I'm going to go back to ordinary FM. Wait a minute. Right, that's ordinary FM. Yeah, because you're so close to a PC, you won't need 10 watts to get into it, Nigel. M0DK.
Yeah, M0 Delta Tango Kilo from November Bravo. I'm reducing to 5 watts now. It was one of my concerns that I couldn't get into Danbury, but clearly I can, which I'm absolutely delighted with. There's a net, I think, a 6-cam net on a Monday night, which is tonight, and then I'm possibly sending down to Radio Group, which does a net on a Wednesday. So I'm looking forward to that.
Hi there, Nigel. Right. So now, have you ever got into any Kent repeaters? If you haven't, I'll give you a couple of repeaters you should have no problem getting into from there.
Yes, please. I'll just get my pen and paper ready. Okay, far away.
Right. Now, this will be the tester. 145700, which is called GB3KN. That's GB3KN, tone 103.5.
Yep, GB3KN with 145.700 and a CCFS of 103.5. Where's that located, out of interest, Emma?
Coming from the Detlin, near the Detlin Showground between Sittingbourne and Maidstone.
Detlin, that'd be fantastic. During the war, my dad used to fly with 500 Squadron from Detlin, and I've got all his wartime letters that he wrote from the 500 Squadron up to the Air Force when they left Detlin and travelled over to Africa and up to Italy and then back to Detlin before they all got disbanded after the war. So I'm quite familiar with the airfield.
Hey, the repeater keeper also had on his, it's now long gone, he's been gone about 3 or 4 years. Do you have any 77 access?
Yes, yes.
I was waiting for the tone. Okay. I can give you another 2 metre one, which is in Kent. Then I'll give you the other one, which is the other Kent repeater, which is on 77s, which has got the same tone. So I'll just give you 1457625. 1457625.
Yep, that's 1457625 on some sends, and the what else do I need for that one, Emma?
I just confused you, didn't I? That's the 2 metre one. That's 103.5. That's called GB3IK. I've gone backwards. I've gone back to giving you the 2 metre ones. I'll go back and give you the. So that's GB3IK.
Yep, GB3IK, and is that got a tone frequency that I need to put in over?
103.5, saying that they're all, most of them, Kent, is 103.5, which is the tone. If it was the tone that you were looking for, if it was Morse, it would be G, and if you're in Essex, it's H. So, but don't worry about that. Right. Now, 433, the 77 repeater, which is called GB3 Royal Engineers, and that's at Detlin. It used to be at the Royal Engineers Depot in Chattendene, which is in North Kent. So it's 433-275.
Mike Zero Delta Tango Kilo from Mike 6 November Bravo Zulu. I've got that then. So again, with the 10 stems, does that have a tone needed as well? And this I take it to be the G tone down at 103.5. That's better.
I'm not sure if it's got CTSS, but if you put in the CTSS the same as if you were putting in a 1750 tone burst, so it'll be, it's 103.5, and that's located at Detlin. That is at Detlin, same place. You shouldn't have any trouble getting into that one. I'm a member of the Kent Repeater Group. I have been since I was an M3 in 2002, Nigel. I came from the world of CB before I came on to So I've had quite a few years on radio, in the radio hobby before I came on to amateur radio. I came in sort of late. I was 60 odd when I took the test. I was one of the first guinea pigs doing the foundation course.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned CB radio. I thought that was a bit of a dirty word having moved across. We've got some CBs that we use when we go walking with the dogs in case they go running off and the phones don't work. But obviously they come across to amateur so I can get some technical knowledge, which I'm really enjoying. The technical knowledge side of it is just as important to me as the technical side, and I'm also learning more. Over.
You had better luck than I did. I was hopeless at it. I give up. I was despondent. Well, I was annoyed with myself because I thought, I want to be the bee's knees, you know, I want to do me dips and me dars. But it drove me around the bend. Yeah, okay, Nigel. You'll get to know, if you listen round, you'll get to know all the people who know a thing or two. So, I don't know if is it Monday night they have skills night?
Yeah, I'm still learning. I think it's TruckCam that you can do repeater tonight at 8 p.m. And so I've only been doing it a fairly short time, I'm still learning myself. Douglas, I'm really grateful for the contact. I've got to go, I'm afraid. So I'm going to have to close my site down at the moment. I really appreciate your call, and I know we'll speak again in the future. I'm going to be on the air quite often. As I fiddle with it, the knobs on the machine to get to work. Might take a number of brothers with it.
I'll let you go. Thanks a lot, Nigel. I hope you enjoy the hobby. Yeah, if anybody gets a bit funny about mentioning CVs, you've got to start somewhere. And then find somebody else to talk to if they don't like it. So free.
Yeah. Douglas, great speaking here. 73, I think is the term we've got to use. So 73, and it's me signing off on it on the channel now. Mine 6, I never bother to put me down.
M3 Nigel from Indra DTK.
That's proper knobbed me off, that has. Oh, can't believe I've bloody got all the stuff out of the truck. I thought, one bother them, they got all electric gates, so I'll get all the stuff off the truck. 25 bloody minutes I've been here. Address. 10 5 E. Am I going to be going the wrong way? Need to turn around, I think. Oh no, turn left up here. I don't know my way round here too well. It's all building work, isn't it? Everywhere you go now, building work going on. Now, next delivery is Leighton. Leytonstone. That's where that guy got stabbed. Was that Friday? That bloke got stabbed at the train station? And that's where I'm going next. Oh. That's proper whammy, that does. You go to these posh houses, and you tell them you've got a bed for them, all these electric gates. They open the gates for you and wander off. So I thought, well, rather than having to ring the bell twice to get them to open the gates again, I shove all the bloody stuff on a trolley. It's a big old 6 foot by 6 foot 6 as well. Really heavy. No one in, no one answers the phone. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the woman in the house was in, if she didn't have her nail polish on and didn't want to answer the door. Yeah. It's all fur coats and no knickers round here. Only way is Essex. So, right on the borders of that round here. Some very, very nice houses though. And there's some very, quite nice modest houses amongst them too. Very expensive areas to live though. And I've already had them on the phone to me. What time are you going to be here? What time are you going to be there? While I was doing that delivery. As a kid, when we used to go to Clacton, we used to come through this way because there was no M25. We used to join the A12 at Chelmsford. Used to take hours to get from London to Clacton as a kid.
Wins the jungle. Well, I'm actually, you see, in fact, I liked all of them this year. Oh, well, that covers all the bases then. Why don't you sit on that wall over there and tell me you didn't like any of them? Some of them, no, I'm going to take issue with you over this. Some of them were slightly unlikable from time to time. Well, maybe one or two were. Or maybe one in particular whose behaviour was entertaining at times, but somewhat over the top at others.
Well, I disagree with you. I think it's a television show, it's a game show, and you have to bear that in mind. It's not personal, it's a game show. Well, it is personal, but I don't normally watch it, but I watched quite a lot of it. I watched it for Ant and Dec and then got interested, and also we know Tony Hadley a little bit.
So yeah, no, and Tony Hadley at one point did say to Lady C, it's not personal, and she actually thought it was very personal. But you know, depends on which way you look at it. Ant and Dec, by the way, I've not said this before, have I? They are completely and utterly at the top of their game.
They really are.
If they ever decide to leave I'm a Celebrity, don't try and do it without them. I know the celebs are the main focus, but they hold the whole thing together, and they have been absolutely superb. Not just, I don't really know them, they've been brilliant on this series.
I absolutely agree with you. They are so funny as well, and they are so natural, and they're so pro. I remember when that show starts, it's in the morning in there.
It's 7 o'clock in the morning, and it's live television.
Yeah. Sir Trevor McDonald with us later, Dick and Dom also, William Hanson. Tomorrow we've got Jimmy Carr, comedian with the best laugh in the business. Jim Kerr, Lulu, tells us about being back on the road after 10 years away. Lulu, that's tomorrow. Lawrence Fox, Hathaway from Lewis. What are you doing, man? On Wednesday, Judge Judy. Yeah, Judge Judy, the star of America's #1 daytime telly show. And Lang Lang, the world's leading classical pianist. That's Wednesday. Thursday, Ian Hislop, Private Eye editor. There he is. And have I got news for you, team captain? I wondered where he was. He usually comes by, doesn't he, at Christmas? It's a big pile of books, books, and maybe the odd DVD or so. Yeah. Lily Tomlin, legendary American actress and star of the Oscar-tipped new movie Grandma. Lily Tomlin with us on Thursday. Alex Polizzi, former hotelier and now business fixer. And on Friday, Jamie Oliver, new campaigner. Now his teams in supermarkets are losing almost £3 billion a year because shoppers are eating the produce before they get to the tills. So-called grazers steal an average of £4 worth of products a week, says this report, with confectionery the most popular. No, I thought you meant that, you know, you have a little bite of something but you still pay for it.
Well, that's what I thought it meant at first. Obviously, some people are having more than a little bite out of something and eating it before they get to the tills without actually declaring they've taken it off the shelves in the first place.
Oh, that's an outrage. Look, you're on the big show.
To retrieve it, Roman Hossinger from the Vienna police said it was still a mystery as to where the cash came from.
We are searching for the owner, but we have no hint at the moment. 2 people were in the water, and after a few minutes the police were coming and found the rest of the money. We think that the money will be from crime, but we don't know now.
And Taylor Swift has been nominated for Grammy Awards in 3 of the 4 main categories. She's up for Album and Record of the Year for 1989 and Song of the Year for her hit Blank Space. BBC News at 3:03 and next at 4.
Thank you, Nick.
Empty words will fall upon the deathless knee. I won't give in without a fight. I fall cold without a doubt. No silver lining to be seen. Endless thundercloud. Oh, that's not allowed in the eye of the world. Be free to you. But if I can, you can back me up. do all I can, going I will love when we're free to choose. But if I will love, we can never lose. In the ideal world, we can start again. But I will love, as I'm we could be free forever. If they would only change, but you'll never change. No, I saw the hope of the world. But how was the people die before the guilty was a court? Oh, when you spare us all for an ideal world, we're free to choose. For an ideal world, we're no longer born to be. The ideal world, we can start again. Now if I knew world, let's go and let you suffering. Yes, suffering. In the ideal world, we're free to choose. Sometimes I feel I'm gonna break down and cry. Nowhere to go, nothing to do but my time. I get lonely, so lonely, living on my own. Sometimes I feel I'm gonna break down and cry. Nowhere to go, nothing to do but my time. I get lonely, so lonely, living on my own. Sometimes I feel I'm always walking too fast, and everything is coming down on me. I go crazy, oh so crazy, living on my own.
Thank you for calling Hampton House. Our lines are currently busy. Please hold for a short while, and your call will be answered as soon as possible.
Hiya.
Hiya. I'm on my way to the first of the two of them now. I'm about half an hour away, plus or minus, depending on traffic.
What's that, those dirty south ones?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, are they going to be alright with me I should be the first one by 4 o'clock.
Which one's your first one?
Lee High Road, Lewisham.
Lee High Road. Lewisham. Is it the second one, the White Hart or something?
Yeah.
Alright. Well, she said there's only someone there till 4, but I'm assuming she meant the Streatham one.
Right, well, the second one... Hold on, let me have a look. The Streatham High Road one... Hold on, let me have a look here. What can we do? That's... Lee High Road... The Streatham High Road one, I've been there before and I managed to break into there and drop the stuff off and leave it. I quite regularly when I get to places and they shut up, I get my way into them and drop the stuff off and knock it up again.
Really?
And that's what I do there normally.
Oh, is that the one on the red route that Paul Clark has running with?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to get there at the same time as Paul Clark did. I don't know why.
What time was that?
Well, he got there in the rush hour, didn't he?
Yeah.
I'm not going to get there till half 4, 5 o'clock, I'm guessing.
What, to the Streatham one?
Nah.
What about the other one? Lewisham.
Well, the GPS is saying half an hour, but I'm just sitting in standstill traffic at the moment.
Okay.
So,
alright, I'll give her a ring, let her know. If they want it, someone will have to hang on, won't they?
Yes, but I don't want to drive there if there's not going to be anyone there that way.
Exactly, yeah. Alright, I'll give her a ring and let her know.
Alright, if there is going to be, they're not going to hang around, I won't even go there, because it's going out of my way anyway.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Alright, I'll give you a ring back.
Yeah, I've already changed my run twice this morning to accommodate them, and then,
Well, it was going to go on Wednesday, I think, on the van, but she kicked up such bloody stink.
Yeah, well.
Alright, I'll give her a ring.
Okay, alright.
Alright, thanks, Paul.
Cheers, bye. It's never good when you see the police interceptor cars going flying past, is it? Something's going on.
Stevie Wonder of the non-stop oldies, chosen by the PAX team at the Royal Blackburn Hospital in Lancashire. Details coming. We are Robert Dixon, Simon Walsh, Elaine Clarkson and Phil Gidling. We're a small team looking at the digital X-ray systems here at the Royal Blackburn Hospital. I can see through that. Between us we've got extremely diverse tastes in music, and we like everything from pop and rock to country and everything in between. As a group we've put together a list of tracks that remind us of our long-lost youth and bring back memories of good times. Thank you, Steve. Hope you enjoy them. Loving them so far.
Thinking that she had gone too far, she didn't kept his head away until she cracked and then she fell. If never be apart. And if they dare to question you, just tell them that my love is true. They buy your dreams so they can sell your soul. Is it any wonder we've lost your trust?
There goes some body parts of the future. Bloody kids on these little moped bikes, weaving in and out of the traffic. Scare the crap out of me, they do.
Northern Star, that's Melanie C. She had a great voice, has a great voice. These oldies chosen by the PAX team at the Royal Blackburn Hospital in Lancashire. That's Robert and Simon, Elaine and Phil. You all get yourselves an I Chose badge. Vegas. In 1986, a 20-year-old from the slums of Brownsville, New York, came here, and in one brutal, unforgettable night, won the heavyweight championship of the world. Since then, Mike Tyson has always had a hope.
Tell me, I have to talk about you. Talk about me. You never saw anybody become knighted that looked like you. Well, I want to inspire to be that. You talk about luck. I know a lot more about luck than you do.
Every day, non-stop oldies.
Oh, I can't keep it in. I can't keep it in. I've got to let it out. I've got to show the world got to see. It's all the down. Come back to me. I said, why walk alone? Why don't worry when it's all over again? You got so much to say. Say what you mean what you think and think and you think, oh, why must you waste your life away? You got to live for today and let it go. Lover, I want to spend time with you. There's nothing I wouldn't do if you let me know. Oh, but I can't keep it in. I can't hide it and I can't knock it away.
Oh, that's good. It's all in, oh no, it's in feet as well. I was going to say, it's all in bloody meters round here. I can't remember how the internet is through the Blackwall Tunnel. Can't remember the last time I went through the Blackwall Tunnel. Do you know what? I don't think I've ever been through it in my truck, southbound. Northbound, once or twice maybe. Look at the bloody traffic. Still going to leave me loads to do tomorrow, isn't it? I at least want to get the next 3 off as a bare minimum. Certainly don't want to be going back to South London tomorrow. Fine, if you call me on a nearby analogue repeater, my radio will stop on it. It's scanning loads of nearby ones. Although, it's probably best to wait till I get south of the river. These motorbikes, crazy people. Proper crazy.
the PAX team at the Royal Blackburn Hospital in Lancashire for those non-stop holidays, rounding off with the specials in Ghost Town. Simon Mayer's on the air at 5. Simon talks to Noel Gallagher ahead of his Radio 2 in concert tonight at 8. And Tom Jones. There's Paul Jones at 7. Radio 2 in concert with Noel Gallagher at 8. Then we've got Sinatra on screen at 10. The Art of Artists and Russell Davis interviewing Michael Bolton tonight on that series. Let's have a look and see what's occurring here in the news just ahead of Bobby's traffic. High streets in the UK are set to face radical changes in the amount of money they pay in business rates in the future.
A90, the Fourth Road Bridge in Edinburgh, that is still closed from emergency work, so give yourself time for the diversion route. Also, of course, because of so much flooding around so many areas in Perth, Lockerbie and Carlisle and Kendal, the real advice is BBC Local Radio is there for you with all your very local travel news. That'll help you negotiate your way through or to avoid the trouble. So really do say listen into them. Also, just to bring you into touch with the A702 at Easter Howgate was closed both ways with 2 accidents between Easter Howgate and Protestant. The Scottish Borders, the A698 at Hoyk. Now many routes from Glasgow around Hoyk. The A698 is closed between Hoyk and Denham still. That complete main road is completely shut. Also the A708 itself.
Ooh, look at that. They're now fining people if they run out of fuel in the tunnel. There's a penalty charge now. Shouldn't be bloody doing that anyway, should ya? Running out of fuel in the blooming tunnel.
They've cleared it now, but you've still got congestion through there. The A1M, it's been closed, junctions 1 to 3. This is both ways between the M25 and St Albans, following an incident. Hope to have more on that. And the M3 northbound, with a broken down lorry, 4 to 3 at Bagshot. It's clear now, but in the roadworks you've got extra heavy traffic. And to South London to Herne Hill, the A215, the Norwood Road is blocked completely at the A2199. Now this means on diversion, and that's causing a huge amount of congestion in the rail network for the trains, as well as to check before you travel, because things are changing all the time as well as they find more problems. And thank you for your update.
There's the O2 dome just on the left. I don't know if you caught that out the left of the camera. Me truck GPS and me car GPS are having an argument with each other here. Looks a bit grim round here, doesn't it, eh? But even these flats round here, the private ones, go for silly money still. Crazy, really. This is a part of London I don't know very well at all. As a youngster, the only thing I used to come south of the river at South London for was nightclubs. But being in North London, I used to stay in the north of the river. But there was a few good nightclubs over this side.
departments in the USA could be using hot breathalyzer tests as soon as 2016. Helm Labs Incorporated, in conjunction with scientists at the University of California, has created a device that detects not only the presence of THC, a prevalent chemical compound in marijuana, but also its concentration. Unlike previous tests that had no way to determine when marijuana was used, the new device will establish whether someone is currently intoxicated.
The support towers of the Lovell Telescope at Jodrell Bank contain a breeding pair of peregrine falcons. Ask me why.
Why?
They see off the pigeons and they prevent their droppings from interfering with the telescope.
The Cutty Sark is on the right just down here, but we're not going to be turning down that way. It's all one way. Around here is where part of the London Marathon is. Now, one of these places here, normally in this time of year, they have an an outdoor ice skating rink. But it's not there this year. Greenwich. Home of Greenwich Mean Time. Well, I mean, the Christmas decorations are a little bit lame. Oh. There's a lot of people wandering around with Christmas trees, isn't there? Well, so far, everyone wants to go the other way. Oh, there's Father Christmas there. That's the first Father Christmas I've seen walking around. Blimey, the schools have kicked out. Kids everywhere. 16.
Black Twins on the A2, so I'll probably lose it.
Nearly at the next delivery, just over a mile to go. Definitely going well with the traffic so far. Do you know what? I don't recognise this area at all. You just don't do much over this part of London. And when I used to do breakdown recovery in London, we never used to do South London on the shift I used to be on. When I used to do the fruit machines, repairing them around London, it was all West End, nothing over here. Last time I come to this place, it was early in the morning. And I carried all the stuff up the stairs because I was there really early, and they were being really funny with me. Well, today they can get it at the bottom of the stairs and they can bloody take it up. SW161BB. These two, a driver brought these back on Friday. Said he didn't have time. One of them he was outside of, and he said it was on a red bus route, so he couldn't stop. Oh, what do you think the rest of us do? Park up and hopefully get it done quickly before you get a ticket. If you get a ticket, no problem, the company pay it anyway. I mean, give them an inch, they take a mile. Look, diversion. What are they doing here? They're building a new roundabout by the look of it. They've been trying to smarten this part of London up for years. It always looks rough to me. We used to do a hospital near here. That's about the only thing we used to come here for. I ain't been there for ages. A mental hospital. Big old place. Blimey, I'm only half a mile away, so close and yet so bloody far, eh?
Trevor McDonald is back with us. Trevor McDonald, this thing that's on tonight. I love all your stuff that you're doing. It must be great to be able to wander around the world and do some of these shows.
If you've been fortunate enough to have the career I've been fortunate enough to have, and then to get a chance to do some of this stuff, it's just absolutely wonderful. And you see so much more of the other side of life. Reporting can be a fairly kind of narrow, restricted process. Having the freedom to roam about and to be more discursive in one's approach is, I think, to be very fortunate.
Have they ever tried to tempt you back to do the news?
No. I was much too difficult. And your time has come.
Why do you say that?
When that happens, just...
He's got a wry smile on his face. You could see it quite clearly.
A wry smile means that it's probably a ridiculous idea.
What do you think of the state of the news? What do you think of the state of the competition between the news it attends and all of that?
You know, Steve, when I look at news programs, and I must confess, I don't always think I have to switch on at 10 o'clock at night or anytime, because the whole environment has changed, hasn't it? We know what's happening almost every minute of the day. I mean, and if you worry, you get on your phone and all that sort of stuff. When I look at it, my main thing is that, if anything, the jobs become, I think, a bit more difficult. There's much more happening, much more to analyze, much more to try and explain. The way I frequently think about it, nobody on earth could have got me to go to Syria today. It reinforces that view that I have, that it's all so, and I am delighted to have done my time.
So many rude people, obviously knowingly in the wrong lane. It's all marked up on the road. Oh, she's going to scrape her car. Some woman was trying to squeeze past someone there. Millimetres away. See, this is all changed down here. You used to be able to drive down to the right down there years ago. It's all pedestrianised now.
Welcome to the EE voicemail. I'm sorry, but the person you've called is not available.
Why do I not recognise it? It was an old, I'm sure this place is an old pub on the corner. I can't see it. It says I've reached my destination. It ain't here. Oh, there it is. There it is. Give them an inch, they'd take a mile, wouldn't they? Blimey, better put me personal phone in my pocket. Hide me laptop. Bloody hell. Have your eyeballs out your head round here. Even me pen there, Nick. Back in a bit.
Walt the plumber, working in Jack's cellar in North Yorkshire. Thank you. And Steve, on our way home from a wonderful weekend in Bath, lots of eating, lots of drinking, lots of shopping. Please can you play a classic Christmas song to spread the joy and keep us going on our drive home. Thank you and Merry Christmas from Patty's. We'll do that actually in the next hour. Meantime, it's T-Rex look. Email us steve.wright@bbc.co.uk, text 88291 and tweet us at BBC Radio 2. It's precisely 5 to 4. Which means Bobby Price.
Steve, thank you. First of all, Northern Ireland on the M1 towards Belfast, the eastbound side, the main carriageway still closed to junction 10 for Lurgan for bridge inspection even. They're using the exit and entry slip roads as a diversion route. A94 Floyd Bridge, Edinburgh, still closed both ways from emergency roadworks. Give yourself extra time for that diversion. It's an extra 15 miles. And then, of course, with all the flooding, especially around Hoyk, so many roads are impassable around Hoyk at the moment. The A698, it is still completely closed between Windland Road and Denholm. To Lancaster, good news for the A589 route. Both Skirton Bridge and the Greyhound Bridge have reopened, but traffic around Carnforth, Lancaster and Morecambe is still seriously congested. And say, BBC Local Radio is there for you for all your local routes. Please use them to check before you travel to avoid problems. Also, the M6 southbound broken down the way 10A, the M54 to 10 for Walsall, still there in roadworks. The North Circular, northbound at Beckton, there was an accident at the A13 Alfred's Way. They've closed a lane, while they do some repairs. And the A1M finally has reopened both ways between 1 and 3. That's southbound to Hatfield, but it's extremely slow. And just a word of warning, of course, if you're heading out on public transport, so many of our areas affected. If you're heading to the northwest of England and Scotland, check before you travel. And it stands the west coastline between the north of England and Scotland remains closed to Wednesday morning, back to 4:30 now.
she got. Now when I tell you she was cool, she was red hot. I mean she was steaming. And that time over at Johnny's place, well this chick got up and she slapped Johnny's face. Man, we just fell about the place. If that chick don't wanna go, forget her. The boys are back in town. I said, the boys are back in town. The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town. It's Thin Lizzy on the big show. Now coming up in the cuts, the showbiz cuts, Harrison Ford. It'll give me a chance to do my Harrison Ford impression, which kind of goes like that. Saoirse Ronan also, and Kate Winslet. Guest Dick and Dom, and also, let's see, we've got William Hanson coming in too. There's Tim, there's Bobby, there's Nicky on news, there's Sports Guide. It's all on the big show. This is BBC Radio 2, online on digital radio and on 88 to 91 FM.
BBC News 4 o'clock. This is Nicky Cardwell. The government has promised to reimburse councils in full for the costs of dealing with Storm Desmond. More than 5,000 homes are now thought to have been affected by the devastating floods in Cumbria and Lancashire over the weekend. The Environment Secretary Liz Truss told MPs that ministers would do what they could to help.
I know local communities will want to know what action government will be taking to support the recovery phase. I'm pleased to confirm to the House that my colleague, the Community Secretary, will shortly be opening the Bellwyn scheme for local authorities affected by floods, and that 100% of eligible costs will be met by the government. We will be announcing further support schemes over the coming days.
BBC News understands that the decision on whether to build a new runway at Heathrow or Gatwick to order another review of the environmental impacts on expanding Heathrow. Sadiq Khan, who's the Labour candidate for Mayor of London, wants a new runway to be located in Gatwick. He says a decision is needed now.
The delay in reaching a decision. No, just tell him I'm on my way there now. Thank you.
A local man was arrested at the scene. The President of the European Council has said there are substantial political differences among EU leaders when it comes to David Cameron's plan to reform benefits for migrant workers. Donald.
Hello, mate.
There you go.
Not too good. People were stressing me, expecting me to work bloody miracles.
I thought you were the miracle worker.
Yeah, not today.
What time did you get away?
After 12.
Oh, you're joking.
Nah.
Fuck.
Oh, no. Shit, innit?
I guess you won't be loading for tomorrow now, will you?
Oh no, I'm on a 2-day run.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's not complete problem.
Oh, that's not so bad then.
Yeah. Can I turn around down here? Can't even get around here. How's your day been, alright?
Yeah, not too bad. Can't complain.
Well, you can, but it don't get you anywhere.
Well, that's it. That's exactly it. You know the DMR Plus network is no longer in the UK?
Yeah, I know. It's that other thing, whatever they call it.
Brandmaster or something or other.
BM network.
Yeah.
I thought that was a discount store, BM.
Yeah. Now, I've heard little bits and pieces about it up until just recently, but I knew they were talking about switching.
Well, but
it was a little bit of a surprise to find that all of a sudden they had switched.
Yeah, but basically it's the same system, isn't it? You know, you won't notice any changes, except there'll be a few more, you know, things that add into it. 7.6. I'm looking at my two GPSs. One saying 7.6 and one saying 9.2.
Yeah.
So I'll go the car one. I can see why it was taking me another way apart from this way. Yeah.
I just wish they'd all pick a system where we can all talk to each other irregardless of what we're on.
Yeah. Be right, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Hold on, I can see a 6'6" gap or something up there. Signed. Oh, that's all right, I'm turning mic before it. South London, I hate it. South London has got so many low bridges. You get so far, you think, oh, we're doing really well here, then you come to a bloody, like, silly low bridge. All over the place. And suddenly, because all the train lines into London, you know, they all crisscross over the south. South London. Where you been today then, local?
Yeah, just local.
Yeah.
Local again tomorrow.
Yeah. Anything in the pipeline for anything better?
No, nothing more at this stage. I don't think we'll know any more until later in the new year.
No, blimey. What about your licence? Has that come through yet?
No. I don't think I'm going to worry about it now.
Yeah, but surely you had to send them your licence.
Yeah, I'll have to replace that, but that's no biggie.
Have they banked your cheque?
Sorry?
Have they banked your cheque?
No, credit card details.
Ah.
And nothing's coming out of the account, so.
Yeah. So you're not going to bother with the HGV now?
Sorry?
You're not going to bother with the HGV now then?
I'll find somebody else who wants to upgrade me.
Yeah, but you still need your licence.
Yeah, so I'll replace that. That's no big drama.
Yeah. No, but you still need your HGV provisional.
Yeah, I'll sort that out later.
Yeah.
No biggie.
So looking at 7.714. Return right. There's not a lot in it now. I'm going to park outside my mum's tonight.
Okay.
I told her I was going to be there today. She should be looking out the window, wondering where I am.
Hey.
I don't ring her, I say, where are you? Where are you?
Hey.
Still got freaking loads. Well, I put my tachograph in about 20 to 6 this morning.
Yeah.
So then I sat there until 5 o'clock. So,
hey.
I've got, you know, I worked till like 8:45.
Hey.
I don't really want to, you know. I want to try and get all this crap over South London out of the way. I don't want to be coming back over to South London in the morning. But so far, I'm doing quite well with the traffic. You know, the traffic's all seem to be going the opposite way from it.
Yep.
That's not bad. Your battery's flat, isn't it? Or is that my battery? That's mine.
That'll be yours.
Yeah. Find me lead. Don't know why it's gone flat. I ain't spoken to anyone. That's it. With that bit of a zap up. This is when you find out it wasn't such a good idea to cut out 0.3 of a mile. Looking a bit crappy down here. Turn the lights on, really, I think. It's a bit dark all of a sudden.
Yeah, I've something to do with the sun going down, I think.
Yeah. We'll have a few days, and the days start getting nicer again. We're still getting darker for about another week, and then it all turns around again, and it all starts lightening up.
Yeah.
Very slowly though.
Yeah.
6.6. What do we reckon? I think follow the truck GPS and the bus is the best option here. They keep on arguing with me. I'll tell you what, it is quite lucky that these GPSs aren't voice controlled, otherwise they'd be arguing, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
It sounds like they're arguing already.
Yeah. So, my GPS that I've now got, you can program it via voice.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Does it understand you?
Yeah.
I can't get on with them bloody voice recognition things.
1NRR.
What do you have to do? Spell the name of the road out?
I guess worst comes to worst, yeah, you'd have to do that.
Yeah. By the time you've got about doing that, pardon, go again, try again. I didn't understand.
So with mine, I don't have to use voice. I can punch the screen, or I can log into the internet on a web page, or there's an app that I can put on my phone, program it from that.
Oh, blimey, that's all right.
Yeah.
What GPS is that?
1NRR. Disconnected.
What GPS is it?
The TomTom Go 50. It's connected to my phone via Bluetooth.
Yeah.
And then obviously the phone.
Well, you listen to the audio?
Hey?
Were you just listening to the audio?
That was the MR fired up.
It sounds like it's down running circles, isn't it?
Hey, so you've jumped across to YouTube.
Yes, it's not that brilliant. I thought I'd give it a try. It's got its advantages and disadvantages.
Yeah.
It ain't got the full screen adverts like the other system.
Yep.
It saves videos if you want it to and stuff like that. You know, like it records you and dumps it on the people. So when you're not there, people can look at what you've been up to, really. But it uses that H.264, whatever it is, compression.
Yep.
And that's not as good as the VP6, whatever thing. And it pixelates a fair bit.
But the thing is that mobile phones can do it now.
Do what? What, the streaming? Yeah. Oh, Dave used to do it on his phone, but you know, the sort of quality camera you get on a phone with day and light, I don't know how good that would be.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is people can now view it on their phones or their tablet. Whereas with Born, they can't.
Yeah. I didn't think of that one. Yeah, of course. And on an iPhone then. Yeah.
And on an iPhone.
Yeah.
Or an iPad.
Blimey. but it does pixelate a fair bit. Like in the rules and regulations, there's all this performing, you know, playing music and that. I don't know how they bit. It's only backward. You couldn't really call it quality music. It's you know, distorted, rattly noise and stuff. But well, at least with Vaughan, I know Mark, and like not going to get any problems there. But if you're on like, another one like YouTube, they just cut you off. You know what I mean? They've been arguing about it. You're gone.
That's it. Bye-bye. Don't come back.
Yeah. Now, can I turn right here?
No.
5.4, 5.5. Is it worth the risk? Why is it taking me right here? Nothing in it. There we go, right. Might as well. What do you get up to the weekend? Anything?
Yeah, stayed home all weekend.
Yeah. I mean, that's 2 weeks in a row you ain't been down the Aero Park.
No, I was down there the week before.
Were you?
The week before that, but I didn't go up.
Ah. So, isn't that weird? No. Yeah. I might have done it wrong in here. Me truck GPS don't like me coming up. Like, normally it just accepts it and say, yeah, right. It's telling me to do a U-turn. Turn around. I'm seeing no signs for restrictions anywhere. Blimey, I don't give you much room here the way these people park.
You don't deserve much room.
Thank you. Why is it not liking me coming this way? I hope I ain't got to turn around because there's an awful lot of traffic coming the opposite direction.
Yeah.
The way I'm going is empty. They're all coming the other way. So, the point, this is my 0.2 of a mile I'm saying. I could be, oh no, it's turned around and it's accepted it now. So at least I know there's no low bridges.
I'll leave it with you.
Bye, mate.
I'll talk to you after.
Yeah, catch you later, mate. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Now this is nice and high up. This is where you want to be on the radio in London, certainly South London. You can earn some good money just renting a bit of tower space out. You can get a big tower up here, easy money.
DDE mobile calling.
There's Bristol Palace antenna straight ahead.
FJR 58.
G6SBH 20WK. Shall I be a job back here?
Very much better. Yeah, Kevin to know where to find us, wouldn't they? And we know where to find us anyway. They got used to us coming up here. Yeah, what kind of day you had back to you?
Yeah, G6SBH 20WK. I'm returning. John, haven't done a lot really. And a bit of a lazy day. I wanted to do more than what I do a lot more, but I didn't get round to doing it. I don't know. I keep putting these things. If I keep putting them off. But as I say, I shouldn't really do it. Well, I'll do them, then I'll say no, I'll do them tomorrow, and that's how it's been going on. And John, back to you.
0WJI and 6SBH, yeah, it's been me like that as well. I tried and didn't get
Hello?
Hiya. I think Katie's been trying to get hold of you.
Oh.
This Norma's phoned from, the Streatham Lewisham one.
Yeah.
She says no one's going to be there after 4. Can you do the other one first? But I'm sure you said there was a reason that you couldn't, but I couldn't remember what the reason was.
Well, no, they get it done the way round it is, or they don't get it. So I've already done the first one.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, the second one, and I've already spoke to someone for the first one, who rung someone up there, but the second one I can get into that one. Yeah,
You reckon you can?
Oh, yeah, I've done it before. Is that...
What are you going to do about a signature, though?
I'll find a signature from somewhere.
Alright.
Needs be with this. You get to these... This is the next one is the one on the red route that,
That's it, yeah.
He was outside of it on Friday and he didn't do it. So
No, he said he wasn't going to stop and get ticketed or towed or something, which he reckons you do on the red route.
But what choice is there? That's what I'm going to have to do now. I'm still 4.5 miles away from it in the rush hour, so it's going to take me another half hour to get there.
You must be a bit more ruthless then.
I don't, you can't help it. If you get somewhere and there's no parking, but you've got to do a delivery, you think, well, what do I do?
Well, yeah, exactly.
Ring the customer and say, sorry, you can't have your beds, so...
Well, yeah, exactly.
You just do it quickly and hopefully not get a ticket.
Alright.
Yeah.
Alright, let us know how you get on.
Yeah, will do. What time are you there till?
Well, we're here till 5. Do you reckon you'll be there?
Yeah, I might be there by then. Yeah,
okay.
That's what I was going to ask you. I done one the other day down at Western Supermare that had your name on it. Or was that just a...
Oh, yeah, it's my brother's friend.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, my brother lives in Weston.
Yeah, blimey, his mate's got a lovely house, I'll tell you.
Has he?
Definitely the posh end of town. I said to him, I said, blimey, this is a posh end of town, isn't it? And one of them really nice, big, ornate houses.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, it's very, very nice. I saw that. I thought, wonder if it is you, or it's just a coincidence and someone else with the same name.
Yeah, no, it's my brother's friend. I don't know if they know each other socially, or if they know each other through business or something, but I think he's quite high up in whatever company he's got, or running, or works for.
Yeah,
it was a nice one, was it?
Yeah, I'd say he owned his own company by then. Real nice bloke though, real friendly guy.
He seemed alright.
He didn't offer me a cup of tea or a tip though.
Did he not? Oh, not that nice then.
No, not that nice, no. He's a nice friendly guy anyway.
I saw you on your Facebook that you were parked up on Western Seafront. I thought, I wondered who you done his one yet. It's Paul, isn't it? I think his name was.
Yeah, well, I went and done that, and then I just parked on the seafront, just on one of the side roads. I had a big mac and chips and a cup of tea.
Did you?
Yeah. Do you ever been to Weston?
Yeah, loads of times.
It's a bit rough, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
There's a lot of them ex-prisoner places there. It's pretty rough characters around.
Yeah, and the beaches are very nice. When the tide goes out, it's more like mud.
Just mud, yeah. But the town centre, they've got all the Christmas lights on, looked really nice. But
it?
Just that there was loads of blokes wandering around. You know, the place is just in the summer you don't notice it, but when you go there in the winter, all you see is men, single men.
Really?
Yeah, because there's a lot of them DOS house sort of thing placed down there. It's where where they've got no in the big towns and cities, they send them down to Western, you know. And when they get an offer of a seaside place, oh yeah, I love that.
Well, they did used to say it was God's waiting room, didn't they? And they said the only time you'll ever leave Western is if it's in a wooden box. But I don't know if it's improved since then or not.
So I do like the town centre, it looks nice, but it's just the characters you see wandering about and you think they don't look too nice. But certainly where he lived, it was. I said to him, I didn't know there was a posh end round here. He was
Whereabouts was it then? It wasn't actually in Western, was it?
Yeah, sort of. But the back is the back end going in, and the whole area was these big, massive houses. A lot.
My brother's Wick St Lawrence, which I think is a nicer area as well.
Yeah, I don't know the areas, but I know that area. I've never been to it before. And
have you not?
That area, that.
All right, yeah.
And all the houses were all big out. Some have been chopped up, but you're one of the few that haven't been chopped up yet. But, very nice it was.
He must be doing all right then, mustn't he?
Yeah.
Well,
I'll let you know how I get on. At the moment, the traffic's being kind to me. I'm 4.5 mile away.
All right, my dear. All right then. Speak to you soon. Bye.
Christmas trees. This traffic's definitely in my favour, isn't it, eh? Bloody hell. Before long, though, it's going to be going the other direction with me.
The script. Can you just riff around it a little bit like you do? Well, because it's an arena, so it's about 4,000 people a night that are going to be watching it. It's actually a lot of audience participation, so there's going to be loads of that, which is going to be brilliant. Yeah.
And I think we'll watch the master of improv. I think Mr. O'Grady will not be sticking to the script.
And Bradley as well. I think they'll both be going off on a tangent. Don't let them loose with the real horse, okay? It is going to be great. It's going to be chaos, isn't it? Well, it will, because there's a cast of 100. There's Bollywood dancers. We've got to do Don't Stop Me Now, Queen, with Bollywood dancers. And gospel singers in the background, breakdancers, aerial performers. Can you imagine what pandemonium backstage? It's going to be absolute chaos. Like 3D as well. Cinderella performance dates and times. I've got Sunday 20th December 7:15 p.m, Monday 21st December 2:30 and 7:15, Tuesday 22nd December.
I've just worked out the direction I'm heading to get to this delivery. I'm going to be on the wrong side of the bloody busy main road to get to it. So we have to carry everything across the main road. Last time I did it was very early in the morning, I think. Not too much problems with the traffic. There's certainly a lot of Christmas trees about now. People have got theirs up. Before you know it, though, all the pine bits will be falling off the trees, won't they? There's a lot of bloody police cars around, blinding me with their blue lights. I bet Stan's got his Christmas tree up, ain't you, Stan? He will deny that he's even got a Christmas tree, but I know he'll have his tree up. Come on, then. Might as well keep on coming. Looking one out, all out, eh? Hello?
Hi, Paul, it's Tanya.
Hi, Tanya.
About a completely different one. Chigwell Construction going to Hainault Road, Chigwell, IG7.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you're doing that tomorrow.
I'm not doing it. I've already been there.
Oh, you've already been there?
I've been there, had the phone ringing, pressing the bell outside, rattling the bloody gates, big electric gates, pompous arseholes. So, yeah, and I'll tell you what annoyed me. There's a 6 foot by 6 foot 6. I took it all off because I didn't want to ring the bell and get them to open the gates and shut on you again. So I got it all off the truck, all up to the gate. No one there. I did ring and let Dopey know.
Did you ring what, sorry?
I did ring and let Dopey know.
Who's that?
Hold on, my dear. I'll have to ask somebody.
Oh, Karen. Oh, you told Karen?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Lovely. Okay, thank you.
Okay, cheers. Bye.
Thanks. Bye. Hiya. Norma's just phoned. She's actually there, so she said she'll help. Okay. She said if you don't mind giving her a hand, but she said she's going to stand outside and wait for you.
Yeah, I know where the place is. I'm 2.5 miles away, but 2.5 miles this time of night.
Well, yeah.
It is looking quite good at the moment. I do seem to be going the right direction, really, for it. So.
Alright, well, we didn't tell her that you know how to break in and look up. So she don't know that bit.
Well, it's not really. What it is, it's like it's an archway with an open bit of ground inside, which is all covered up. And there's like a pair of old doors on it with electric opener on it. But you put your hand under and open the left-hand one, and the right-hand one opens.
Oh, does it? How did you find that out?
Oh, I got there and I thought, well, the delivery back order and try and deliver it.
Oh my God. Yeah. Don't tell her that then. Alright, but she says she's there. She says she is there on her own, but if you wouldn't mind giving her a hand, she'd be very grateful.
Okay, well, she can keep a lookout, so I've got to run across a busy main road with it all.
Okay.
I'll be on the left end, she's on the right, there she is.
Yeah, she can be lookout.
Yeah.
Alright, my dear. Alright then, thank you.
Cheers, bye.
Bye.
The M6 northbound, 6 to 7, up towards Spaghetti Junction, you've got some really, really slow traffic. There was an accident and a breakdown earlier which cleared. That's just residual delays, I think. The A1M at the bottom, between the M25 and 3 for South Hatfield. It's all reopened following the earlier incident. It's been open for about half an hour. Northbound side is still a bit heavy towards Junction 3, but it's getting better. M25 clockwise, 13 to 16 towards the M40 starts to get busy. And then anti-clockwise, we've got at the moment stationary traffic, 25 to 24. There's a breakdown between Potters Bar and Enfield, so on the anti-clockwise side they're holding the traffic while they deal with that. And then you've got further traffic between 13 and 11 around to Staines. And just a reminder, of course, if you're heading out on public transport, because of the flooding and the landslides between the northwest of England and Scotland, Virgin Trains West Coast, you can't travel past Preston at the moment. So if you want to get to Scotland, you still can, but just be aware that you have to go London, King's Cross and Virgin Trains East Coast service to get to Scotland. It's also affecting other routes as well, first TransPennine, Northern Rail and ScotRail, so please check before you travel. And I'll be back with you in 25 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Bobby.
New Yorker. You should know the score by now. Your native New Yorker. Music plays, everyone's dancing. Making friends and finding lovers. Searching for someone. Set you free from New York City. Well, it almost yesterday. When you still believe the free like a revolution. You were the star. When it's all
Team, do a shout out to us, Billy, Alec and Janet, busy decorating your show, keeping us going from Janet in Northumberland. Thank you, Janet. Appreciate it. Now, Tim Smith, ever seen a cockroach?
Yes, I've seen lots of cockroaches.
How big?
About 2 inches long, I think, is the biggest cockroach I ever saw. I think it was in Australia, funnily enough.
Really?
Yeah.
Would you touch one?
I wouldn't touch it, but I'd chase it away, making a very loud noise.
Like in the jungle?
Maybe like in the jungle.
Yeah. The largest cockroach on record is one measured at 3.81 inches, nearly 4 inches in length. And I've seen one nearly that big, and you think, wow, that looks scary, and you simply don't know if they bite or sting. I mean, I really don't know.
I don't think they sting, do they? And I don't think they bite either, but they probably carry disease or something. They smell rather nasty.
Yeah, they do smell nasty. They're covered in germs. It must be.
Absolutely, but they're not going to do any harm, real harm, not unless there's like a swarm of them.
Oh, my goodness.
Hello, telephone exchange.
Hello, Paul.
Hiya.
Hiya. You've got on your deliveries for tomorrow S&G Designs.
Yeah.
Do you know roughly what time? Because she's asking me to give her a rough estimate.
If you give her my phone number and tell her to ring me in about 3 hours' time, I'll know better.
Alright, I will tell you. Tell her that.
I'm going to keep on going as far as I can, because I've still got loads to do.
Alright. Alright, darling, no problem. I'll tell her that then, Paul. I appreciate that.
Cheers, bye.
Alright, take care. Bye.
She all sounds happy, she does.
So many words and phrases.
William Hanson is an international expert on matters of etiquette, manners and good taste. He's worked with the royal households, governments, businessmen and several big-name brands. William regularly appears on television as an etiquette expert, and he's the author of the book The Bluffer's Guide to Etiquette. Now, we're going to talk about dinner parties. We're going to do a special Christmas thing with William, by the way. That'll be Christmas parties and Christmas dinners and all of that kind of stuff, you know, with posh people. Yep. But we're going to do dinner parties generally. There are differences between a dinner party and a kitchen supper, aren't there? I mean, what are the differences, for example?
Yes, I like kitchen suppers as much as I like a dinner party, but there's a key difference. I think people have expectations that when they come to a kitchen supper, I actually had one guest who actually said, "Is that it?" after I put the pudding down.
That'll be Tim.
Yeah, he thought that he was getting sort of 3 courses. A kitchen supper is 2 courses, a main and a pudding, maybe some cheese afterwards. We don't really count cheese as a course.
Is there anything on sticks?
No, nothing on sticks. No, it's very laid back. The food is more nursery food, so you might serve a lasagna or moussaka or cottage pie, more relaxed food rather than sort of Caledonian pheasant.
And served in the kitchen, yes?
Yes, served around the kitchen table or in the dining room, but more casual. You might even put paper napkins out.
And would the kitchen supper be served at a different time to dinner?
You'd probably have it slightly earlier. I have kitchen suppers on a Sunday normally, or sometimes during the week, and it starts at 7, everyone's gone by 9, you can get back home. Whereas a dinner party may start at 7:30, 8 o'clock, and go on longer. Obviously weekend ones longer than weekday ones.
And what proportion of, sub-royalty would you be inviting and or television people from Chiswick?
Sub-royalty?
I don't know who you mean.
What would be the proportion of the kinds of people that you would invite?
Yes, well, you've got to think about balance and who is going to get on with who. And so if you're having someone who's quite Chiswick set, you have to sort of invite other people that sort of can tolerate Chiswick set people. Yes. You're not going to invite people that are going to rub everyone up the wrong way.
So you don't want anybody, say, from the Camden district?
No.
But you would plan your guests very carefully in order that they get on together.
Yes, exactly. You can have a little bit of friction. That's often fine. But if you've got someone who is one end of the political spectrum and another person who is totally the opposite, perhaps not a good idea to have them at a dinner party, which is quite intimate. You've maybe got 6, 8, 10 people at the table. A big sort of drinks party is different because they can be at separate ends.
All right, now, once the replies have gone out, you've got to plan the menu, right?
Yes, and that's why it's so important for guests to reply immediately, or within a couple of days, really, is the limit, so we can start deciding what we are going to have, because if actually the guest I've invited who is vegetarian can't come, I don't need to go to the worry about finding a vegetarian alternative for each of the courses.
Are they asked the questions, are they vegan, are they vegetarian? I mean, you ask them, should we do that?
Well, of course, traditionally, nobody had any of these dietary requirements. They're sort of relatively new in terms of etiquette that come along. So if you have a dietary requirement, you need to tell the host upon accepting the invitation. It is tough luck if you turn up at a party or at a dinner party and they put down ossobuco in front of you and you go, "I'm sorry, I'm a vegetarian." Yeah. Well, tough, because you didn't say anything. I have been caught out like that. I was serving salmon en croûte to a vegan. So now I will always say, "And do you eat everything? Or do you have any dietary requirements?"
Or allergies as well.
Or allergies as well, yes.
Okay, so would there be a dessert or not?
Well, dessert traditionally is the fruit course. We mean pudding, I think is what you mean. That's sweet thing.
Yeah, so a can of Libby's would be okay. A can of Two Throats with some evaporated milk, or not, or with some Viennetta, some strawberries.
Do you know, I had a Viennetta for the first time.
Oh, you didn't! You didn't!
Gosh,
you broke character now.
No, I was served it.
Really? Did you enjoy it?
Well, it was the first and last time.
Did you pick it up or did you use a spoon and a fork?
Used a fork and a spoon.
Okay,
yeah. All right, William, stay there. We're going to come back with William Hanson in just a moment, everybody. Gentle applause. Thank you very much.
Change your heart. Look around you. Change your heart. It will astound you. And leave your loving time. Everybody's gotta learn sometime. Everybody's gotta learn sometime. Change your heart. Look around you. Change your heart. It will astound you.
Everyone's outside the cafes now having their meals and their drinks. Mainly drinks at the moment. How are we doing for... Blimey, I'm going to need to take a half-hour break soon. $375 yards to go. And then my next delivery after that is 4.5 miles away. Yeah, the old wine bars are looking quite busy now. Wine bars and bistros filling up. I can almost see the place from here. Oh dear. The shops are certainly busy with Christmas just round the corner. Christmas lights are all up. Looking very Christmassy actually. There's a shop we used to do down here on the right hand side. In fact, the shop is just along the road from where I'm delivering now. They used to turn up there. You'd have to ring the guy now before you got there. He'd normally be either at home drunk from the night before, or he'd be round the pub. Makes you wonder why he's shut down, doesn't it? Oh God, I'm dreading this, where I'm going to park. These cheeky gets here coming down the bloody inside. Go on, over you go. How's the video looking? Is it alright? Now, this place is just here on the right hand side. I bloody see it. Now I'm sure Do you know what? There might even be a loading bay opposite. Where that van is, with his lights flashing by Subway, that's where it is. On the right hand side of the road. There she is, looking out at me. I'm sure that's the place here on the right. Yeah, she's waving at me. Bloody hell. What do you do, eh? Do you know what? I'm going to go for it over the other side of the road and park on the pavement. Come on, dear. Round you go. And I know I'm going to get a ticket for doing this. Captain Chaos. Back in a little while.
All your social obligations in one go. That isn't actually correct. Well, if you were to invite me in Zoom for a third party, how would we reply? Once you're done, we could invite him back for a final, would you? I wouldn't mind taking him on a river taxi. River taxi down the Thames there, yeah. What, to a restaurant down in Greenwich? Get a few drinks on there, get a few snacks. Oh, okay. Thank you very much, William. I know we're going to see you in a couple of weeks' time when we're going to do some Christmas stuff. Thank you. I really appreciate your time. See you on the river taxi.
Listen to me. I can say some things incomplete. It's not like you to hurt easily. You look more than a woman to me. I see the truth there in your eyes. They tell me that your heart's been compromised. You're lost, ever so shy. Like an angel, too scared to fly. You just need someone to believe in. Oh, like a rising sun. He's a faith you come. Let me help you with your healing. Oh, so that we can reach higher, higher in love. So we can reach higher and higher in love. I know, God, what you've been through. Feel the pain in your heart, better than you. If you just let me in, I'm on a cruise. Love ain't something you stand in. You just need someone to believe in. Oh, like a rising sun. He's a faithful God. Let me help you get your healing. Oh, so that we can reach higher, higher in love. So we can reach higher, higher in love. So we can reach higher and higher in love. I know you're looking for something that'll do you good. I'm just thinking, and I wish you would. I'm so much more than a helping hand. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. You just need someone to believe in. Oh,
News from the net on Billboard.com. Another day, another record broken for Adele. Scotsman.com says David Beckham part relieved over son quitting football. And unrealitytv.co.uk, Sia reveals she hated working with Katy Perry, but it turned out well in the end. Well, why mention it? 5 to 5, here's Bobby, what you got?
Thank thank you, first of all, to the M1 northbound through Derbyshire, at junction 25, which is the Nottingham Derby turn, the A52, on the exit slip road, there's a breakdown. It's causing queues back on the main carriageway to 23A, so it's back to the A42, but it is on that exit slip road. You can get off, though. The M6, first of all, southbound, 20 to 19, breakdown down towards Knutsford, causing queues. M6 southbound further down, another breakdown between 10A, the M54, and 10 for Walsall. M42 southbound, 3A to 3, so just past the M40 towards the Portway turn, there's an accident at the moment. One lane is shut, but it's queuing back to 5 at Solihull, and this is having a knock-on effect on the northbound M40 as well, if you're trying to get onto the M42 in either direction. The M25 clockwise 13 to 16, you've got congestion around to the M40. Anti-clockwise 25 to 24 at Potters Bar, there's a breakdown that's still trying to move. One lane is closed, also queuing further round from 14 Heathrow to 11 at Chertsey. Look at the Dartford crossing, you've got some queues, anti-clockwise from junction 2 and over the bridges, so clockwise as well. M4 eastbound 38, beg your pardon, 37 at Porthcawl. There's been an accident at the moment, there's one lane shut. Public transport, of course, with all the flooding and the landslides between northwest England and Scotland. Virgin Trains West Coast cannot get beyond Preston, so that's affecting London Euston to Glasgow. You can still get to Scotland from London King's Cross by Virgin Trains East Coast. Also first Transfer Line Northern Rail and ScotRail as well, and I'll be back with Simon with more in 20 minutes.
Thank you, boss. Any other day you might have gone walking by without a second look. Any other way, but I'm still mystified. I'm just trying to change my look. Staring out the world and waiting for the right. But the world won't listen.
No one wants to let me go. Just fucking ignorant, these people, aren't they? Fucking hell.
Simon with no Gallagher after 5 ahead of his in concert with us tomorrow. Jimmy Carr, Lulu, I'm from Simple Minds, Jim Kerr. Good evening.
David Cameron has promised to look again at what the government spends on flood defences during a visit to areas affected by the record levels of rainfall. BBC News understands that the decision on whether to expand Heathrow Airport is set to be delayed by another 6 months. An inquiry into the Glasgow bin lorry crash found that the tragedy could have been avoided if the driver had not lied about his history of blackouts. David Cameron has been visiting some of the areas worst affected by the severe flooding in parts of Cumbria and Lancashire over the weekend. The Met Office says Storm Desmond broke rainfall records dating back to the 19th century. Nearly 16 inches fell in Belmere in Cumbria. The government has said it will reimburse councils in full for the cost of dealing with the damage. Speaking in Carlisle, the Prime Minister said lessons would be learned.
What we did after the 2009 floods is spend millions of pounds building these barriers, and they have prevented floods in Carlisle, I think on 2 occasions, but they weren't enough. On this occasion, when we had 14 inches of rain in just 24 hours. But after every flood, the thing to do is sit down, look at the money you're spending, and ask, is it enough? And that's exactly what we'll do.
This evening, Electricity North West said power had been lost once again at more than 60,000 properties in Lancashire. During the day, nearly 3,000 homes in Cumbria were still without power, schools were closed, and hospitals had to cancel operations. Lee Howard lives in Kendal, both his home and business have been flooded.
Come on!
The BBC has learned that a decision on whether to build a new runway at Heathrow or Gatwick looks likely to be delayed for at least 6 months. The government is expected to order another environmental review. Further delay is likely to go down very badly with businesses which have demanded that the government get on with expanding Britain's aviation capacity. But our economics editor Kamal Ahmed says the politics of this decision appears to have held sway.
I think David Cameron is very concerned for 2 reasons. That no ifs and no buts pledge. He's worried about a tuition fees moment similar to Nick Clegg, where a promise he made appears to be gone back on. And the second issue for him is the mayoral elections in London. Zach Goldsmith, the Conservative candidate, is implacably opposed to any new runway at Heathrow. I think the government would quite like to, or certainly Number 10 would quite like to delay this decision beyond that election next May.
A man's appeared in court charged with attempting to murder a London Underground passenger after a knife attack in Leytonstone on Saturday. Mohadin Mirey, who's 29 and from East London, has been remanded in custody until Friday, when he'll appear at the Old Bailey. A man has been stabbed to death at a Poundland store in Oxfordshire. Police were called to a shop in Abingdon after 11 o'clock this morning. A 36-year-old man has been arrested. An inquiry into the Glasgow bin lorry crash says the driver repeatedly lied about his history of blackouts in order to gain and retain jobs. Harry Clark was unconscious when the lorry veered out of control last December, killing 6 people. The sheriff who conducted the inquiry has suggested increasing penalties for drivers who fail to disclose relevant medical conditions. Colin Edgar from Glasgow City Council said a review into the recruitment process for council drivers would be carried out straight away.
We already subject drivers to quite a rigorous medical questionnaire. What the sheriff is recommending is that in the future we should think about whether we can insist on getting access to applicants' GP records. We'll look at whether that's possible and how we go about doing it. The sheriff doesn't find, though, that in this case, if we had had access to Mr Clark's medical records, it would necessarily have stopped this from happening.
The actor Nicholas Smith, who played the bald, jugged store manager in Are You Being Served, has died. He was 81 and was the last surviving member of the original cast of the BBC comedy series. Nick Hyam looks back at his life.
I sometimes regard our whole organisation as a ship at sea. That peacock here is at the helm, keeping his eyes skinned. I am in the engine room, making sure we're all going full steam ahead. And you men are the crew. What's it called? The Titanic?
Nicholas Smith, holding forth with Mr. Rumble's characteristic mix of pomposity and naivety in an episode of Are You Being Served? He was a fixture of the series from its start in 1972, right through until it ended in 1985. With his round face and jug ears, enhanced in Are You Being Served by oversized spectacles, he was a natural character actor. He made his first speaking appearance on television in a 1964 episode of Doctor Who, and continued working in film, theatre and television up until his late 70s.
In the city, the 100 index closed down 15 points at 6,224. And the weather. Further heavy rain will move in from the west this evening. There'll be clear spells in the southeast at first before rain arrives by dawn. Tonight's temperatures around 11 or 12 Celsius. BBC News at 5 minutes past 5.
All right, Nikki, thank you. It'll be a warm night then.
Simon Mayo.
Thanks, Steve.
Right time's on and we're on our way home.
Right, so that's done and dusted. What have we done? What have you managed? Christmas cards written. Oh, really? There's Bridget setting an example. Knitted squirrel finished. There's Ellie. I'm not quite so sure of that. How long does that take? How many squirrels do you need? Permanently performing pantos. Running on empty, there's Debbie. You know what I mean. Right now it's drive time of Radio 2. Oh, look who's going first. He's a big guest.
You don't have to be beautiful to turn me on. I just need your body, baby, from dusk to dawn. You don't need experience to turn me out. You just leave it all up to me. I'll show you what it's all about. You don't have to be rich to be my girl. You don't have to be good to rule my world. Ain't no particular sign I'm more compatible with. I just want your extra time and your kiss. You gotta not talk dirty, baby, if you wanna impress me. You can't be too dirty, mama. I know how to undress me. Let me be your fantasy, and maybe you could be mine. You just leave it all up to me. We can have a good time. You don't have to be rich to be my girl. You don't have to be good to rule my world. Ain't no particular sign I'm not compatible with. I just want your extra time and your. Think I better dance now. Rule my world. I say the rule my world. At your age, mama, not your shoe size, maybe we can do the tour. You don't have to work down the street to have an attitude. You gotta leave it all up to me. My love will be your food. You don't have to be rich to be my girl. You don't have to be good to rule my world. Ain't no particular sign I'm not compatible with. I just want your extra time.
Tonight is Tom Jones. Yeah, Tom Jones is here after 6 o'clock.
How exciting.
It is very exciting. Well done cherries is a 3-worder there from Wendy. Is that your thing?
That might be Bournemouth beating Chelsea.
Oh, right, okay. Coat-free gardening. There's Diane, who's been gardening without a coat.
It is warm, though.
15 degrees, she
Yeah.
rated it. This is pretty extraordinary, really, for December. Decorations are up. There's Nicola. Are yours are... No, they're not.
What?
Are yours up?
Yeah, mine have been up for
We made some
ages.
snowflakes, actually, over the weekend.
Okay, so you're starting.
We're starting.
Just starting. All right. Okay, I need to catch up. Then.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
I've got a quick few.
Everyone's got them up. Yeah.
You got your paper chains up in your bedroom. Oh, my goodness me. Everyone's doing it. Okay, so Tom Jones is here after 6 o'clock. Noel Gallagher is here in about 10 minutes' time. He's already sung for Ken. He's got a big show tonight with Joe Wiley. Singing in concert, Noel Gallagher here in 10 minutes. Our confession tonight, it's a Christmas confession, hooray! Sweet Like Chocolate is tonight's title, and Matt's doing that for us.
Yes, Fergie tells Chelsea they would be foolish to sack Mourinho. Tyson Fury defends his comments on women and gay people. And ahead of tonight's panorama on Blatter, we'll look at claims that the FIFA president knew about bribes and did nothing.
And Rebecca's doing all that money.
Insurers say a small army of claims managers are at the scene of flood-hit areas, as experts say they may have to pay out up to £250 million in claims. And new research shows that English councils made a record surplus from parking charges last year, with London, Nottingham and Brighton among the biggest earners.
And what are your big homework questions for tonight? Simon Mayo at bbc.co.uk.
It's that time of year I treasure, it's time for giving, the best part of living. Celebrate with friends we hold so dear. Oh, I can feel it in the air. Our bundles head to toe. To close it there, it's the best time of the year. Got my stocking, got my Christmas tree, got my loved ones next to me. Almost every house and every corner streaming up Christmas lights, people caroling for Christmas tree. Are you shining right for me? Chill around the world, shouting Santa's on his way, hoping to hear those sleigh bells ringing on his sleigh. I'm gonna wrap my arms around you tight on this cozy December night. Almost there, Christmas here, let's get some back. More you give, the more you have.
Look at the cyclist, look. Straight through the red lights, he don't care. They're the first ones to whinge though, aren't they? I don't know if I'd like to ride a bike around London. I don't know if I'd like to ride a bike about anywhere really. Motorcyclist on the right who's in the turn right only lane, who's going to want to go cutting across the front of everyone. What have I got left? 2 miles to be delivery. There he goes, look, straight across the front. Certainly very busy down here, isn't it? Everyone doing their Christmas shopping. People on their way home from work. Go on then. Yeah, don't bother to say thank you, mate. You just go out there. Thank you very much. There's a lot of phone shops down here. The guys selling their fancy cases and chargers for the phones, and signs everywhere, phones unlocked.
Online, which will give you all your local routes if you're trying to work out what's going to impact on your journey, so don't forget them. The Scottish borders to Hoyk, the A698 is closed both ways with flooding between Weensland Park and Denholm. The A708 at Selkirk, now that on the borders, sorry, the A707 to Bow Hill, that did all reopen with the floodwaters. I had a load of calls and people weren't sure. The A708 is open, but just watch out for debris on the carriageway as you go through. To Cumbria, the A69 is still closed with flooding between the M6 at junction 43, which is the Carlisle turn, to the A689 at Warwick on Evans. That's still completely shut. Other problems, M62 eastbound, 18 to 19 at Hayward. There's a breakdown they're still dealing with. The M1 northbound broken down lorry still 34 to 35 up from Meadowhall to Rother and Chapeltown. And then the M1 northbound, there's a breakdown 25 to 23A. So it's the queue, back of the queue is 23A, but the front of the queue where the problem is on the Nottingham Derby exit slip road. So it's still there. You can get off, it's just one lane closed. The M6 southbound, there's a breakdown 10A, the M54 to Walsall at 10, right in the roadworks. The M42, there was an accident between 3A, the M40 and 3 for Portway. It closed one lane. It looks like they're still dealing with that, which means congestion back on the M42 to junction 5, and it's also had a knock-on effect as well on northbound M40. The M25 tonight, clockwise, it's busy, 13 staying to 16 for the M40. It's not too bad. Across the top, 24 to 25 has been slow. And then anti-clockwise, there's an accident between 30 and 29. They've moved it now to the hard shoulder, but you've still got congestion from the A13 through to Romford. And then further queues anti-clockwise from 14 around to 11 at Church. It's just busy, and into the Dartford Tunnel on the other side is heavy from junction 2. Now the rail network, the thing is to check before you travel between the northwest England and Scotland, because there's still landslides and flooding. They're still trying to find things as well, with trees coming down, so a lot of work to do. Virgin Trains West Coast cannot travel past Preston. That's still the case. So services from London Euston to Glasgow and Edinburgh all affected. You can still get to Scotland though if you travel via London King's Cross and Virgin Trains East Coast, so just be where you can do that. First Transpennine are affected, Northern Rail and ScotRail, so you need to check before you travel, and that's likely to be ongoing for a few days as well. Thank you for your updates. Keep them coming, and I'll be back in about 35 minutes.
Bobby, thank you very much indeed. So Noel Gallagher in 5 minutes. Sir Tom Jones after 6 o'clock, and his autobiography, it's a fantastic read as well. Tom Jones, Over the Top and Back is his autobiography. Don't miss Sir Tom just after 6 o'clock. We're doing Tom Jones inspired oldies, not Tom Jones oldies, we've got enough of those, but Tom Jones inspired tunes, of which this is number one.
Hello?
Hi, it's Gita. You're supposed to deliver to two of our clients tomorrow some stuff.
Okay.
One for Ashbourne and another one, I forgot the name of them.
Okay, I'm just having a look.
He's also in NW11. Two deliveries for NW11.
Oh, is that the one, SNG Design?
Yeah.
Northwest 11. I can do that this evening if you want it doing, but I won't. I'm still in South London at the moment.
Okay, this evening, shall I call them to expect the delivery to the client?
Hold on, let me just have a look at the driving time. If you're okay with me delivering this evening, I'll deliver them this evening for you. That's not a problem.
For both of them, one Ashbourne and the other one I forgot.
I've got one at Princess Square. Oh no, sorry.
No.
That's not you, no. I've got 45 Ashbourne Avenue and 2 Heather Gardens.
Yes, and what time roughly, because I need to call the client.
Are these both ground floor entrance?
The one is like a house, Ashbourne, you can go up it, and then the other one has got a lift.
Yeah, but we don't take things in lifts.
Okay, so I need to see, what time do you think will be in the Heather Garden?
Well, my problem, I'm in South London in standstill traffic at the moment.
Do you want me to tell them that you will come tomorrow?
I can go this evening, it's not a problem. I can go there.
Okay, but I don't know if they're at home. So when should I tell both of them? Because it's like 5-minute drive between each property.
Well, the problem is I'm down right in South London near Wimbledon. So I've got a delivery to do down in Wimbledon. Then I can come to you. So it's quite a long way between here and there. It's not a problem.
Yes. So what should I tell them to expect? Deliveries like let's say around 8 o'clock at night? Tell me.
I'd say 7:30 to 8, but I'll ring you if there's any problems.
Okay, let me call and we'll be in touch. You call me and I'm going to see if they're okay. See how is your evening going?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, and if not tonight, it's in the morning, yeah?
Yeah, but, well, it won't be in the morning. It'll either be tonight. See, I've got loads to do in central London in the morning. So I'll go and do...
Okay, let me call them and see what's going on, yeah?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, bye.
This is more the acoustic thing that I do, and it's nice to go way back. So tonight I'll be doing a set which is predominantly Oasis B-sides.
But you always put a lot of effort. I mean, the Oasis B-sides were maybe some of the last, in terms of when people looked at the art of B-sides, but you really put some time into it.
Well, all the B-sides for all the Definitely Maybe and Morning Glory singles, really, if I had my time again, should have saved and made that up to the third album. But, so it's not often I get to play all that stuff under the banner of High Flying Birds thing, because it's a different thing. So, it's good to dust them off, and if you're a fan, you'll enjoy it. If you're not, you just enjoy it, because I'm brilliant.
Well, I think everyone's going to enjoy it because you put on a great show and people can watch that online and they can hear it tonight. I've got Merry Christmas, everybody.
Yeah.
Right, lined up, ready to go. Your version of. Do you still like doing Christmas songs? Do you still like to? I mean, this morning with Ken, you ended up with a little Happy Christmas.
Well, yeah, I'm just trying to plug the John Lewis advert because all of the department stores are available. But the Merry Christmas Everybody came about from the Royal Family again when they did As for Christmas, no, I don't like Christmas.
Yeah. You don't like it at all?
No,
So you haven't got a Christmas playlist running in your head?
No. I usually have an annually problem with it, and this year it's why I was sat watching the TV the other night, and I can't understand how now swing music is now synonymous with Christmas. Like, when did that happen? There's like a Christmas swing album coming out by Ministry of Sound. They should be ashamed of themselves, by the way. And it's a disgrace. I mean, I can only begin to imagine the horror of listening to Mac the Knife on Christmas morning with kids running around shouting batteries. I mean, that must be with a slight hangover. Not the kids might have me. That must be horrific. A life I wish not to lead.
You should do a Christmas country album or a gospel album.
Yeah, no, I'm not that kind. That's not who I am.
No, that's not what you're going to get, but you are going to get some fine songs, and then you're on tour next year?
Yeah, well, I go out in March to South America and Australia, and back in England in April, and then I'm trying until September. I think there's maybe more British gigs, maybe a festival or two somewhere, hopefully.
Right. Which ones?
I can categorically state I won't be doing Glastonbury, so don't go down the bookies, and neither will Oasis, neither will BDI, or any offshoot band that ever came from Oasis.
I was just asking.
No, I don't know what I'm doing, but I know I'm not doing Glastonbury. I'm going to go to Glastonbury.
Okay, no, we'll look forward to the gig tonight. So you can text if you want to ask a question for the Q&A with Joe, and then Joe will say, here's Noel Gallagher, tonight at 8 o'clock, and it'll be live on Radio 2. Noel, great to see you. Thank you very much. And we're just going to pretend that you like Christmas and play.
Shall I introduce it?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Noel Gallagher. Many years ago, doing through gritted teeth, I might add, a version of the classic Merry Christmas Everybody from Slade. Enjoy it. I won't.
I'm hanging up the stockings on the wall. It's the time every Santa has a ball. Does he ride a red-nosed reindeer? Do a turn up all the sleigh? He's keeping us all. So here it is, Merry Christmas, everybody's having fun. Look to the future now, it's only just begun. Are you waiting for your family to arrive? Are you sure you got the room to spare inside? Does your granny always tell you that the old songs are the best? She beat up rock and roll. So here it is, Merry Christmas. Just begun.
that he was enjoying it while he was recording it, but the evidence, if Noel says he was having a miserable time, then he clearly was having
I like it.
I like it. Oasis, Merry Christmas, everybody. The whole concert is live tonight at 8 o'clock, and if you have a question, 88291, start your message with Noel. The email is inconcert@bbc.co.uk. And then Noel tonight from 8 o'clock, 5:33. Rebecca's on a big story here.
Yes, insurers say a small army of claims managers are at the scene of flood-hit areas, as experts estimate they may have to pay out up to £250 million in claims. Householders hit by Storm Desmond have been told to stay safe, but also to do what they can to reduce the risk of further damage or loss. Malcolm Tarling is a spokesman for the Association of British Insurers, and he's on the line. Hello, Malcolm.
Good afternoon.
Now, you've been in the business for a while. Give us an idea of how the damage caused by Storm Desmond compares with previous floods you've seen.
Well, it's very difficult to compare this storm without there's no two flooding incidents alike, but this is business as usual for insurers. It's terrible and distressing for those people who've been affected, but the first priority for insurers is, as it always is in circumstances like this, to get out there and to help customers recover.
I'm going to do this next delivery, then I need to take a half-hour break. I have got quite a bit. I've got about 50 minutes driving time left, but if I have an half-hour break, let the traffic die down a bit. It's just crazy at the moment. I'm just sitting in traffic, going nowhere fast. I'm only just over a mile away from the next one.
Most will have 24 emergency helplines. If you need to do any emergency repairs, do them, keep receipts, and don't, tempting like me, rush to throw flooded items away unless they're a health hazard. Talk to your insurer first. They've got, as you mentioned, an army of claims people on the ground actually dealing with these claims, so they can help people recover quickly as possible.
What about damage to things like roofs? Should people attempt to fix those or leave it to professionals?
I think leave it to the professionals is the golden rule. Of course, if your roof is leaking water at the moment, then you may need to get a roofer in to carry out emergency repairs. Go ahead and do that, but don't put yourself in danger. First priority is really talk to your insurer. They will get repairs carried out ASAP.
And what if you're a small business? What's covered then?
Well, if you're a small business, you should have an insurance that will cover you against flooding, and you may well have what's called business interruption insurance, which in addition can pay for the cost of hiring alternative business premises if your factory or premises is so badly damaged that you can't trade there while the repairs are being carried out.
And how long do you think it could be until most of the homes are habitable again?
Well, insurers will be busy arranging temporary accommodation for firms and for individuals if they can't stay in their premises at the moment. The important thing, I think, for an insurer is to make emergency payments to help people through what is a very difficult time. As soon as the flood waters recede, they'll be in there with an army of industrial dryers, dehumidifiers, to get their premises dried out so the repairs can start. The answer is as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you very much, Malcolm Tarling, spokesman for the Association of British Insurers.
Thank you, Malcolm, and just checking with the markets.
Yes, the FTSE 100 closed down by 15 points at 62.24. The pound is down by a third of a cent against the dollar at $1.50.7. It's up by a fifth of a cent against the euro at just under €1.39, making a euro worth just shy of 72 pence.
Thank you. Can you help us with tonight's big questions, please? One is from John from Stavanger in Norway. Simon, when travelling on escalators, I've noticed a small band of brushes that run along the base of the escalator. I think I noticed that too. I'd like to know what they're for. Are they for polishing shoes? That's what I use them for. Are they a healing ankle massage? I am a teacher and I may be able to use the information to enlighten my pupils.
I always thought those were dust. Keep the dust out of those little gaps.
That could well be very, very right. Let's find out. John from Stavanger in Norway. What are those little brushes for that run along the base of the escalator? Can you help us, please? Do you use them for polishing your shoes? Is that what they're there for? Simon Mayo at bbc.co.uk. Robert in Dorset. We have had an injured magpie living in our garden since we feed it every morning with meat scraps. But what we'd like to know is what else can we feed it on as natural food resources become more limited as winter progresses. We've got an injured magpie. What should they do, Rebecca?
Bird seed.
Is that it? Just bird seed?
I would have thought so.
Isn't that for tame birds? No, probably not.
Wild bird seed. I don't know.
Okay. That's it?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Any other ideas? What should you do for an injured magpie who's been living with Robert for a long time? Simon Maywood, bbc.co.uk. Do some answers later, and we'll do your confession after this, which is another Tom Jones inspired album. Well, You're the Voice was an obvious one to get in, and so we had to do that when Starman and Ballroom Blitz and amongst many others said, John Farnham, please, You're the Voice for Tom Jones in After 6, and a confession next.
The FA Cup on the BBC.
It's a great FA Cup afternoon.
Anything could happen. All the excitement of the FA Cup across the BBC.
It is the full-time whistle has blown, and that is a quite stunning result.
Continues with the FA Cup third round.
I am blue. There is no one available to take your call at the moment.
That's in typical.
Back in a bit, and Tom is going to get a
a digital radio. What he does with it, we'll find out. Father Simon and your ever-forgiving elves. As we draw ever closer to the festive period, and all around us very likely to include, I'm reminded of a Christmas-related crime I committed when I was 7 in Colchester in Essex in the 70s. My parents, like many others in those austere times, started buying Christmas goodies and a few months before the big day to spread the cost, and would hide them out of sight and mind from me and my younger brother Chris. One year my dad sent me upstairs to fetch something from my parents' bedroom. While I was looking for the item, I noticed a cardboard box on top of the wardrobe. I think we've all done that. After checking that the coast was clear, I stood on the ottoman. This is a piece of furniture and not a member of staff.
Oh, well done.
Just absolutely
Already forgiven.
very 70s furniture to gain a closer look. I quietly lifted down the box, raised the cardboard flap on the top, and my face was illuminated by all manner of wondrous treats and surprises wrapped in shiny foil and colourful packaging. I'd hit the jackpot, but time was short, so I replaced the box, retrieved the thing that I'd been asked to find, and excitedly waited for the next chance to peek inside the magic box. My chance came the next day. My parents were busy and I was upstairs alone. I snuck into their room and got the box down. I spotted 2 foil-covered chocolate Santas, the hollow ones, with, as was the case in the 70s, a packet of dolly mixture encased within. I noticed the foil on the top one was slightly dislodged, exposing the shiny milk chocolate beneath. This was too much for a young boy to resist, and a piece of chocolate the size of my fingernail fell away into my hand, very quickly found its way into my mouth. The pleasure of that sweet treat was only short-lived as a wave of guilt and panic overcame me. My parents were bound to notice a piece of Santa's chocolate hat missing, and questions would be asked. I decided to cover up the crime, carefully folding the foil wrapper back into place in its original shape to disguise the theft, and hoped it would be dismissed as damaged in transit. Placing the box back where I'd found it, I left the scene and vowed to myself never ever to return. This vow lasted for about a day. I'm ashamed to say I returned the next evening and the next and so on for the following few days. What was once a proud chocolate sculpture of Father Christmas was now grotesque, with its entire head and face missing, and its dolly mixture innards clearly exposed. Heart racing and head pounding, I shaped Santa's foil head as best I could and placed him back in the box. The weight of the guilt was almost unbearable as I tried to sleep that night, dreading the moment that my larceny would be discovered. Well, I didn't have to wait long. The next afternoon, as we returned from school on the last day of term, Chris and I were summoned into the lounge by Mum, who stood stony-faced with the 2 chocolate Santas in her hands, the perfect one and the now partially unwrapped and clearly largely consumed one. This is it, I thought. Here comes Judgment Day. As we stood in front of her, Mum told us that she was putting the gifts under the tree for Christmas when she discovered that someone had clearly been in the box of goodies and a chocolate Santa had been partially eaten, holding up the headless confectioner's Exhibit A as a barrister would do in court. Her face was very serious, and when she said the dreaded line, "I want to know which of you has been eating the Christmas sweets. I won't be cross with you, I just want you to be honest." From previous experience, Chris and I both knew these words meant that Mum was going to be extremely cross with us, and the culprit was in for the mother of all tellings off, if you don't mind the pun. As she looked at me, I was certain that she could see guilt written all over my face, and I weighed up my options. It seemed that there was no way out. I decided to confess, despite the inevitable dire consequences. I had just begun to open my mouth when my brother said, "I'm sorry, it was me." "Really?" I looked at him in shock and surprise. What was happening? It took a moment or two for my young brain to compute the situation, and then I realised that he, too, had been pilfering from the chocolate. Both brothers going at it. Well, should I also own up? Should I share the responsibility or let my younger brother take the rap? I wrestled with this moral dilemma for nearly a whole second before making my mind up. Father Simon, if I had taken the honourable line, I wouldn't be asking for your forgiveness now. Yes, I let him go down for it. My face changed from shock and surprise to righteous indignation in an instant. "Really, you did that?" I remember feeling no remorse for this at the time, only relief that it was really not me, receiving the mighty ticking off that followed. Which may also be the slipper and bed without pity.
Well, different times.
These indeed were different times. And on Christmas Day, he was presented with the half-eaten Santa half, while I received a perfectly whole, intact and unmolested version. To this day, he doesn't know that it was me. "Could you do the deed for me?" says Tom. So I wish to ask forgiveness from my brother, who, though not entirely blameless, and as younger brothers do, had made my life a living hell throughout our childhood, did not deserve to take the full blame for this act of confectionery vandalism.
Suffer alone the judgmental looks and comments from my parents and extra chores that he had to perform all over Christmas, which seemed a little bit harsh, really. He'd only eaten half of Santa's head. But anyway, whether he was trying to own up, but then he was beaten to it. Maybe he could have taken the rap. Let's see what Sister Rebecca.
I love that confession. It was so wonderfully written, wasn't it? And just really, really sweet, so to speak. The chocolate was too. Chris is going to be really angry about this, isn't he? When he finds out about it. But Christmas is a time for forgiveness, so hopefully Chris will forgive and realise that he would have been punished anyway. It doesn't make it, it wouldn't have made it any better if his brother was also punished. Well, that actually probably would, wouldn't it?
Tom needs to say, Chris, here's my digital radio.
Yeah, maybe he does. Or maybe you should just share it with him. It's a difficult one, because I just think Tom comes across as really, really sweet. So yes. I am not going to forgive him.
You're not going to forgive last-minute changing heart there, Sister Bobby.
Yes, tricky one. It's 7. It's cute. It's chocolate. What can you do if you find... I wouldn't be able to resist now. If I found chocolate hidden away, I'm afraid I would do probably the same thing. And then, in fact, actually, what we'll probably do is eat all of it in one go and say, I'm really sorry, I just couldn't resist it. Because I've got no willpower where it concerns chocolate. So even with things that you know you really shouldn't eat, it's just overwhelming, the need to eat that chocolate. What I'm really impressed with is they had sweets inside the hollow chocolate.
Dolly mixture, different times.
Yeah, never got that. It was just always hollow. So actually, I think, is it a lesson in keeping stum? Sometimes you need to know that lesson. You're forgiven.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so it's 1-1.
My son is every Christmas is sent some amazingly tasty chocolate gifts from a friend we have in Germany, and not for the first time this year. Myself and my wife ate quite a lot of them whilst watching the telly. And let me say that there is only one thing that tastes better than German chocolate, and that is ill-gotten German chocolate that should have been going.
Shame on you.
No, because I think all of us in that position would probably do the same. And I'm sure that Tom and Chris would be perfectly happy with this turn of events. Well, both of them were doing it anyway, so no harm, no foul. So I am going to say definitely forgiven, because we'd all do it. Well done. No. Yes, we would. Yes, we would.
People's very pleased you forgive Tom. Yes, I know that's the one that we need. You forgive him. It's 88-291. And your Christmas confession. Very well.
You make me feel like I'm alive Said I can't go on, but it's this way. I'm a dream about my life. All the past, sky is blue. We are all, I feel my heart beating. I feel my heart beneath my skin. I can feel my heart beating. 'Cause you make me feel like I'm alive again.
It's not too late. If you want one of our digital radios, then what you do is you send in your Christmas confession to confessions@bbc.co.uk. And if we like it, you might get one.
Isn't it amazing, eh? This time of the year, mid-December, well, early December, people sitting outside of bistros and wine bars drinking. Bloody hell. Normally you're snuggled up inside with the heating on full whack. Very mild. Well, that delivery for that woman that she rung me up about, it's only 15 miles away, but 50 minutes. Bloody hell, 50 minutes. Well, me car one, me truck one saying 50 minutes, me car is saying an hour. Bloody hell. Hello?
Hi, it's me again, SMG.
Hi,
Okay, I spoke to the client. They are quite keen.
Yeah.
But they're asking if you can call me half an hour before.
Yeah. Half an hour before I get there.
Yes, like after, you know, because there are two, you know, one is to the other one.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, well,
I said, look, theoretically it's like, we're speaking about, like around, what is it, like around 7:38, but we can't confirm the time. They said it's fine as long as you give them half an hour notice. Okay?
Okay.
Lovely. Thank you, I'm waiting. Keep on.
Cheers, bye-bye. Now all I need is somewhere to pull over and take a break. Not so easy really, is it, this time of the evening? Pulling up on a bloody false chaos. Noodle Foodle. Oh, there's a few people in Noodle Foodle. This traffic ain't very good though, is it? Bloody hell. I wish I hadn't put my tachograph in so early now. You know, I don't think I'm even going to get to my mum's tonight at this rate. Postcode. As usual, my two GPSs are telling me to go to totally different opposite directions.
Between the M6 junction 43 for Carlisle and the A689, that's Warwick on Eden. The M6 further down southbound 10A to 10 for Walsall. There's a breakdown there. One lane is still closed because of that. M42 accident at 3A, the M40. They've cleared it, but you've still got long delays. It's still affecting the northbound M40 as well. Looking at the M25, congestion clockwise, 13 staying, 16 for the M40. Over the QE2 bridge, it's been slow clockwise as well. Anti-clockwise, there was an accident just after the Dartford Tunnel. They've cleared it, but you've still got some heavy traffic. The M3 southbound, the accident between 3 and 4 down towards Camberley still there. Got one lane blocked, and the M4 westbound, Swansea. Just before junction 45p in this Forgan, 2 lanes closed with an accident there, so you've got some heavy traffic. And finally, on the rail network, because of all the flooding and the landslides between North West England and Scotland, please just be arranged, check before you travel with both TransPennine, Northern Rail and ScotRail, and also Virgin Trains West Coast. And I'll be back with more in half an hour for you.
Bobby, thank you. Tom Jones is about 10 minutes away, so let's do another Tom Jones inspired oldie. This is number 3.
I said you're gonna set my soul on fire. Got a fool of money that's ready to burn. Get your stakes so high. There's 1,000 pretty women waiting out the night. They're all living the devil may care. And I'm just a devil with love to spare. So viva Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. How I wish that there were more than 24 hours in the day. Even if there were 40 more, I wouldn't sleep a minute away. Oh, it's blackjack and poker and roulette. A fortune more than love's gonna ever do. All you need is score and a million steal. Viva Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas, with the neon flashing and the wild bandits crashing, all the hopes down the drain. Viva Las Vegas, turning day into nighttime, turning night into daytime. If you see it once, you'll never be the same again. But people, I'm gonna have me some fun. It cost me my very last dime. If I wind up broke, well, I'll always remember that I had a swing in time. I'm gonna give everything I've got. Lady luck, let the dice stay hot. Well, let me shoot the sun with every shot. Viva Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas.
There's some fascinating stuff about Las Vegas in Tom Jones's book, Over the Top and Back, and Tom's going to be with us in the next half hour. So the Tom tune, Elvis Presley extraordinaire, suggested by Snow Wonder. Thank you very much indeed from the Drive Time blog. So it's Tom Jones on the way on BBC Radio 2, online on digital radio, and 88 to 91 FM.
BBC News at 6 o'clock. This is Nikki Cardwell. The Environment Agency says more than 5,000 homes have been flooded in Cumbria and Lancashire. A body has been found in the River Kent near Kendal, where an elderly man is reported to have fallen in. Power has been lost again to more than 42,000 homes in the Lancaster area. The Met Office says rainfall at the weekend broke all records. Paul Sutton helps to run a bed and breakfast in Carlisle.
You wake up in the morning, you look outside and you feel like you're in Venice. But this morning I woke up and I thought, because I've been up for 36 hours, and I thought, oh, it'll be alright today. You look out and there's a black bin flying past and you think, no, we've got a bit left to do yet.
The government has promised extra money for local authorities coping with the flooding. David Cameron, who's visiting Cumbria, said a review would examine whether flood defences needed to be raised further. The Shadow Environment Secretary, Kerry McCarthy, wants the government to do more.
When the last floods happened in Cumbria, people talked of it as being a 1 in 100 years experience. We're only a few years down.
Well, I was heading to me mum's in Kilburn, but one of me deliveries has rung up and, if possible, can they do it tonight? So I want to go and see if I can get up there. That's up near Brent Cross, Northwest 11. I'm only 14 mile away, but the GPS is saying 50 minutes, and even that's not too accurate really this time of night. I'm looking for somewhere to take a 30-minute break at the moment. That's what I need to do my deliveries in. Everyone gets out of your way, the fire ain't well. Most people get out of your way in a fire engine.
He's talking about basically about taking back control, the kind of thing that British people wanted. That is no longer on the table. And so yes, we might have a little bit of a row, we might even have a manufactured row, as predicted by one former cabinet minister. But ultimately, we know that a deal will be done in Brussels, probably in February. It will be a fudge, and it won't deliver on the kind of things that the British people want.
The death has been announced of the transgender actress Holly Woodlawn, who was immortalised in Lou Reed's song Walk on the Wild Side. She was 69 and had cancer. Holly Woodlawn won acclaim in 2 Andy Warhol films in the 1970s. She said her star had flickered for 2 seconds, and she'd made no money, but it had been fabulous and worth the drugs and the parties. As further heavy rain will move in from the west this evening, there'll be clear spells in the southeast at first before rain arrives by dawn. It'll be a mild but windy night. BBC News at 3 minutes past 6 and next at 7.
Thank you, Nikki.
It appears to be time.
Have you noticed there is a lot of cyclists about now with very, very bright LED lights on them, and they tip them up a bit so they blind you. Really, really bright. Bloody dangerous, really. The thing is that there isn't any restrictions or law on what cyclists can do blinding people with their lights. You drive a truck and you've got a bulb out, even if it's just a side light bulb and boss will stop you, it's all sorts of aggro that causes. Really does. And in a car you've got a light out, the police can give you a ticket for it. But on a push bike, you drive with, as long as you've got lights on it at night, they can be blinding everyone coming, going and whatever, behind them, in front of them. And there's no restrictions on that. It's wrong, really. I think they should just ban the push bikes. That'd sort a lot of problem out. All these songs, I know you like them, and I know you got your red bobble hat on.